Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. Assuming that everybody is in a morning zone. My name is Michael Pearson, and I'm the chair of the IPHC Commission this year, and one of 3 Canadian commissioners. I want to welcome everyone to our interim meeting of the IPHC, which will be taking place all day today and tomorrow. I'll be asking folks around the table to introduce themselves in a minute, but I want to welcome not only those here in the room, of which there are also many staff members and colleagues from both Canada and the United States, but I believe a number of people are also dialing in, or that's the old way of describing it, I suppose, are watching or able to hear us via webcast, and welcome to all of you that are online, and we look forward to your participation in our meetings over the next couple of days. As you know, many of you, we are in fact through this meeting seeking already to implement some of the recommendations of the performance review of the organization that took place last year. One of those recommendations was around increasing transparency and opportunities for increased communication, and one of the things that we've been, and we admitted it's an experiment, so we'll be seeing how it goes both at the interim meeting and at the annual meeting in January, but it's an opportunity to provide not just a maximum chance for those in the room and online to listen in and participate, but also to in fact ask questions of commissioners and of commission staff as we go through the issues. So We're very, I think, much looking forward to this opportunity to have that engagement and interaction. I will highlight that it is an experiment, so like every experiment, something always goes wrong at some point during the experiment. But I hope that nobody will be disconnected prematurely or anything like that. And I know that the Commission staff have worked very hard to make sure that we get it right, not just technologically, but in other ways as well. So welcome again to all. So before I continue further into the agenda, let's maybe I could ask my colleagues to introduce themselves, starting with Paul.
Yes, good morning. My name is Paul Ryle. I'm new Canadian Commissioner and first time at one of these meetings. Pleasure to be here.
Dave Boyes, Industry Commissioner from Canada.
Steve Keith, IPHC staff. Bruce Lehman, IPHC Director.
Philip Lestenkov, U.S. Commissioner, Commercial Fishermen.
I'm Jim Balziger, U.S. Commissioner, the Government Commissioner.
Ralph Ward, the other U.S. Commissioner.
Thank you all, and as I mentioned earlier, there are a number of people also in the room, Commission staff, advisors to both the Canada and the United States delegations, and as the terminology is usual, various hangers-on. But everybody in the room has got an important role and contribution to make, and I'm sure everybody on the webcast as well has an interest in one way or another. When we get to the webcast portions or the commentary portions, I know, and maybe, I don't know, Steve, Keith might have to explain a little bit just to make sure everyone's up to speed on what they need to do when they want to make a comment. I think that might be useful just as a procedural point before we get into the substance of the agenda.
Right. All the participants on the webcast can see the chat, and they can submit questions. And as questions are asked, we will be fielding them if they're technical ones or ones pertaining to the webcast itself. And if there are questions that should be injected into the conversation in the room, then we're compiling those, and there'll be times when we present those to the commissioners.
Thanks, Steve. And if there are any questions for people who are trying to input information, with those will go to you as well. You'll be able to, procedural questions, I mean, if there are any issues, you'll be able to.
They'll show up,
okay.
And one of us will see them.
Good. Okay. Thank you. As most of you know, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve and Bruce, but the agenda is available to people. People have seen the agenda.
It is.
But let me just reiterate what we're focusing on between now and 12:30. We have three main items for this morning's discussion. The first will be on the performance review, and I'll be asking a colleague from both my delegation and the United States delegation to introduce that presentation. Then we'll have a chance to get some commentary from all of you, either webcast or in the room, on that presentation. It's an unusual element today to have the performance review up front, and indeed in the sense of as a one-off event, as it were. We don't do this every year, obviously, and a number of the issues that will be raised in the context of the presentation on the performance review will in fact cover a lot of the issues that we'll be subsequently discussing, not just today and tomorrow. So we may have some duplication as a result, but that's always a good thing, I think, in some ways. So that'll be the first item. We'll have, as I said, a discussion as well as the presentation. Then there'll be a bit of a break. Then we'll have we'll be going through with a number of the staff members initiating the discussion, providing some information to all of you about some procedural changes, not just with this meeting, but with the annual meeting as well, on the structure of the meetings and the length of the meetings, an opportunity to ask questions about that, an update on the management strategy evaluation and the initial composition of the advisory board, the long-term scientific review process, and research planning related to that. So I'll be asking various staff members of the IPHC to introduce those issues. And there'll be a discussion on those, or opportunities for you to input on all of those as well. And then finally this morning before lunch we will have a discussion on the bycatch, the progress of the bycatch working group. So that'll be this morning's issues. This afternoon will be what everyone's waiting for, I think, and that will be the stock assessment update, which will focus most of our time this afternoon. That'll be starting at 1:30 this afternoon. Breaks at 12:30, and then we'll come back and reconvene at 1:30. Okay. Without any further ado, Jim, before I go any further, is there any introductory comments you wish to make as Vice Chair?
No, thank you. I'll just say we're very pleased to be here. Looking forward to a slightly new look to the Halibut Commission as we follow up on the performance review. I think it's been a great commission for 88 years or whatever the time frame is, but we're looking forward to a little bit new front on it.
I have in front of me this very intimidating device called a gavel, which I recall that Jim used liberally last year at the annual meeting. I'm just going to put it aside for now. I find it somewhat scary, but we'll see whether I can adopt the way that Jim used it last year. Was quite effective, so maybe at some point I'll have to do that. Okay, so let's start. First of all, we have the performance review presentation, and I'll be asking Allison Webb and Jonathan Pollard to be giving that presentation, so over to you two.
Thank you very much, Michael. Good morning to everyone. As we are a true collaboration between Canada and the U.S. as a bilateral nature of this commission, we are going to do a tag team presentation. Again, good morning, it's Allison Webb from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans from Canada. I'll do the first part of the presentation and then turn it over to my colleague Jonathan Pollard from the United States. Hopefully everybody's able to see the presentation that's up on the screen. I'm just going to provide a bit of background before we go into the presentation and talk about the purpose of the meeting and discussion today. So first of all, many of you will remember that in May we provided an opportunity through this webinar format to update on the recommendations. But since that time we haven't had any formal discussion or presentation. So this is an opportunity today to update what has happened since the May period. It's also an opportunity for us to provide an indication of direction, but I want to reinforce to everybody that no decisions will be made today during the discussion at this meeting. So it's really a preview of what is going to happen for the annual meeting in the sense of providing that initial direction. And it's going to provide an opportunity, because we're using this format, which is really a two-way conversation, for you who are participating today to ask questions of clarification and also to provide, again, any comments you have related to these preliminary views. So in terms of the background, again, I think most of you are aware that this performance review was initiated based on Commissioner direction in 2011. And this is also consistent with performance reviews that are going on for a number of regional fisheries management organizations across the globe, in fact. There was a firm that was contracted to do an independent review of the Commission called Concur. And the purpose of the performance review was really aimed at improving the effectiveness of this Commission's performance. As colleague Dr. Balsinger just commented, the IPHC is working very well. So it wasn't meant to necessarily be a complete restructuring, but rather just to look at areas where there could be some improvements made. So that's the focus of it. Consultations took place throughout 2011 and 2012, specifically at the interim and annual meetings, and there was also interviews that took place. I think that a number of you are aware that the consultant team that was contracted to do the work actually attended the meetings, both the interim and the annual meetings, and they directly observed what took place. In the May period, we did this two-way webinar, and the firm Concur that did the review presented their recommendations, and there was an opportunity for some initial comments and feedback from the participants of that webinar. However, what was very important to us was to have people to have more of an opportunity to consider those recommendations, and there were 12 of them, and provide us with their feedback after that period of time. We did receive feedback during the comment period, which was open for about 6 weeks, and it was provided from a number of different organizations, and I'll just provide a list of those organizations because the way it's captured on the slide is a bit misleading. So just to correct, We received comments from the Pacific Halibut Management Association, the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, the Halibut Association of North America, the Southeast Alaska Fishermen's Alliance, the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, the At-Sea Processors Association, and also a former executive director of IPHC, Bernard Scud. These comments were very, very important to us in terms of being considered. And I wanted to thank everybody for the time that they took in providing those comments. They have been very critical in terms of considering how we would go forward and providing some of this initial commentary today. I think you are also aware that all of those comments can be reviewed on the website. They're all up there in terms of the transparency aspect. If you wanted to see any of the detailed nature of those comments, you can certainly refer to the website and you will see them there. In September, the commissioners, as their normal practice, met to review a number of the key initiatives that they're working on, and one of those was a performance review. And they considered the comments that had been provided in shaping their initial views about where this performance review should be going. And also there were some decisions made around immediate implementation, and we'll talk about those as we go through the presentation. I just want to refer now very quickly to the structure of the rest of the presentation. There's a few key things. You'll see consistency throughout how we've addressed each of the recommendations. So they're formulated with three areas. The first you'll see is a summary of all the comments that were received, and you'll note that these are, again, summarized, so they don't have the detail that's provided, and if you need to refer to that, you can look at the internet site. But we'll give you a snapshot of where the different comments are coming from. The second part is the Commissioner's preliminary views after considering those comments and the recommendations that Concur put forward. And then the next part of the slide, the way that these are formatted for each one of the recommendations, is the proposed next steps. I also want to point out that these recommendations are not always neatly packaged, and they are not mutually exclusive. A lot of them relate to each other, and I think Michael just spoke to that as well. There's a lot of linkages between some of the recommendations, and so we've made decisions to reformat or repackage in some cases, and we'll try to point out where there are the linkages and how we've addressed those. The other thing is that a lot of these, there was a lot of work that was ongoing in parallel to this performance review. And so a number of the recommendations here refer to specific initiatives that are already ongoing. And so in those cases, we are going to make some more high-level comments, and there's going to be detailed presentations on a number of those areas later on throughout this agenda, either today or tomorrow. So we're not going to go into the same depth that we would have if those initiatives weren't taking place. So I just wanted to make that overall comment as well before we go forward. And with that, we'll turn to each one of the recommendations and walk through it. So the first recommendation, which is up on your screen, is really related to the rules of procedure and protocol around the different bodies of the IPHC, as well as a clarification around roles and responsibilities. So the comments that we received around this particular recommendations in general were very supportive of the idea of putting in place rules of procedure and also a clarification for all parties about the roles and responsibilities. The commissioners, in considering the comments that were provided, thought that one of the best ways to go forward is to segment this, and the commissioners themselves could work on rules of procedure for all the subsidiary bodies of the IPHC, for example, the Research Advisory Board, the soon-to-be constituted MSAB, and they would also, for those potential bodies, look at clarifying the roles or responsibilities. However, when it comes to subsidiary bodies like the Conference Board and the Processors Advisory Group, this particular aspect would not be led by the commissioners, and we'll talk about this related to Recommendation 3, which is the stakeholder engagement process. The commissioners were proposing that we would begin this work in 2013 with the hope of adopting these rules of procedure during the next meeting cycle. Recommendation number 2 is around transparency. And Michael Pearson has already spoken to that a little bit in his introductory remarks. This was obviously supported as well by all the comments that we received. There was some interest specifically addressed that people were not always understanding the decisions of the Commission, and they were looking for more rationale around Commission decisions. And at the same time, the comments reflected an understanding that there are some items that will be considered by the commissioners that require in-camera discussions, and that if all sessions were open, that there could be progress impeded for the Commission. So the recommendations and the way that this is going forward is trying to strike a balance between looking at where we should be transparent and where there is a need for purposes of some items to retain those in-camera sessions. So the preliminary views of the Commission in considering those comments around that balancing aspect were that on an immediate basis, and you'll see this obviously being adopted at this particular meeting, all the meetings would be treated as open, and unless they were closed, and those particular closed sessions would be indicated on the schedule in advance so people would be aware of what the nature of those discussions were, and that would be very clear to people. And the types of discussions that would be considered for closed would be, as listed here, items that are related to financial deliberations or personnel, and that's consistent with what is taking place at this meeting. Another change that is being made is having the two-way dialogue as opposed to presentations just being provided and no opportunity to ask questions. And so that is being adopted now, and we're also looking at adopting more time for questions and answers and making some schedule changes. And because we're having a two-way dialogue, there's a necessity to allow more time in the agenda. So there's been some changes as a consequence of that. So the proposed next steps related to this would be that there's also, as a consequence of these different meetings that take place, a need to update people who have participated in the meetings and also have an interest in IPHC business through updates on the IPHC website. And then once the rules of procedure are done in the interest of transparency, those would also be posted on the website after the completion. And we'll talk a little bit more about this transparency aspect in the interim and annual meetings in a later recommendation. And also I just wanted to point out that this recommendation is very tightly linked to the recommendation on communications, and we'll discuss that more later in the presentation. So recommendation number 3 around the stakeholder engagement process, this was across the board for certain the one that garnered the most comments from all the stakeholders. People are very interested in this recommendation. I think that people remember that the change that was recommended from the consultants was a significant departure from the current practice that is in place with the conference board and the PAG. So the majority of the comments that we received did not support one integrated body. However, there were some minority comments that were interested in looking at an approach similar to the council process in the U.S. However, despite the fact that people were not uniformly supportive of the idea of one integrated body and limited participation, there was quite a high degree of support for a number of elements of this recommendation, which were related to strengthening, again, those advisory processes. And some of those areas for strengthening or improving the process are listed there. People spoke to making sure that rules of procedure were in place. There was a different type of accreditation process. And there's just a number of areas where people thought that there was an opportunity to strengthen the existing processes without blowing them up and developing one integrated process. The commissioners have considered the comments that came in, and their preliminary view at this time is to retain the current advisory structure, so to retain the PAG and the conference board. However, the commissioners, given the fact that there was a lot of support for the different aspects of improvement to those processes, the commissioners would also like to ask the PAG and the conference board to provide recommendations to the commissioners on further ways to improve the efficiencies or functioning of the PEG and the Conference Board related to the areas that are listed above. And those are just some suggested areas, and there's also other areas that the PEG and the Conference Board may wish to bring forward. So the proposed next steps related to this is that PEG and Conference Board, if they're in agreement with the idea of making some refinements to their processes, would undertake this work and be able to come back in January 2014 with some suggestions on how they might make some revisions in terms of their advisory processes. The next recommendation is related to the research, approach to research, and it's really the idea of developing a strategic approach. There was quite a number of comments that were supportive of this type of initiative, and stakeholders were also very interested in, again, more of that two-way dialogue and being able to be involved in providing input around the research and the direction of the research. There were also some concerns expressed by the participants or the stakeholders that this could potentially involve resource implications, and they were concerned about too many resources being dedicated to initiatives such as this. The commissioners have considered this particular recommendation, and it's related to the work that is currently being undertaken on developing a strategic 5-year research plan, and they would like to support the idea that we continue along that track and that that particular 5-year research plan is consistent with that. We're going to later on in the agenda provide more information about that 5-year research plan, and people will be able to provide comments and questions at that particular time related to that. The next recommendation is about the stock assessment process and strengthening that process, and this is also something that is of very strong interest to all the participants in the IPHC. This one, while there was a support across the board for the idea of strengthening or improving that process, there was also quite a number of differentiated views in terms of what type of stock assessment or peer review process would be the most effective. There was an interest in having more involvement again from the participants in IPHC for such a process. And again, this is a similar theme. There's quite a bit of concerns around the cost to implement something like that. So again, in considering this particular one, the commissioners thought about the decisions that were made at the annual meeting last year, or this year in January, and they wanted to support continuing working on the decisions, the stock assessment process. We had decided that we would make some changes for the 2012 process itself, as well as working on something that's more longer term in nature. And the thoughts were that these changes that are taking place with respect to the stock assessment process would result in better decisions around allocation. And the other aspect to it, particularly on the longer term peer review process and understanding the rationale behind decision making, is related to the interest to increase the transparency. In terms of the proposed next steps, this will be subject of a long presentation over the next couple of days, and people will be able to ask again questions, and I think that the nature of some of the questions would be around the involvement of participants in the IPHC in the peer review process itself, because this was of very strong interest to the IPHC stakeholders. The last slide that I'm going to cover before I turn it over to my colleague is related to expanding the commission composition, and this was really related to the concept of incorporating alternates or different numbers of commissioners and things like that at the table. All of the comments that were received on this particular aspect were not supportive of the idea of putting in place alternates or expanding the composition of the commission. There was, however, in this recommendation also reference to ensuring that commission appointments were done on a timely basis. And so there was support across the board for that aspect of this recommendation. The commissioners, in reviewing the comments that were provided, again, were supportive of retaining the current complement of the commissioners. And they also recognize the comment that was made around ensuring that there are a full slate of commissioners here. And we're happy that we have a new commissioner here from the Canadian side, and that we will be both in Canada and the United States making all the efforts possible to ensure that there are timely appointments. The other aspect to this recommendation was not just having new commissioners at the table, but ensuring that there is very good orientation and succession planning in place. With that in mind, the IPHC is going to be working on developing an orientation process which would also support what's going on domestically in terms of orienting the commissioners so that they can be up to speed on the various issues, and that it will be very seamless in terms of going forward. In terms of the next steps, what the commissioners are proposing would be that this would be immediately implemented, including incremental improvements in the orientation by the next meeting cycle, and we'll be working very actively with the IPHC in this regard. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jonathan Pollard.
Thank you, Allison. Recommendation 7 from Concur was a recommendation to build a long-term strategic plan to articulate overarching goals and objectives to move the Commission forward to implement all of its responsibilities under the Convention. The comments received generally supported this idea, but there was some concern that working on such a plan might draw staff time and energy away from other shorter-term priorities that are very important. I should note that there was a bit of a lack of clarity regarding this recommendation in the public comments. I think some of the public comments thought that this was really looking more at the research planning, which was the subject of an earlier recommendation. The commissioners taking a look at this thought that there could be some utility in developing this kind of plan, but that further discussions with stakeholders and tribes and First Nations on the importance of such a plan would be appropriate given all the other planning initiatives that are moving forward, such as the 5-year research plan and management strategy evaluation and things of that nature. So the proposed next steps on this are to seek feedback during this session and in future on whether this is an appropriate endeavor, given all the additional benefits, given all the other planning initiatives that are underway. Recommendation 8 addressed separating science advice from policy decision making. The comments received on this generally supported the idea to separate as much as possible the scientific advice from the policy decision making that is based on that advice, and favored the idea that the science advice would prevent information related to risk of various options for policymakers, and particularly in the allocation, not recommend a single number for CEY, for example, and catch limits. The commissioners took a look at this and believed that in a lot of international organizations and fishery management organizations around the world, there is a best practice developing that does separate science advice from policy options, and that was an appropriate way to move the Commission. And as a first step towards implementation, that some sort of framework for risk-based decision-making should be begun, initially with the harvest levels for this year. We'll be hearing a lot more about this later on today in the agenda. Recommendation 9 urged the commissioners to take advantage of opportunities to model and exert leadership in decision making. The comments received generally supported this recommendation, and I don't think there's any opposing views on that. The commissioners in their discussions agreed that their role is to exercise leadership and demonstrate leadership, and are endeavoring to do so with projects such as improving the stock assessment process, working on bycatch issues, and will continue to lead on key initiatives as appropriate. Concur's recommendation 10 was to elevate the importance of tribes and First Nations in the commission process. The comments received from the public generally questioned whether there was more that could be done or needed to be done to involve the tribes and First Nations in the IPHC process. I think the commissioner's preliminary views on this were that each party of the convention recognizes the importance of the tribes and First Nations in halibut management, and that the commissioners from each party recognized that each party has domestic consultation processes with tribes and First Nations that needed to be done and are being done to consider the tribes and First Nations interests when acting on commission matters. That said, the commissioners strongly recommended interactions by the tribes and First Nations on matters related to the commission, and welcome suggestions and next steps from the tribes and First Nations and how to facilitate that discussion. Recommendation 11 was to strengthen the interim and annual meeting process. This is very much related to an earlier discussion that Allison raised on transparency. The comments received focused on the addition of another meeting. Some comments favored that. Others opposed it, thought it was too time-consuming. There was general support, however, among all commenters for providing materials sufficiently in advance to the public. Commissioners' preliminary views on this is that it's probably not feasible to add a new meeting, although there are changes in place even today to strengthen the meeting process. There will be additional time for a two-way discussion such as this webinar, time for increased involvement of stakeholders and tribes and First Nations. But the proposed next steps is, one of them is to complete a survey to poll the public on how this worked at this meeting, and solicit suggestions on how to improve this process of strengthening the meetings. Another part of the next steps is to post information as far in advance of the meeting as possible to give the public an opportunity to become familiar with that information prior to the meeting. The suggested timelines today, we're witnessing some of that, and development of even more ideas for formalizing this process in 2013-14 for the next meeting cycle. Recommendation 12 related to improving communications with the public. There was general support for this recommendation, but another concern that the efforts on this should be cost neutral. One theme was of the commenters was to provide more thorough meeting summaries and a clear description of the rationale for commission decisions. The commissioner's preliminary views on this is to begin today, implementation of a two-way dialogue for meetings. Today's meeting is webinar. At the annual meeting, there'll be more opportunity for face-to-face discussion. An active effort will be made to ensure that the staff presentations are suited for the audience and understandable. There is another piece of this to develop a risk-based approach to decision making, and that will enhance the understanding related to the bases of decisions. And again, this is linked to recommendation 2 on transparency. Proposed next steps include posting meeting summaries and updates on key action items on a regular basis, and to evaluate changes regarding the meeting structures through the survey that we discussed earlier. So, conclusion and next steps, we want to thank all of you who provided feedback to date. As Allison mentioned, it's been very important for framing the issues and developing a way forward. The commissioners realize this is a work in progress, very much so, and we look forward to continuing to work towards implementation of the recommendations. Halibut can seem like 24-hour-a-day job, so we recognize that people have other things to do, but the Commission very much has appreciated the public input on all these initiatives. And with that, we conclude.
Thank you very much, Allison and Jonathan. So, a couple of comments. First, one substantive, one procedural comment. First, on the substantive, I think as everyone has seen in the presentation, we have been able to give you a sense of, in response to really what I would call 2 basic types of recommendations. One which are a category of what I would call procedural, where in fact we've been able to indicate through this presentation that we have already undertaken actions. So in respect to transparency and communications, those kinds of issues. So as we will be discussing further this morning now and later this morning as well, in the context of the structure of the annual meeting, the interim meeting that we're experiencing even now, there's some indication you can already see that we've in fact felt that those recommendations were relatively straightforward and made sense and were worth implementing. But they were seen that way essentially as they were seen as procedural, i.e. how to make the Commission function in a more transparent and open way, etc., and how to make the structures of its discussions more accessible to people and stakeholders. So I think Commissioners' views were that we could move on some of those things, albeit, as we said earlier, it's experimental in some ways, and we have to see and learn as we go along what can continue to be improved in that regard. Then there are a second category of recommendations, which I would call substantive. And those were really broken down, as you saw, into 2 areas. One were decisions, in both cases were decisions, substantive in the sense that we need to make substantive decisions about them or take substantive action on them. And there are some where, as is indicated, probably recommendation 3 on the whole question of PAG and Conference Board, question number 10, or recommendation 10 with respect to the role of First Nations and tribes, that have not made decisions yet. We have some preliminary views has been expressed, but we're looking forward to further interaction before decisions are made on those. And then there are other substantive recommendations where in fact decisions, we have been able to make decisions, and indeed in some cases decisions had already been made. Improving the stock assessment process, recommendation number 5, was in fact something we already had made decisions on at the annual meeting last year or earlier this year, as everybody knows, and we will be seeing this afternoon the consequences or the product or the evolution of that. And that's the same with the recommendation number 8 on the science advice and policy options differentiation. I think you will see with the stock assessment analysis this afternoon how we've been able to take some actions already in that regard. Now, all this being said, I think the important issue for all of us as commissioners and everyone is to continue to receive views and input and ideas from our stakeholders and the whole community regarding all these recommendations on whether or not there's anything further or other things that we need to do or need to consider. So that's the opportunity we have now to have people ask questions or make comments about any of the recommendations in that regard. And I also want to emphasize that we would not just see today as the last shot, shall we say, of opportunity for people to ask questions. I personally see this, and Jim can comment from the U.S. side and other commissioners as well, but I personally see this as really evergreen in a sense that we're continuing to, in response to some of these recommendations, see how we can evolve and improve our practices and activities. And they don't just end at either this meeting or the annual meeting in January. It's an ongoing improvement process. So in that sense, there's always going to be further opportunity for those, for anyone to provide further input and views about how we could continue to do things. At some point, we want to provide a more comprehensive response to the recommendations beyond the preliminary ones that have been provided today. And I think at the annual meeting, that will be one of the first opportunities to do that as a decision-making meeting that it is. But it doesn't mean that further decisions, including on issues such as the PAG Conference Board relationship and so on, that will be made, may be made at future meetings, not this meeting in January necessarily. So next step now is we're going to, and this will be the methodology we use throughout this whole period of today and tomorrow morning, is we're going to be asking anyone who wishes to do so, which by the way includes anyone in the room, not just those online, to pose any questions or provide any comments. What we would like to do is have a series of questions and or comments in a row, maybe as many as 5 if we have that many, and then we will, as commissioners and others, answer them in after the first set have been provided to us. So we will, if anyone online is asking a question or a comment, Steve Keith is reviewing those and we'll be able to repeat them verbatim so everybody has heard them. And again, I would encourage anyone who's also in the room wish to do so, and maybe we'll have, if that is the case, Allison or Jonathan, one of you, maybe we could have them come to your microphone and ask a question or pose a comment in that regard. So on that, let me open it up to opportunities for questions and comments. Anything online yet, Steve? Anybody in the room? Don't be shy.
This process is way less painful than we thought it would be.
Well, there are those that say that silence means consent, right? So it's not one of those speak now or forever hold your peace kind of thing. Philip.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to look at public involvement in the interim meetings. As you know, the annual meeting is alternated between Canada and U.S. to provide, I'll call it equitable access or fair access to each country. And if the interim meeting, I guess a lot of the decisions are not finalized until the annual meeting. This interim meeting generally, like stock assessments or used to be staff recommendations, now staff advice, there was no decision making, and I just wanted to point out that it might be kind of burdensome for people to travel to both countries or the Halibut Commission to spend money renting hotels, and I don't know if it's really worth it, or I'm not saying that public involvement's not worth it, but the costs, and maybe some fishermen can't really afford to save up money to travel to 2 meetings, and maybe the webinar might be the most sensible method of public involvement at interim meetings, not the annual.
Thanks, Philip. So that's first on our list. Other comments or questions? as we said earlier, there are going to be more substantive discussions on many of these, on many of the issues raised by the recommendations in our agenda today and tomorrow. So there will be further opportunity in that context to pose more specific questions, perhaps in response to some specific information, such as will be provided with the updated stock assessment. But as Jim said, if this is maybe not going to be as difficult as we thought as far as the number of people. Paul.
Just on the same vein as Philip was talking about, recommendation 11 on strengthening the interim and annual meeting process, their proposed next steps talks about a survey can be completed to gather feedback on these changes before making permanent. I'm just wondering what is in the next step to make that a reality. And is that going to be done before the January meeting, or is that going to be done in the longer term?
That's not an answer yet, Allison. Let's wait until see if we have any more questions. Can we offer $5 to somebody in the room to come to the...
I think I should get that. I asked the first question.
Please, can you come to the microphone so people on the webcast will be able to hear you? Thank you. And other than that, I think the commissioners will introduce themselves. If you haven't been someone who's introduced yourself, please do so when you ask your question. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ed Johnstone. I'm a tribal elder for the Quinault Indian Nation. I'm a fisherman. I'm the policy spokesperson for the Quinault Indian Nation. And in reviewing the work that was being done in the past meeting or two, where they made this assessment of or recommendations or interviewed us about the process, the IPHC process. One of the things that I spoke to, and I think it was mentioned as when I heard the comment about First Nations and tribes, that there's ongoing discussion, that the position that I advanced for the Quinault Indian Nation is the fact that this process that we find ourselves in, the IPHC and the way that it's set up, doesn't respect the tribes, the treaty tribes, and its treaty rights, in particular its co-manager status in our usual and custom areas in the north coast of Washington State. And having been active in participating in the Pacific Salmon Treaty back in the mid-'80s and how that developed, the tribes have a true seat at the table in that regard, and have a full opportunity for participation in all this different panels or sub-panels, or I guess in that arena it's like the Fraser panel and the co-technical team and Chinook and coded wire tagging and so forth. So, and you know, we've met with Mr. Balsinger, and we've met with other folks in the United States to talk about this process question and the way that the tribes play through in this process, that as a having to sit on a conference board and characterized as a user group, it's not correct. We're tribes, we have treaty rights, we have adjudicated treaty rights. We have a relationship with the state of Washington and with the United States. And this is something that we look forward to working with you as time evolves. to try to address that relationship that we have with, in this case, with the United States and with the state of Washington, and understanding that this is an international process, but it's real important to us. I'm not trying to make anything less of other folks that, you know, access halibut through whatever country and whatever process, whether it's IFQs or whatever that's out there. You know, they have a set of circumstances that they operate through. Ours is just different than that. We really appreciate the ability to interact with the IPHC and the staff, and through looking at how we do stock assessments and inclusion of our data and inclusion of our information, because it's good information. We understand the dynamics of the question of what is going on with that southern, you know, the southern portion of that stock, and we see the evolution of the Californians asking that question of why they are seeing halibut and things like that. And so we know there are a lot of questions out there, and we know that from where we come from, we're just saying we need to be more in the process, that we're relevant and our information is good. I heard the comment made about meetings such as this and how much they cost. I totally agree with that. But hearing that said, if you have the access to the webinar, that provides those folks that can't come to these meetings that valuable access. But I would really hate to see that our meetings be reduced, because I think when you're in person, when we can interact with the commissioners and the staff and be face-to-face, it's just a better way to do business. And if there were any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer that. Otherwise, I appreciate the ability to come and just kind of explain a little bit about our views from the Quinault Indian Nation and the treaty tribes here in western Washington.
Thank you very much, Ed. And if there are responses, then you could follow up or respond to them if there are comments. Just before I decide to encourage the commissioners to comment on these, is there anything, Steve, that's come in from anyone? Don't be shy out there. Okay, while we wait for that opportunity, if it's going to pass, let me maybe start with the last issue. And good Canadian that I am, I'll ask my colleague Jim Belster to start a comment back to what Ed was saying.
Well, we appreciate the comment, and as Mr. Johnstone said, I did have a meeting with tribal representatives by phone, and understand their position, and I don't think he's inaccurate in what he said. We're talking about that, and I don't have any other advice on that right at this moment, but appreciate I guess the biggest thing is that they are that group, the tribal groups, the First Nations, are taking this process to heart. They're actually, they interacted with Concur, they commented on the recommendations, and they're following up. So I think that's what we need to make a good process out of this whole thing. So I genuinely appreciate that.
Thanks, Jim. Do any other commissioners want to comment on Ed's comments? I would just add, really to echo Jim, speaking of the issue or interests of First Nations in Canada, that I think as recommendation number 10 clearly indicates, what we're looking for is not just interaction, but in fact ideas and suggestions from representatives of First Nations and obviously tribes as well about how to make that interaction more effective. In what ways do they think it needs to be made more effective, whether it's through processes that are already in existence either within the organization here or indeed quite separately on our respective domestic engagement and consultation processes with First Nations and tribes. What can we do better, I think, is, and how would be a question certainly from the Canadian Commissioner side that we would be seeking to get some views from our First Nation colleagues on in order to ensure that we're doing the best job possible with respect to the decision making around halibut. So that would be something we'll take back certainly on the Canadian side, but we'll be looking forward to views from both the U.S. and the Canadian side in that regard. On the question that Paul raised, maybe I could ask Bruce or Steve to answer, because I'm assuming that that is something where we're looking at a commission staff led process, but maybe you could provide more further thoughts, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have identified later on in your agenda an evaluation process for how well this interactive dialogue has worked with the public on this particular meeting, and I think we should make that an ongoing process, as you said, the sort of evergreen process in this. But right now, if you wish, we can generate a questionnaire that we could put up on our website following this meeting that people could submit comments on. I think that would be an appropriate thing for us to do in trying to gauge how well this may have worked and ask people to have their suggestions on it as well, so we can potentially improve this for the annual meeting.
Philip? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to understand how the tribe's involvement with the commission might work, and as it relates to allocation issues. For example, they don't have no tribal fisheries per se in Alaska, and they do in British Columbia and state of Washington, maybe Oregon. And I wonder, is part of this allocation issue between the tribes and halibut, like, would be the Pacific Management Council, for example? I'm just talking off the top of my head, trying to understand this. Allocative issues usually are, like in Alaska, they go to the North Pacific Council, allocative issues, and then maybe there are state issues like in Washington, and maybe they have their own scientists. Maybe they're saying they'd like accept their science from their scientists. I read in one article. I can see maybe working there, but as far as the commission, we usually set the catch limit for one whole area and leave it up to other bodies to allocate among different interests. I'm just trying to figure this out better, that's all, and making comments as I go along.
Thanks, Philip. Other American colleagues may wish to comment further on your regional processes, either now or later, where that engagement does take place. Just on what Bruce was saying with respect to the survey, my guess is that we really probably need to experience the changes collectively, which obviously start with the meeting this week and will continue with the annual meeting in January. And it may be that the timing of such a survey, for the purposes of trying to, make ongoing decisions about what the best, how it works the best, would be based on reflections on what happens both this week and in January. So there's nothing better than people actually experiencing an activity to see whether or not they think it works or not. So it may be that the timing would be related to that, but I don't think in the meantime we should not be welcoming. We would, of course, be welcoming at any time further thoughts or comments about how things can be improved in relation to recommendation 11, but the actual survey itself, we'll have to figure out what the best time to get the best kind of responses or the most useful responses what the best timing for that would be. I think Ed made to Philip's initial question about alternating meetings. And this, we can have an ongoing discussion. The interim meetings always take place here in Seattle, of course. So the question is whether, I'm not sure whether, Philip, your question was about whether the annual meetings alternating cycle of Canada and the U.S. should be changed, or I think Ed made a point, and others have made it too, about the fact that having access by web and increasing access, as we're trying to do, does facilitate more interaction or opportunities for interaction for those who can't participate physically, but also, as Ed and others have said, it's also valuable to have the face-to-face interaction. We did make it clear, I think, in response to the relevant recommendation, I think also number 11, that we didn't think a third meeting was a good idea. Just to remind folks, I think the Concur report talked about a more science-focused third meeting, I believe. And the preliminary view, highlighting that it's preliminary from commissioners, is that we're not sure what the added value of a third meeting, quite separate from the merits of further discussion on science, whether such a meeting would be necessary. Cost and other considerations are there. But I think the face-to-face that does alternate between two countries does provide, in some cases, more opportunities for stakeholders or others, such as First Nations and tribes, to come to meetings that otherwise they may not be able to come to. But we'll see. I mean, and there was probably more Alaskan participation in the annual meeting because it was in Anchorage, and there may be more Canadian participation in the meeting this year because it's in Victoria. There's some merit, I think, to encouraging that. But I may not have answered your question, Phil.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you were saying, yeah, the interim meeting is usually held here in Seattle all these years, but I was thinking if you're going to start providing public access, it might be only fair to alternate this interim meeting also. I mean, I understand that we alternate to provide fair access to two countries, sometimes Alaska, but I just thought that's all tied to public access, so if we're going to provide public access to the interim meeting, that it should also alternate. And then I was just thinking that we haggle over which hotel because of expenses and the annual meeting, and not enough money left for studying the Halibut or research or surveys or tagging, and whether we can afford to alternate and rent a hotel in Victoria to have an interim meeting, so to speak. And there's no final decisions made at interim meetings, and whether that's doable or whether that's feasible, I guess. I understand I'm all for public access, but maybe only the people the rich fishermen that can afford it can go to Victoria for the interim meeting, and the poor fishermen will be on the webinar, and the rich guy will get all the face-to-face and the poor fisherman won't. So who knows? I'm just pointing that out.
Fair point. I will say that the challenge I see with interim meetings in Seattle is it's hard to find a taxi driver who actually knows how to get to these headquarters. But anyway, I'll leave it at that for now. Any other comments, Bruce?
Mr. Chairman, just back on the issue of involvement of tribes and First Nations, the staff did have a meeting with representatives of 2A tribes and Northwest Indian Fish Commission a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that we did discuss with the tribes at the time was there are a couple of avenues for participation that are new as a result of some of the new initiatives that you're bringing forward, and so one of them is on the Management Strategy Advisory Board, where we solicit comments from various groups, agencies, First Nations tribes, and so forth, in terms of what management strategies might be applied and investigated by this. And the second one is in the Scientific Review Board process, which would be a public process. And there is an opportunity there for nominations on that body as well. So there are a couple of new opportunities for participation that we didn't previously have.
Thank you, Bruce. Are there any other questions or comments that people would like to make? Still nothing, Steve? Is anybody out there? We have lots of people online, but maybe they're waiting till other moments. Steve, how many do we have online now?
There are 45.
45 satisfied customers, somebody said. Or at least listening customers is probably the better way of describing it. Okay, shall we say going once, going twice? If there's no one else, I do want to conclude this section by indicating that we will be wanting to have, I'm not sure if it'll be the same exact type of presentation, but we definitely at the annual meeting will wish to be able to update all those who are participating in the annual meeting either in person or via webcast on where we are with the follow-up to the recommendations that have been made in the performance review report. And as we discussed, the annual meeting is a decision-making meeting unlike this one, so we may, as commissioners, be able to provide further guidance and views at that time regarding additional decisions that can be made. But I would also highlight, and this is relevant to recommendation number 3, for example, that we're looking to see the annual meeting as a real opportunity for face-to-face discussion with a number of colleagues in the industry and First Nations and tribes and sport fisheries to themselves be able to provide thoughts and views about what, if anything, should be changed in those processes. So I think they will have some opportunity as part of the presentations at the annual meeting to give an update on where we are with all the responses, but also knowing that in fact, that meeting itself will be where further dialogue will be taking place and potentially future decisions after that, after the annual meeting. Jim, is there anything final you want to add? Anyone else, commissioners? Bruce, any last thoughts on this?
Mr. Chairman, only if you wish to give any guidance to your advisory bodies or start developing a process for any guidance for them prior to the meeting that you want them to consider. I think we will get to some of that when we discuss changes perhaps to the annual meeting.
Why don't we do it in that context? Now we're scheduled to have a break right now. People always want a break sooner than later, I find. So I think we will go ahead and have one. It's now 9:45. Can we reconvene at 10 o'clock with the second list of issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll go offline in the interim for all the people on the web.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I assume we're online again. For those who are participating by webcast. Before we go on to our next item, I just wanted to make sure that those who have questions with regard to procedural questions with regard to how they might want to put their substantive questions that they may not have thought about or they'll think about the next few days regarding the performance review report and follow-up, that people know how to do that. So I'm going to ask Steve Keith to give folks just a very quick sense of how they're going to be able to provide comments and views on the performance review recommendations process over the next several weeks. Please, Steve.
Right, thank you. What we plan to do is similar to the way we did it following the performance review rollout earlier this year. We'll have a place on our website where you'll be able to submit questions or comments for consideration by the commissioners at the annual meeting. We'll announce it in the news release. It'll show up on the page for the interim meeting, and it'll also show up on the page for the performance review. And there'll be a cutoff date, probably the end of December or something, for things to be considered at the annual meeting. But we'll take any and all comments and questions from the public and fold them into the annual meeting discussion of the performance review.
Thank you, Steve. And just so no one's unduly alarmed, the December 31st date is simply, as Steve said, to allow commissioners to have an opportunity to review any further comments in advance of the annual meeting. Should you wish to wait until the annual meeting, obviously, to make further comments, you'll be able to do so. But if you want sort of considered responses to any thoughts, the December 31st deadline gives us the opportunity to do that at the annual meeting. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item. We have several issues here, some of which have been sort of talked about a little bit about already in the context of the performance review report. And I know some people are still wondering or asking questions about what kind of changes we're talking about with respect to this cycle of meetings in a structural way. And so I'll be asking Steve Keith to walk everybody through that. Then we'll be having a discussion right after that on management strategy evaluation and the advisory board. And I'm going to be asking Steve Martel to give a few introductory comments to that. And then long-term science review process and relevant research planning. I will be asking Bruce to make a few introductory comments about that. I'm going to ask for these items, I will ask them to be done sequentially. And then after they're done, because I think each one will be relatively short, then we can open it up to comments and questions after that. Okay, so Steve, to you.
All right, for this cycle of the interim and annual meeting, the commissioners have made a number of changes that were easy to make and went a long way towards increasing the public involvement and the transparency of the meeting cycle. And as has been said several times, changes have been made for this cycle of meetings, this meeting and the annual meeting in Victoria, that were easy to make, and we anticipate further changes. So this is going to be an ongoing process and kind of a learning process for us as we figure out how to organize and present the meetings to increase transparency and public participation. So for this meeting that we're going on right now, as we already know, that more of it is being webcast. In the past, only portions of the interim meeting were webcast, and this meeting is all being webcast except for the finance and administration sessions on Thursday afternoon. In the past, we did not take web audience questions during the meeting, but now we are. And we will certainly solicit web audience feedback on how to make this better. There is a webinar questionnaire that goes out to all webinar participants, as well as responding directly to us on our website. And this interim meeting is longer to accommodate this discussion about the performance review and the other planning efforts, as well as to allow time for web audience participation. Now for the annual meeting, Similar changes are in mind. There'll be more public access. In the past, the public was not admitted to all the sessions that the commissioners had. This year, all the public sessions and administrative sessions will be open to the public. And the only ones that will be closed will be the few executive sessions and the finance session. So this is a change from the past. All of the open sessions will also be webcast. In the past, we only webcast portions of the annual meeting. In this case, we'll be webcasting all of it. And as we're trying to do now at the interim meeting, we'll be taking questions and comments from the web audience as well as the public in the room. We've added time to the annual meeting schedule. It's actually going to open on Monday afternoon instead of Tuesday morning with the staff presentations. So Monday afternoon we'll start with the staff presentations on the fishery, the assessment, and the staff harvest advice. The time has been added throughout the schedule to take questions and allow interaction with the public in the room as well as the web audience. There is extra time available during the week for the advisory bodies, should they choose to use it, to meet, for instance, to talk about rules of procedure or any other advice or recommendations they wish to make to the commissioners about the structure of the advisory bodies. And we do have time, in case the meeting is not done, to go longer on Friday if necessary. There are a few added topics this year, notably the performance review, as we've already talked about, and following on with that, the structure of the advisory bodies, and the management strategy evaluation will probably take up larger space than it does now. And the bottom line is that stakeholder feedback will be used throughout the meeting cycle to make the next meeting cycle better, and we expect the next meeting cycle after that will be even better. And as we figure out how to increase public access and involvement in the IPHC processes. And that's all I have. So again, those are the changes, quick changes being made to the interim meeting and the annual meeting for this cycle, and more to follow.
Just before we move on, Jim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at our work meeting in Vancouver, we talked about, and this is not exactly part of the commission meeting, but we talked about opportunities for national section meetings. Can you remind me when we thought those might fit into the schedule?
Yes, right now we have them for Monday evening, the same time that they usually are. So they'll actually be after the assessment and harvest advice presentation. And did we add them in Monday morning as well? It was Monday evening.
So that's after this. That's after the assessment presentation, is that what you said? Okay, so I think that's a significant change, even though the section meetings aren't really part of these. It will allow the people interested in the national allocations to hear the stock assessments before we have our section meetings. So I think that's a striking improvement over the meetings we used to have, trying to guess what was going to happen in the first session. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that that's another advance in it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. I guess we don't have it now, Steve, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the actual structure of the annual meeting, i.e. looking the agenda Monday to Friday, is already up on the website, is it not? Or
it is. Actually, the draft schedule is up on the website at the annual meeting page, along with the announcement about the meeting. And we're going to talk about it again tomorrow.
Is there any way you can pull it up right now, just so people can see it?
Yes, there is.
Because I think it's beyond the narrative that you just described, actually visualizing it, including, showing where the Monday meeting sectionals are, might actually be of use to. If not, then obviously I would encourage people to look at the IPHC website to see how it looks.
Okay, how do I get that up on the screen? I want to show that on the screen.
We can come, it takes a while. Will this take a second? Stand by, people on the online. Okay, so maybe just quickly walk people through this schedule, Steve.
Oh, sorry. Tom. Just click on. That's what I did. There. How do I scroll down? Okay. There we go.
Okay, as I mentioned, it begins on Monday, January 21st in Victoria at the Empress Hotel and opens with the public sessions. And these were traditionally given on Tuesday morning, but they're going to be on Monday afternoon. So it's the fishery, the assessment, and the staff harvest advice. And then in the evening would be the national sections meetings.
Yes, I can.
If I can. Can you hand me my other glasses? I can't see the damn thing. Ooh, there we go. Okay, so let me scroll back up. Here was Monday, opening with the first public sessions, and then the national sections are meeting in the evening. Tuesday are the first public and administrative sessions, again open to the public, and as well as being a webcast. The public session items, agenda items there are the ones that were traditionally done on Tuesday afternoon, but again, there's more time added to the schedule for audience participation and questions from the web audience as well. The rest of the schedule through the week looks pretty much like the traditional annual meeting schedule, except that the sessions have been made a little bit longer. The one closed finance session is there on Wednesday afternoon. You'll see the advisory groups have more sessions listed in the schedule, and these are sessions which are available for them to use. So on Thursday morning, as we usually do, the Commission will receive the recommendations from the Conference Board and the PAG. And Friday closes with the last public session on making the decisions regarding the catch limits. Right, and there's more time on Thursday afternoon for Conference Board and PAG should they choose to use it. This we envisioned might be the time where they would talk about their rules of procedure or the structure of the advisory bodies, depending on how that conversation had gone during the week.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And I just want to make a couple of additional points, because I know it's come up with some of our colleagues in industry who are part of Conference Board or PAG, and that is, one of them was the question of why being proposed to meet after they make their recommendations on a Thursday morning, and I think as you describe it, they may want to use that time in the afternoon to talk about changes to how they do their work. Of course, they may also wish to do that earlier in the week, because there is the fact that there are concurrent meetings taking place, which is consistent with the past. The difference now is that any member of PAG or the Conference Board or others can participate in the administrative sessions as well. So there'll be choices that individuals may want to make with respect to where they're actually putting their bum in their seat, as it were, during the whole week. And we were trying to, as commissioners, try to ensure that there weren't too many conflicts there, that people felt they were having forced to make a choice. And that, I think, is part of the experiment, is to figure out if that works. Can we do that in a way that will be satisfactory to all concerned? The other thing to note is, as you see in the last session on the Friday, we've actually tried to provide a bit more time to potentially into the afternoon to have, after the regulations and catch limits have been decided, to have a bit more of a, what I guess you might want to call closing dialogue or something. So again, that's an experiment trying to see whether there might be further views and feedback people want to give. It may be that that more of that discussion will take place even before we actually approve the regulations and catch limits, as opposed to wait till after. But that's, again, something to be finalized. But it's really an opportunity at that last public session to give a bit more time for it to be interactive. Any other thoughts on that, Jim? Okay. If there are questions and comments, sorry, Philip, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Philip Lesenkoff. On Friday, you got the executive session 7 to 8:30, and then this will be the first time we receive the conference board and PEG.
No, we'll see. We'll get those on the Thursday. Okay. Scroll back up, Steve. I'll be provided as in past practice on the Thursday morning.
Okay.
If there are comments and questions about this, feel free to email any of us with those. But I know that both on the U.S. and Canadian side will have opportunities to talk between now and January with our respective interested parties about these issues as well. The structure, that is. But this is all available on the website now, so you have a good sense of what it's about. Okay. Move on to MSC. So Steve, maybe just briefly introduce yourself. I think you're known to many already, but this is your first chance in the formal IPHC spotlight, right? So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Steve Martell. I'm relatively new here at the Halibut Commission. In fact, I believe today is day number 82 since I've been on the job, not that I'm counting or anything. I would like to take the brief opportunity to sort of introduce some research we're planning into the future regarding management strategy evaluation and the framework we're proposing, as well as to give you some background behind the MSAB, or the Management Strategy Advisory Board, which will consist of members from various sectors to help us through the process. I just want to reiterate that the overarching objective of this whole process is to develop a formal process in which to evaluate the performance of alternative management procedures for the Pacific halibut fishery. A number of you, if not all of you, will recall back in 2006, 2007, there was a transition from a bunch of area-based assessment models to a coast-wide assessment model and an apportionment system that caused a few hiccups nonetheless in terms of how we've dealt with harvest management in Pacific halibut. The idea of having a management strategy evaluation process is we can actually, in a computer, go through this whole process and see where these potential hiccups may occur and how we may want to change our harvest policy or modify our procedures in order to proceed in the face of uncertainty. The actual Management Strategy Advisory Board itself, the composition of it will be inclusive of harvesters from all sectors, First Nations, commercial, and recreational fisheries, fisheries managers, processors, of course IPHC staff, the science advisors here at the IPHC, as well as other members from academia who have a history and some experience with developing management strategy evaluation programs. We envision that this board will be roughly 15 to 20 individuals, plus or minus a few. And the key component to participation is that you're in it for the long haul. You can't really be involved in a short-term process, because as a management strategy evaluation program evolves, you'll see there's quite an iterative framework in the process. The actual role of the MSAB is to help us really define clear and measurable fisheries objectives. It's always nice to define objectives, but if you can't measure them, there's really no purpose in having them in this framework. Moreover, the advisory board is also expected to help provide technical input on the development of suitable operation models, and this includes not only the biological aspects, but the economic components that may compromise some of the performance measures we're looking at in our evaluation of alternative management procedures. I'm not going to go and do the full-blown thing here, but what I want to try and do is break down the management strategy evaluation process into sort of 4 simple boxes and elaborate on each one of those. And again, I iterate that the arrows here represent how connected this process really is, and the fact that it's a never-ending loop. It's something that will continue to go on over time, much like we need to do in all sorts of fisheries management. As things change out there, so true to the rules of the game. First and foremost, fisheries objectives are a key part of any evaluation process, and the role of the advisory board, as I see it, is to try and help establish conservation target limits that fit within the performance criteria we're looking for. Establish catch rate targets, for example. We can't design a management procedure that ends up making our commercial fisheries or recreational fisheries and put them at some sort of economic peril. We also want to develop other metrics associated with how much variability the industries and sectors can stand, and also to get a better handle on how much risk we're willing to accept in terms of screening alternative management procedures. This is the risk criterion is a really critical tool for eliminating a bunch of crazy ideas that should have never been on the table in the first place. The other role I see in the advisory board is really to help with the technical advice on developing the operating model components. I'm fairly new to the halibut industry. However, I do have a lot of experience in fish stock assessments, but I don't have a whole lot of experience in fisheries economics and other areas. So really developing the technical components of the operating model is critical. What data and assumptions do we need? What type of estimators should we be using? And then harvest control rules and how those would fit in amongst the management objectives. Not all members, but some of the members involved in the advisory board will also provide advice on the design of the computer algorithms we're going to use to actually implement this whole process. And this is much more of an academic thing, but again, there is a strong need to interact with members on the advisory board to get feedback and provide the respective outputs we're looking for. Critical to the advisory board and the management strategy evaluation advisory board is making sure that we develop alternative scenarios that bracket our uncertainties. For example, to what extent does halibut migration affect harvest rate policies in different in different regulatory areas? And moreover, if we do have a management strategy and a harvest rate control rule and process in place, we can't always implement these things with perfect information. And how does implementation error affect our choice of which management procedure we should be using? Perhaps the biggest challenge in designing and doing any sort of MSE framework is communicating the results to a very diverse crowd. And we are fortunate here on the West Coast to have 2 people who are very close to the Halibut Commission who've done an incredible amount of work in this area. Dr. Sean Cox and Rob Cronlin from DFO in Simon Fraser University have put a huge amount of effort in the last few years developing a GUI package for R to look at outputs of management strategy evaluation, and I think we'll be wise to consider adopting similar procedures that they've done, if not using their own software themselves here at the Halibut Commission. I just want to use a simple short quote why this is important, and I think we've seen this last year. Often analysts fall in love with these little lines of code they've written on their computer, and somewhere there's a disconnect between reality and what's going on the screen in front of them. And the purpose of having sort of management strategy evaluation is to sort of bring us back to that sense of reality and use it as an antidote that this poison you're looking at on the screen doesn't really reflect what's going on out there, and we need to really try and find ways to incorporate a broader audience to make sure that we're communicating our crazy advice. In terms of a timeline, I've just thrown this together as sort of a draft thing that'll give you a bit of a picture. Up in green is sort of the MSAB inputs to this advice, and I guess where I see this happening is shortly after the annual meeting, we'll be starting to form the Management Strategy Advisory Board. Some of you will be getting emails from myself or in the Halibut Commission talking a little bit more about this process. Right now and the last few weeks, we've already been discussing and putting together sort of prototype operating model, and everything that's down in pink is sort of below the timeline is sort of the computer work that's being done here in-house at the Commission. So we're already working on prototyping this whole thing, thinking about a demonstration and a concept to show at our first Management Strategy Board annual meeting, perhaps sometime in the late summer, early fall of 2013. And then again, after the annual meeting, probably have another advisory board meeting to develop more scenarios and management procedures. And then during this time, after the initial meeting with the Management Strategy Board, Advisory Board, we'll be putting a huge amount of effort into developing a coast-wide spatially explicit model to try and look at, for example, impacts of migration on our harvest advice, etc. And then eventually down the road, as this whole process becomes a little more refined, I can actually see the MSAB meeting almost integrating or overlapping very closely with the annual RAB Research Advisory Board meeting, as a lot of the inputs and stuff like that have a lot of similarities, I guess you would say. And it would be a good way to sort of make economical use of our times and not have to avoid additional travel. And that's the sort of the picture that is going to be unfolding for the next few years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Steve. Can you go back to your first slide for a second? Second slide, sorry. I think there are, I would hazard to guess, between those of us in the room and those online, a very wide range of understanding about what MSC is. I'm wondering whether you could just spend a few minutes in a layman kind of way, I guess is the way I would suggest it, and explaining this objective a bit more. In particular, I think there may be people, and myself included, who would be asking questions, well, what is the, I'm thinking about the last slide, don't go to it, but the relationship between this process and where you're trying to go with it and the existing stock assessment process, even the new version or the peer-reviewed approach to it, which we'll talk about further this afternoon, and the modeling that is used by that stock assessment process, and we'll continue answering questions such as, is this supposed to ultimately replace that model, and what's the benefit of using it potentially as opposed to the existing one? Just a few maybe sort of what I would call broad stroke thoughts about that might assist people with perhaps less understanding of what it is.
Sure. Perhaps if I can use an analogy to maybe simplify the explanation a bit. If you were a structural engineer building a bridge, generally you can view MSE, Management Strategy Evaluation, as that process of sitting down, making the drawings, then going off and making a miniature scale model of the building of the bridge, whatever you're building, and subjecting that miniature scale model to stress tests, wind shear, etc. we're trying to do the same thing in fisheries now. Perhaps maybe 300-400 years ago, if you were an engineer and you didn't have toothpicks and popsicle sticks to build a bridge with, you just made the drawings, went out and built the bridge, and you found out if the bridge fell down, it didn't work. We really don't want to do that with fisheries anymore, just going along and change our harvest rates or just go along and change how we're going to collect our scientific information. MSC is meant to be fully encompassing, so every component of the types of data we collect, to the harvest control rules that we use, to the level of risk that we're willing to adopt in the fishery, we hope to be able to capture, and at least, you know, it's never going to be perfect, but at least have a good guess at how the system may respond to these different inputs. So, for example, if we choose to as an engineer would do, use a different material for the bridge construction, how robust is that new material going to be to semi-trucks that are 10 times the size they currently are today? We're trying to do the same thing here. If we design a new control rule, or if we decide to discontinue collecting length composition data in this and look at color pigment instead, for whatever reason you would do that, to what extent or how robust would our future harvest rate policies be to this change in the way we conduct business and operations? One of the components, again, that you also want to deal with is that in developing a stock assessment model, critical to the actual stock assessment model is the fact that the public and most of the analysts sort of see a conceptual model written down as mathematical equations fit to some data, and you never really know whether you got the right answer or not. You can always simulate a true state of nature for which you know the true parameter values. You know exactly how many halibut are in 3B. You know exactly how many halibut are taken as bycatch in various areas. And then you can try and ask, how well does our stock assessment model or how well does our data collection program encompass and be able to predict what we actually see in the data. So the whole process of simulation testing, the products and the tools that we use to do business here and provide annual catch advice can also be done through this framework. And I think that is a critical step that should be done in every single assessment.
Thanks, helpful. Rolf?
Steve, we also have on the board the long-term scientific peer review group that I kind of envision as the SSC, if you will, from councils for the commission. With this advisory board for MSE, are we going to have two people building the bridge, and one is going to have it go to nowhere and the other is going to have it go to Timbuktu, or how does that work?
Yeah. Again, I guess my vision of the advisory board is to really help us design what the management procedures are. For example, going back to my engineers analogy, the types of tests you might want to conduct, i.e. a stress test or a load test or anything like that, those would be tests requested from the advisory board. In terms of the scientific review of the assessment model and the peer review process, I think that's important to have maybe some exchangeability between those two groups, but I think what's very important is to have outsiders looking in on our process just to make sure that we're keeping up with the world standards. So I really think that the advisory board is more of a person who's going to help us design and guide exactly what variables we should be measuring in terms of trying to choose which procedures, harvest policies, models, or data we're collecting. They're the ones that are going to be critical providing that input.
Thanks. Bridges to nowhere, of course, it all depends on how many mafia types we put into the members of the board. So somebody told me recently they were in Sicily. Sicily apparently is unrivaled in the number of bridges that go to nowhere because they were all funded by organized crime. Anyway, just an aside. Paul.
Steve, you had a 2-year timeline up there, and you also had a statement about if you're on this management board, once you're in, you're not out, which is maybe going back to the mafia. But I think what you also said is that you're looking at a sizable time commitment. Maybe I'm reading between the lines, Steve, but my experience has been that these are some significant time commitments of people. And I'm just wondering about the 2-year timeline and whether you think that is doable within 2 years. Setting up those management objectives as the first step, and then building the tool and then running the scenarios. And my experience in the past has been the communication part has been a significant amount of time and probably one of the more challenging pieces. I think you mentioned that too. So I guess my question to sum it all up is, in your experience, is 2 years something at the end of it all that will have something that's going to help the overall management for this commission?
The short answer is 2 years fits on the slide. The long answer is no, it will take a much longer process. In many places, South Africa, the International Whaling Commission, these MSC type frameworks are things that have never really ended. They continue to go on. They continue to go on with the Disabled Fish Association. They continue to go on with the South African hake and all kinds of things. But I guess what I think is doable in the next 2 years is to try and put together what initially looks like the process for which we can now start to throw in a whole bunch of different management procedures and start to throw a bunch of ones that don't meet our initial objectives. The real mantra in this process is really about try, see what you get, and go back and refine, because there's a lot of iterations that go through this process. So what you're really looking at in the 2 years is hopefully, and it's probably more realistically somewhere along the 3 to 5 year timeline, is you're starting to look at, okay, we've now got a product and a tool where we can actually start to sit down and evaluate alternative harvest policies or alternative data collection programs and do that in a 2 year time frame. I think there's going to be a lot of hiccups along the way, and those are all part of the learning process. But yeah, it's, it will be my entire career here at the IPHC as far as I can tell.
Okay, that's very, very helpful. Thank you, Stephen. I think your presentation, I'm pretty sure commissioners actually haven't seen it on paper, so I don't think it was in our books, Bruce. Yes, but some people are electronically challenged, so just might be useful to for the commissioners to each get a paper copy of that. Okay, I know there'll be a lot more questions about what Stephen's presented, and hopefully we'll have future opportunities, and definitely, as I said, even in the next half hour or so, once we've gone through the 2 other elements that Bruce is going to present, then I'll ask for further comments and questions beyond commissioners on not just what Stephen's provided, but the information from Stephen Keith before that, and the additional views from Bruce. We'll open up the floor to everybody probably in about 15 minutes or so. You know how much time you need, Bruce? Okay, go ahead, Bruce. So you're dismissed, but only temporarily, Stephen Martel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item we wanted to talk about was, as a result of the performance review, we did have a planning meeting in May, and out of that planning meeting came a number of planning documents which are included in your briefing book. We had some discussion about in September, and this pertains directly to what Steve was just talking about in terms of the MSAB, is its relationship with a long-term peer review process. And in the planning meetings, we did identify a longer-term process that would involve anywhere from 4 to 6 members that we would have a set of very selection criteria which would involve disciplinary excellence, and this group would act as what we're calling a scientific review board. So it would review not only things like the assessment, it would review research programs and so forth, and we envision this as an integral part of the commission process. The process that was outlined is that the commission would generate invitations for nominations that specifies the eligibility criteria, and then the commission would review those applicants and make appointments. The participants would serve for a fixed term, rotating, probably 2 years, so we could get some continuity out of the process and have staggered rotations on this thing. They would have expected to be meet initially annually, and I think it's up to the commission to decide exactly how that works. If it's going to be largely involved with, it's certainly in the initial stage, the review of the stock assessment, I think that the meeting would probably be in the late fall, so we'd be able to look at the results of the assessment, incorporating new data, similar to what we had this year in terms of the stock assessment review process. The opportunities for stakeholder involvement in this is that stakeholders would be invited to put forward nominations for review team members. The meetings would be conducted in public, and that was the other thing that I identified earlier, is there would be a chance for everyone to see what is going on here, so both in terms of participation through a nomination process and as participations in the meetings. The intended work product of this would be a review report to the commission on items before it, particularly the stock assessment. The thing that we're most concerned about here is in developing a long-term peer review process for the assessment. This year we had a one-off process because we knew we had to get on the job very quickly in 2012, but this will be much more of a deliberative process in the future. So I think that is, in general, the framework that we anticipated for this review body. I think the decision points for the commission is to adopt this framework and to give direction to the staff in terms of how you would like us to go about soliciting appointments for this and putting this into our schedule for the upcoming meetings.
Ralph.
Mr. Chairman, Bruce, so this really, in every way, would be just like a council SSC. You've got public going to attend the meetings and listen to what's going on. It's going to be annually, at least to start with. I think it's very valuable to hook on to what the councils have done all these years with SSCs and see what you might do to even improve more than where you're at now.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Ralph. That's exactly correct. And we're looking at sort of more recently developed processes, such as the scientific review board that's developed for the new hate treaty between Canada and the United States as one of the models we're looking at for this as well. And that was some of the discussion that went into the development of this planning document.
Any other commissioner comments? Okay, you want to talk about research, related research planning?
The other element on this, Mr. Chair, was the research planning process, and we will get into this later in the agenda. You have directed the staff to develop a 5-year research program. We're in the process of developing that. We'll probably have a final draft for you for the annual meeting. I'll go through later on in our agenda some of the key points of that 5-year research plan the way it is, but this was the other element that came out of the planning meetings, was to develop a strategic research plan for the commission. So we'll be developing that a little bit later on the agenda.
Okay. Can I suggest now that we provide an opportunity for those either in the room or online to seek further clarification and ask questions about any of the 4 elements that have now been discussed or presented? Anybody in the room want to ask further questions or comment? Steve, anybody, nobody online who's Dave.
On the MSC And also, I suppose it links to item 2.3 that Bruce just talked about. Steve, would you agree that a vital piece of data for an effective MSE of the halibut fishery would be that we accurately know all removals by all sectors in all areas?
With regards to knowing accurate removals, a full comprehensive catch accounting system is vital in any stock assessment program. If you don't have 100% sort of accountability of the removals, the data you collect that may be missing some of those removals is essentially biased in the sense that you're estimating the underlying production function in a stock assessment model that has been contaminated by unknown sources of mortality. So if you don't have a full comprehensive catch accounting system in any stock assessment model, the actual underlying production function you're estimating and basing your harvest policy advice on is biased. So my answer to the question simply is yes.
I just amplify that a little bit if I can. In terms of the MSE, Dave, that's something that you can build that kind of missing information process into the evaluation of the management strategy that's the candidate strategy here. So that's something that you can't necessarily do through a stock assessment because you're making some estimation of something that you may not know. So this gets back to Michael's thing about the unknown unknowns. So this is something we can build into the simulation model and then remove it from our ability to understand it in the operating or the assessment model itself. So that this provides a process that really allows us to look at those missing values.
So just one further comment from me is that I think that a critical part of any long-term research plan is to try and remove those unknowns.
Just one last comment. This is a very big issue in the North Sea, and there's a lot of scientists and colleagues that I work with over there that have actually developed a lot of the assessment models trying to actually estimate what those unknowns are, and then there's been a number of papers that have looked at the bias that I alluded to earlier that suggests that we really have to do a much better job in catch accounting systems for any fishery.
Anyone else wish to comment? Question? Okay. I want to be clear, Bruce. I think the commissioners need to be clear about what decisions we need to make on this at the annual meeting. And I think you've hinted and you've given us further information in writing about what guidance you're looking for. I'm not sure, obviously, ongoing discussion, continued discussion that we'll be having as national delegations with our scientific advisors, and their views will be important here in the lead up to the annual meeting. But I do want to make sure that we're all clear about what the expectation is regarding the kinds of decisions that are being looked for at the annual meeting on these issues. And I'll give a couple of examples. I think, are we deciding at the annual meeting to formally adopt Stephen's analysis, and indeed also formally deciding on the composition of the advisory board, and therefore should we be seeking nominations now for that time, or are we basically calling for nominations at that time? It sounds like the former based on the time frame that we saw, but I just wanted to make sure we're all clear about that. Secondly, I think we need to understand what decisions we should be making about the relative relationship between RAB and, I'm not sure whether it's the SRB, the Scientific Review Board, or the Pacific Halibut Review Team. Which one is it of those two, the long-term scientific review process? But quite separate from the nomenclature, I think the question of what is the relationship is one more informal, one formal? Is one inputting into the other? I know that the RAB has been more of an informal process and has involved a broader group. Talk about this long-term research group is only having 4 or 5 members, whereas the RAB is a bit bigger, I think. So I think there needs to be some clarity around what the governance between the two should be, and how, in fact, as commissioners, we need to inform that process, or what direction, or what sort of, not what sort of direction, but what kind of decision making are you looking for from us in that regard. And then finally, and there may be other suggestions here too, but my final one is back to Stephen Martel. I think when you make the presentation in January on the MSC, I encourage you to try to make it analogous to the bridge potentially, but just to make it more real to people, and also perhaps relate it to 2 things. One is the extent to which the process is being adopted in other fisheries, and why is it being seen as the wave of the future, if you want to call it that, or a better way of doing things, just so I think we can all have collectively a better understanding of its connection beyond this particular species or stock. And then secondly, if the question is asked, because we'll be having a longer discussion this afternoon and then a presentation again in January on the stock assessment decision table, which itself is an evolution. If someone was asking, we're 3 years from now, what would we be looking at as management decision makers 3 years from now in relation to a decision table like that, influenced by an MSC process? What is it? So people can have a sense of not just what the process is, but also what the outcomes might be from that standpoint. And I think that might be useful for folks to better understand where you're going with this when you do the presentation in January. We can talk further separately, but just a thought in that regard. Okay, so Bruce, do you want to answer on a couple of those?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Maybe I could deal with them in somewhat reverse order here. The good question I think that we all want to get squared away is the relationship between the Scientific Review Board, the MSAB, and the RAB. So going backwards, and I'll touch on this a little bit in the 5-year research plan, and the process for it is that we regard right now the RAB as a more informal group that discusses research in general more so than specific research proposals. So we would anticipate that at the staff developing its annual research proposals, they would float firstly through the RAB and discuss those, and then that whole process would go through the Scientific Review Board before it gets to you, so that you'd have the benefit of both input from particular users who are interested in research programs, as well as the sort of technical review that come out of the Scientific Review Board for that. So that's what we saw as the general relationship between those 2 bodies. The MSAB has a different process in mind that Steve has just outlined, and it's much more specific, and it probably has a larger technical component than the RAB in terms of research. So that is something that we need both input from users in this thing, as well as having the technical expertise of academics and agency people in terms of defining the procedures we might be going through for that. In terms of the decision points that or the guidance that we're looking for in the Commission on this, I think right now what we want to have from you is some degree of endorsement of going forward with the long-term peer review process for the Scientific Review Board. We can, if you wish, develop criteria that you can approve at the annual meeting, and then we can ask for nominations through the process of the annual meeting. I think that might be a bit more efficient than trying to do it right now, trying to solicit nominations right now. I think we will, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but I think we will want to work with some folks who have previous experience in this right now prior to the annual meeting, so we can get our ducks a bit more in a row for discussions with you and the advisory bodies at the annual meeting.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions that someone wants to raise? Ralph.
Bruce, just so I understand, when you say Scientific Review Board, you're talking about the long-term scientific peer review group?
Yes, that's correct, Ralph. Thank you. And just to get back to the MSAB process is similar to, in terms of nominations and so forth, that I just described for the Scientific Review Board. I think we're looking for sort of being able to interact with our advisory bodies there, so we would do that, as I say, get some of our ducks in a row, get the criteria available to you for some discussion prior to the annual meeting, and then have that brought forward.
Yes, thank you. I think that'll be very helpful to have clarity around both the types of people you're looking for and to Paul's question around what kind of time commitment they should be expected to commit to, shall we say, to use the same word twice. Philip.
Mr. Chairman, Philip, the scientific peer review, excuse me, you already had it formed. Didn't it include Steve here and someone else? Or who's on that right now that did the October review? That's what first question. Who was on the peer review in October? I think it was Steve here and Ian and
Mr. Lescott, that will be, I'll have a report on that review that we're presenting this afternoon, but to sort of short circuit it, the 2012 process was separate from what we're anticipating on a long-term basis. We knew we had to get something off the ground this year, so that was a much smaller sort of work group sort of approach rather than the formal SRB process, which will go through the long-term peer review process on a regular basis. So this was a one-off thing this year.
I see, okay. And yeah, I know peer review is a big thing in performance review concerns or from the public. And second question is, I think I saw it on the first slide, the makeup of this advisory board is not going to only be like scientist type people, it's going to be harvesters or government or
Yeah, because the whole management strategy process tries to encompass everything we do, right from the decision making to the data we collect. Key people who are going to be involved in that would of course include the harvesters, the decision makers, so fisheries managers within the respective countries, as well as processors, because they have a lot to do with the economics and how prices and everything else unfold as well. Because what was probably not made clear, when we evaluate management strategies, we have different metrics for performance. How well does a procedure perform? Thank you. How well does a procedure perform from an economic perspective? How well does a procedure perform from a conservation perspective? And a whole suite of other variables. So it's very important that the makeup or the composition of this advisory board reflect all of the different interest groups involved in the halibut fishery, and maybe even interest groups outside of the halibut fishery where their fisheries are actually being limited by halibut bycatch.
Any other comments? So I guess the only comments we've had online are people saying, please have the guy speak closer to the mic and things like that, right? Okay, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I think it's really important at the annual meeting that we have a good, like we tell a story here about what this process involves, how it links with already the changes we're making with respect to the existing stock assessment process, and how we see that evolving into the future, and then what are the governance relationships, without boring too many people, but even I can speak just for myself as a commissioner, but I'm still not quite clear about what the governance relationships are between the various boards. And if I'm not clear about it, and I spend more time on this than some people, not anybody in this room, frankly, but I think if I'm not clear about it, then I think we need to make sure that not just me, but others are clear about it as well. Because otherwise there's going to be a lot of stakeholders and others saying, oh, you got all these boards and advisories and groups and scientists, and what the heck's going on here, and who's doing what and who supports what and to what end. So I think between now and the annual meeting, Bruce will want to try to explain that, and then maybe I can and others can say something about it at the annual meeting, so we set up the presentations along that storyline. Just some thoughts. Jim, anything final from you?
No, Mr. Chairman. I think that last part is vital. I was thinking the same thing as we're going through this, as to at what point we can put something on the web to explain that the RAB is different than the I've forgotten the acronyms already, than the other two sort of science groups, so it doesn't look like we're having an explosion of advisors, because they're clearly different roles. And so the best way to present that may involve the web, obviously, after the meeting when they're set up and have criteria and all that. It'd be a good place to display it. I'm not sure there's a place for it ahead of the meeting or not, but I think that is vital to be able to explain that. But other than that, I agree with the way you've summarized all those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, last word.
Just a comment that, certainly the staff is totally at your discretion in terms of if you choose to restrict the number of bodies we're working with here. We're open to sort of restructuring those if you see some need for that.
Thank you. I think is really understanding the relationships between the various bodies, which is the key thing, to not necessarily restrictions in the number. In our world, in Canada anyway, of fisheries science, the basic story is that there's not enough scientists, and there are fewer and fewer scientists being allowed to do things and so on. So this may sound like we're actually going the other way. We're trying to have more scientists and others involved. So it's actually a good thing that we're trying to get. And I think what's key about MSC, in my view, is, as Stephen put it, it's the nature of the types of people participating in the board and providing, so you get the full picture and spectrum of those who have one way or another engagement in this stock, whether they're managers or they're scientists or they're on the water themselves as fishermen, etc., that you have that full spectrum. And it's key to good decision making to have all those points of views well understood. So this is all good. It's just trying to understand how the relationships work and how they inform each other for the purposes of effective decision making. Okay, so I think that's it on that one, that section of issues. I want to finish off this morning with one more element of a presentation. We're quite ahead of time, I think, here, so we have an hour and a half still. I don't think we'll need it all. I'm going to ask Rebecca Reed the section we're going to talk about now about bycatch and where we are on the analysis or progress on understanding better bycatch issues in the Commission. And relevant to halibut, obviously. And I've asked Rebecca to sort of, for those who are potentially less informed or forgotten, whatever the reason may be, to go back to the last annual meeting, what the decision was there, and then report on progress we've made to date based on the instruction or direction given by commissioners at the annual meeting, and then a little bit about a sense of where we may be going or trying to go from now forward. So over to you, Rebecca. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so what I'll do is first just to remind people of the project, how it was developed and its basic elements, describe the progress to date, and then offer some observations and I hope encourage some discussions around next steps for moving forward.
Rebecca, just before you proceed, I know most people do, but maybe for those who don't, who are you and
who am I?
What's your role in this process?
Thank you. So yes, I'm Rebecca Reed. I am the Regional Director for the Fisheries Management branch of Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Canada, for the Pacific region. And so I'm here supporting the commissioners and a member of the Canadian team. Okay, so just to remind people of why we have this this work. So before 2002, closed area assessments were utilized, and in 2007. In 2007, there was a change for adoption of coast-wide assessments. The result of this change, I think, caused a renewed interest, possible concerns around understanding the impact of bycatch as it relates to harvest in the various regulatory areas. And so in 2010, a working group was established to look at some of the questions and issues around bycatch. In January 2012, at the annual meeting, the work was advanced once again, and an initiative was approved to understand implications of bycatch and explore actions to address any concerns. And so this is where I came in. And so a project team was established, which included me as a co-chair along with Dave Witherell from NOAA and project team members, essentially the commissioners with ex officio the science advisors, and a working group was also established, which included, again, a similar structure of technical experts from both countries, and I would say ably supported by Greg Williams, IPHC staff, who has an extensive background and understanding of bycatch issues over an extremely long period of time, and not that long though, Greg. And centuries, yeah, that's right, I heard that, yeah. And held the pen in writing a report. And so just as far as progress went, a project charter was developed which had 4 objectives. And so the first one was to better understand the amount of halibut bycatch in each regulatory area. The second was to understand the impact of bycatch on conservation and allocation of halibut resources and available harvest. The third objective was to identify options to reduce overall levels of bycatch. And then finally, the fourth objective was to identify options for mitigating impact. And so I think the 4 objectives sort of flow one from the other. First, we gather information, try and assess the impact, and then talk about options to how to reduce that impact, and then consider ways to mitigate impact. So that was the flow of the charter, the terms of reference. The project launched in January. The charter terms of reference were developed, and the initial report was written over the summer. There was a first review by the project team in September, and instructions were provided to the working group at that point around edits and revisions to the report. We are updating today at the interim meeting, and a final draft was requested by the commissioners for the annual meeting in January. So that's the context, just to kind of explain what this is all about. And so now what I intend to do is just give you a very brief, I promise, brief overview of the draft report, just to give you a sense of what's been done so far, because I have to say there has been a heck of a lot of work done, and I do want to kind of flag my appreciation for the working group, but particularly for Greg, who put up with all kinds of nonsense in trying to get this report developed. So thank you to Greg. So for the first objective, what the report essentially did was describe for each regulatory area the estimated bycatch, the fisheries which cause that catch, the accuracy of estimates, opportunities for improvements and enhanced accuracy, information gaps, and plans to address the gaps. And so that's what the report runs through. And so I will come back to this in the concluding part of my discussion this morning. But essentially there's elements for each of these objectives that the working group is ably and well able to develop. There's other areas where the project team really needs to weigh in, and I think that's a discussion we need to have at least preliminarily today, and then down the road for sure in the near term. So the second objective talked about the impact on conservation and allocation, and provided information based on studies and past work, which measured the impact on yield and on female spawning biomass, and talked about current information on the impact of each area's bycatch on the available harvest to that regulatory area. One of the important aspects of the work in Objective 2 were some of the key issues which were identified, particularly gaps in information on migration for adults and juveniles and area-specific impacts, and the need to identify what actions are required to address these gaps. And so there's an example of a bunch of information has been provided based on studies and previous work there's some gaps that need to be filled in. On Objective 3, it described actions by Canada and the U.S. for both the hook and line and trawl fishery and evaluation of monitoring programs. And then Objective 4, which is not presently written, is intended to identify and evaluate management and monitoring options to mitigate those impacts, and discussion or observations on how to mitigate continued impact of bycatch in one regulatory area on available harvest. So that's my description of the report. Following the meeting of the project team on the 25th, there was a number of edits requested and some instructions provided back to the working group. And I think so there are some further pieces that the project team has asked to be done. And just to give you a sense of what those are, to remind people of what they are, I think there was an interest to really use the report to set a broader context for the problem. And so request to consider the policy and legislative considerations, and also to position the issue within the context of the biological, social, economic value of both the hook and line fisheries as well as other fisheries, including, of course, the trawl fishery and others. And so what I mean by that is, you know, I think that project team members had questions around or comments around, well, we need to kind of contextualize the numbers, the data, in the broader context. So what does this bycatch in a particular regulatory area mean to the fishery of that area or to other fisheries that are prosecuted in that area from a biological perspective, i.e. how much fish is caught through bycatch and how much is caught overall, and also from an economic perspective, what is the value of the fish that's caught and possible loss opportunities in the case of not catching that fish. And so I think there was an interest that we sort of provide that broader context as part of the report. So I could go through each of them, but I assure you that instructions were provided for edits to objectives 1 to 3. There was no discussion on objective 4. We didn't get to it. And so talking about or thinking about next steps, I think this is a place where I would welcome some discussion from the project team members, from commissioners and others about, okay, so where to from here? And so clearly leading up to the interim meeting has been very busy for a number of people, particularly Greg and others. There may be a bit of leeway between now and the annual meeting to ask the working group to edit the report in the next couple of weeks to make some minor adjustments as required. But in thinking about what the report says and does to date, I do think that you know, we can always write a better report, we can always gather more data, we can always ask more questions, but there is a lot there, and I think that there is a need for the project team members, or at least a subset, to sit down and work together to set out the key observations and gaps and policy questions that are needed for each of these objectives, so that we can essentially determine where we have an influence or impact on making changes and where we don't, and in cases of gaps in information, what further information we require, what further policy changes may be needed, and over what time frame. So I think that those types of conversations, it would be tough for us to ask the working group to do that. I do think that's the role of the project team. But I also want to recognize that project team members, as everybody is, but project team members are likely fully subscribed with other activities. And so the real question for me that I'd like to talk about today is how do we get that work done? I do think we have enough time between now and the annual meeting to make some significant progress forward if we're able to afford the time to do that. And so my suggestion is that we sort of take this in two parts, that we identify a subset of the project team to sit down and essentially scope out those key areas and questions particularly that we need to then bring back to the larger project team to kick around and make determinations, to flag areas that we simply can't make progress without additional work, and then to come up with the next steps work plan about where we reasonably think we can take this report over the short term and the longer term. And so just to offer an example, one of the outcomes of the meeting on the 25th was around migration information. And so, I think there is a question around the impact of migration on bycatch. And so that, I think, is key to some of our objectives 3 and 4. We say, well, if migration isn't a big issue, then the mitigating bycatch of one regulatory area to another perhaps isn't as important. So I do think that those types of conversations and questions we need to at least agree on how we're going to resolve them. And so, options to do that. You could do a big, long, expensive tagging study, or perhaps we could take advantage of some of the MSC modeling work and do some work that way, which would be less expensive and hopefully less time consuming. Anyway, so that's just an example of, I think, one area. But I do think there's some other, I think, key sort of, I don't know if the word is barriers, but key areas of concern or continuing debate that we do need to sort of dig into and agree on how to move forward so that we can conclude the report, so that we can agree on our options going forward. So I guess my question to the commissioners and certainly to the project team is, just from a time perspective, what can we reasonably ask of ourselves between now and the annual meeting as far as getting together, doing the work that's necessary? My estimation is a small subset of people would likely take, once we had the next version of the report, probably a couple of weeks to pull together a deck, a presentation, which could essentially lay out those key issues and areas of progress. And then we do need to get the project team together, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I will describe who the project team is. I'm getting notes written to me now. My thought is that we do need, as the project team, to get together in some fashion to go objective by objective and talking seriously about finalizing the report and where we can make changes and where we can't, and in the areas where we can't, what's the next step. So I throw that out there for people's comments. I certainly would like to know and get some comments back on how to make progress in the time frame. So just to remind everybody about the project team membership, and so it's so I'm the co-chair for it along with Dave Witherell, who works for NOAA as Jim. What's his title? Oh, okay, sorry. Deputy Executive Director of the North Pacific Fishery Council. Okay, and oh, pardon me. There you go. See, get a Canadian explaining an American's role, and I get it all wrong. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, okay, help. I need help. No, in terms of Dave's official title. So.
Co-led by Canadian and American.
Yeah, okay.
Both who seem to know something about the subject, yeah.
Obscure organization whose name I can't remember. No, just kidding. In addition to those fine two people, myself being one of them, each of the commissioners is a member of the project team and supported by the science advisors, so Robin and Lily Lowe. And Greg is our pen, our writer, and IPHC staff expert. Now, please don't ask me to say who's on the working group, because Neil Davis is for Canada, Glenn Merrill for the U.S., and then other people. Sorry, that I really slaughtered that last part. Okay, over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Rebecca. Very helpful and very useful, particularly for those who may be less familiar with this, what the process has been since the last annual meeting. I have a few thoughts, but I will not yet enunciate them. I'd like to open the floor first to any other commissioners who might wish to give some initial thoughts or comments on this. Jim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I expect I'm actually the all kinds of nonsense with which the work group had to put up with, so I suppose I have to say something. But let me ask a couple of questions. Is there another draft that's available since we met in Vancouver?
No, draft 4 is the latest version.
And you referred to something about a meeting on the 25th, and I don't know if that was like Sunday of this week or what you...
Oh, that was September 25th, so prior to the work meeting. And we had full participation except Philip, you weren't available for that meeting.
But there has not been a meeting since that time of the project team.
That's right, there is not.
Yeah. And did the working group meet at all between the end of September and now?
No. All we've done since that September meeting is provide instructions to the work group on edits to the report.
Right.
But that was a lot.
Yeah, we had, you might recall, Jim, an email exchange amongst all the commissioners about those instructions. And those were instructions that were supposed to come from the project team to the working group for the purposes of editing and updating the paper so that we had a product for the annual meeting that commissioners and everyone else would have a chance to consider, and on that basis potentially make further decisions about what should be done from January onward.
Well,
please go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, yes, so I'm anxious to see the revisions and the document, and whether what I thought at September were some omissions that would render some credibility problems to the document if they couldn't be fleshed out a little bit. So I don't know, I haven't seen what that is or anything's been able to be done. It's a little hard to comment on. I do agree we need some document for the annual meeting, but not knowing what's been done on the recommendations that came out in September, it's a little hard to say it's going to be a final document or continued work in progress. In terms of meeting between now and the annual meeting, I believe that something on the order of 7 weeks with a significant holiday involved and already scheduled meetings, so they're of other groups. So I expect it will be rather difficult to get together more than once if we could find one day. I'm certainly prepared to do that if we can schedule such a meeting, and I think that meeting would be best or most useful if we had a new draft or the draft including the considerations of our September comments in hand. I don't think it would help a lot to meet prior to having another document. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Other comments? Rebecca.
Yeah, Michael, just to add to Jim's, first of all, I agree. And what I propose is that we do ask the working group and Greg to provide a next draft. And then even before we ask the project teams time to get together, that we have a small set. So whether it's me and Dave or a couple other people to try and pull together a presentation which lays out what I believe are we believe are the key elements for consideration by the project team. That doesn't preclude any other observations you have, but just as a way to be more efficient with your time and to focus the conversation on the key questions.
Others? I appreciate, oh, sorry, Dave, go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that I think everybody involved in the North Pacific halibut fishery is going to see the critical nature of this work following the stock assessment that we're going to be given later on today. And so we can't allow this to fall between the cracks, and I'm certainly willing to participate as fully as possible in any advancement of this work. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Just a couple of thoughts from me, and then I want to, in fact, and I don't know whether Steve, on any of the issues we've been discussing the last couple of hours, Steve, Keith, whether anybody online is posing any question on it. Okay. A couple of thoughts on this. I think we have, as Steve knows and the commissioners know, we have a record of decision from the September meeting, which included a reference to the meeting on the 25th that we had with respect to, that was not specifically on bycatch, as you refer to, Jim. And in that ROD, record of decision, there are, and I think it's consistent with your question, Jim, it was specific request for, and I'll just quote it here, more comprehensive discussion in the paper itself to broaden the context, highlight the international nature of the issue, the issues, or how bycatch is being addressed in a broader sense, what the policies are in that regard, make a compelling case for the work that needs to be done, including the conservation aspects of bycatch reduction, a sharper narrative to define the issues, to identify the key policy questions, and lay out research questions and priorities, and then propose short and long-term work lists, or to-dos, as it were. Then the suggestion that we receive a progress report as we've just done or just received, and then to table something. We talked about here, the ROD says a completed paper, but I think it's fair to say that we shouldn't describe it as a completed paper. The question is to have something which can then be looked at, I think Jim's absolutely right, by commissioners for the purposes of trying to determine what needs to be done next based on the analysis. And I have a couple of thoughts about that are relevant. I think this is starting with the issue that where we have clear agreement. I mean, number one, that migration exists in the halibut fishery. And we went to a coast-wide assessment in 2007 in part as a reflection of that assumption, that bycatch mitigation and avoidance indeed is core to, or a key, I should say, element of the national policies of both the United States and Canada. Although applied and looked at, sort of I describe it often in many contexts of different means by which you achieve the same ends, but that we have a clearly defined goal, as I understand quite well in the NOAA context, as far as the national policy is concerned, as well as in the Canadian context, we're in fact redrafting our bycatch guidelines. And then we have an international set of guidelines as recently as the FAO 2010 guidelines for bycatch mitigation and avoidance. So I think there is no question that there is a common goal here, or commitment, I guess is the better word, to trying to manage this issue consistent with what is both our national approach and our international obligations or responsibilities. The key question is how, and whether or not what we've done so far is taking us down the right path, and what lessons are we learning about that, and what further work we can do in that regard. So, we clearly have indications in 2A, or decisions that have been made, or strategies adopted in 2A, in 2B, which have had some important results, and those are reflected, I think, in part in Greg's paper. We have new actions or future actions that you talked about before, Jim, in 2C and 3A and onwards that I think will come into effect as early as next year, I believe it is, or 6-7 weeks from now. And then the issue is what more, if anything, and should be and could be done in regard to those actions based on the experiences to date. And I think, as Rebecca has highlighted, and this will, I think we should come back to this clearly in the discussion this afternoon, the research plan, or it's tomorrow morning, I can't remember which one, the 5-year research plan about how we define priorities in relation to various science research that the Commission should pursue, whether and how this would be one that could be done and under what time frame and with what cost and to what effect. So I would argue there's probably a significant consensus amongst us about the fact that we should probably commit some more research to this. I remember we discussed in September, Jim, that some of the migration research that has been done is dated and needs to be updated and needs to be made more current, shall we say. So I think there's a view that some work needs to be done, but again, to support what goal, in support of what objective are we trying to meet. And I will say something that I've said before several times, but I do want to say it again, and that is, and we'll see it this afternoon in the decision table on the stock assessment, and that is the recognition that we have a significant amount of bycatch in this fishery. As much as of total removals, as much as 15 to 20% being considered bycatch, and as much of 30% beyond what are the catch limits. So we have catch limits last year, what, 35, 33? We've talked about, and we'll see it in the decision table analysis this afternoon on the stock assessment, that there's a 10 million pound amount of bycatch, and as a percentage of that's my 15 to 20% of the overall removals of 60 odd million. We only have a catch limit of 33 million, total removals of 60 million, of which 10 million is bycatch. We have, I think, a challenge here that we need to, I think we all recognize exists. The issue is how to address it and to what end are we trying to address it. Because it is a very striking figure to me to see such a huge amount of removals, and as we'll see with the decision table this afternoon and the analysis that Ian's going to provide to us, the implications that those extra removals, which are not solely on bycatch, I appreciate, have on the decisions we're making as managers about catch limits. And I think the long-term interest we have in the sustainability of the resource and in the opportunities, economic opportunities afforded by the resource to take action which supports those two things in this area. Now I know I'm not raising these, Jim, for you to, and you put it, and I don't agree with you that it's more nonsense you put out there. You've asked a series of very important questions about what we need to consider in the context of making responsible decisions as two countries, as the commissioners, and those are absolutely key questions that you've asked and need to be answered and addressed in the context of decisions going forward. But I do think that we're doing that on the basis of having a common perspective that we have, a key responsibility here to try to address this issue in a way that is going to be in the interests of our stakeholders on both sides. So I'll leave it at that. I do have, but I'll wait till another time. Maybe, Jim, I wanted to get your view about how you see the implementation of the new measures, observer measures in particular, unfolding. I've heard a little bit about some controversy with respect to how that's going to happen amongst the Alaska fisher groups. I don't know what the issue exactly is there, but I wonder whether you could comment a bit on what you see as the challenges there, quite irrespective or separate from being able to assess the relative success or value or implications of that new program. But let me stop there, and if you have some further thoughts, and then we can see whether any of my comments have engendered anybody else. Somebody online, write something, complain, whatever. Jim.
Oh, thank you. So this is a long issue, this bycatch and the halibut history, and I've been here since 2000, so I guess this will be my 13th meeting where we've talked about bycatch, and we've made some minor progress on it, but I think that we have, and I don't like catchphrases, but we haven't thought outside the box on this, or if there's a better way to put it. You know what? We did discuss very briefly at our workshop that, at least in the United States, bycatch is fish you throw away. So you can solve the bycatch problem in the United States by keeping the fish that you catch on the trawlers. We haven't talked about that. When we talk about it, we joke as if it's a non-starter. Well, I don't think it's a non-starter. I think we need a bigger approach to this. I'm not saying that once that you identify the halibut that you could take out a 3A, that you let the trawlers have all they can, but the amount they take, you shouldn't have them throw it away. Then it's not bycatch. You can actually address it head on. Maybe there's no way to go here, but we've never thought about that. There's probably other ideas that we have, and so we've looked at a very narrow way of doing this, and it's trying to turn the interception rates by our non-favorite gear types down. So the idea that halibut really should only be caught by hook and line, I think that's a basic concept that we ought to address. Maybe we would come up with it again. We haven't looked at it since 1924, and I think it's time to look at some bigger issues and some bigger approaches to this. Otherwise, we're going to have this same issue for, I'll probably only be here another 15 or 20 years, but each year it's going to go down 1%, and we'll try to say, look, we've reduced it, but we aren't approaching the big issues. So I'm kind of anxious to get this current bycatch report done, which has these several objectives. I don't know that we're going to easily come to grips with mitigation measures, or whatever the fourth objective, however we phrase that. But I'm anxious to get it done, get something put out there, and see whether or not there's a basis for a better approach. Anyway, I'm looking forward to getting to that point. I do think that you're right that current circumstances are likely to sharpen the focus on this in both countries. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. 15 years, really? Oh, my God.
I just signed a second mortgage, so.
We are lucky to have your formidable knowledge and experience, Jim, frankly, on this group. Okay. Any other final thoughts on this? Should we just shut down the online? Maybe not. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Lots of interested observers, I know, and I really appreciate the interest that people have. How many do we have online right now, Steve? 60 people. There you go, or 60 computers, right? So thank you very much, all of you, being good silent listeners. Appreciate it.
We have one comment here.
Oh my God, we have a comment.
It just says, we're still here, keep it up.
We're still here, keep it up. Okay. Okay, it is now 20 minutes before 12, so we've ended, geez, what, 40 minutes early? So we've just been told to keep it up, but I don't think we need to keep it up. We've reached the end of our morning agenda. I don't know whether Bruce, Steve, Jim, whether we want to make any adjustments or just we want to adjust the time of the lunch period so that we can come back. What do we like to do? I'm open to that.
I would suggest the latter, Mr. Chairman, since people may have scheduled themselves for when we said that this sessions will be scheduled. So.
Jim?
Mr. Chairman, you did express some desire to be sure, well, maybe it wasn't on the record. In the event that someone would be interested in certainly being done by 5 tomorrow, we might be able to start the closed session, but if you, because that doesn't impact any webcast kind of people. Yeah, the finance thing, we could take some of that just to ensure that we will finish on time tomorrow. If on the other hand we're certain to be done at 5 anyway, we could have a long lunch hour and we could all go for a jog.
I'm not going for a jog. I'm just looking at the agenda for the Finance Administration discussion tomorrow, and I really can't see that it's going to take us more than the 3 hours, or we have 3.5 hours, in fact, maximum 3 hours. So I think we just make the decision to have a longer break now, and we'll reconvene at 1:30 sharp, which is an hour and 45 minutes from now. So for all of you online, I look forward to your return at that time, which will be, the big story, of course, of the interim meeting will be Ian Stewart's opportunity to be in the limelight and give us his stock assessment for 2012. So I'll see you all at 1:30.
testing, testing.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed their extended lunch break. Jim and I worked the whole lunch, but as did a few others, but that's okay. It's all good. Before we move on to our next subject, I did want to, I think we did not quite close the loop on the bycatch issue, not so much on the substance, but on the process. And I wanted to make sure that we agree, this is really a question for the project team, that we ensure that we convene and have a conversation amongst project team members before, and probably around mid-December, I think, Jim, would make sense, to just try to make sure we have some certainty around what we are likely to see at the annual meeting, and to give as appropriate further. I know you talked about wanting to, discussion really that would be based on seeing an updated version of the paper would be good, but I do think that based on the draft instructions that had been sent out by the project team, or proposed instructions, I'd like to get some sort of verification of that, and maybe even a short discussion on it, so we keep ourselves on track. So maybe I could just leave it at that. We could try to have a separate, don't need to put for the record that we're got a specific date in mind, but I think a further conversation, so there's some further clarity as appropriate given to the first and foremost to Greg as the drafter of whatever updated document we're going to have in January is clear about what's required. Does that work for you?
Are you speaking of a phone conference, or are you thinking a face-to-face
No,
meeting?
a conference call.
The week of 17 December would be the only time that I would.
That's Christmas party week. Come on, Jim. Yeah. Let's find a time that week. So maybe the minutes can record that we'll have a further project team discussion the week of December 17th. Okay. Oops, keep that on. So this afternoon is the big show, the big Ian show. For those of you who've never met Ian before, you won't have the chance to see him if you're online. He has no hair on his head, I should say. But he's extremely good looking nonetheless. Much more important than that, my limited exposure so far to Ian, and I think it would be fair to speak on behalf of my fellow commissioners, has really given me a lot of confidence about, and this is credit really to Bruce and Jim and Laura Richards, who were part of the interview team, that determined that both he and Steve Martell should come and work for the commission. But I think, as we will see, they're both individuals who are going to be are already and will continue to be really value added to the effectiveness of our work. And so you better not blow it, Ian, with this presentation this afternoon. Ian's going to give us a very detailed presentation on the stock assessment for 2012, based in part, and I hope he'll give a bit of context on that, on the work that we've done, the peer review work, or the sort of instant peer review that we had that informed the stock assessment process for this year. So I think, Ian, you have a presentation to make. Is that, or is there something first that we need to do? Sorry, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, we're doing Heather before that.
Yes,
okay.
What we'll do is...
Sorry, the next most important person.
We'll review the commercial fisheries from the other fisheries from 2012, and then I will do a brief review of our peer review of the assessment that happened in September, and then Ian will proceed to go in some detail through the assessment, and then we'll come back with some staff harvest advice. So,
thank you for correcting me. I'm looking at the wrong agenda here, or the agenda with all the color in it that I can't read properly, so apologies for that. So just hold your hats for the Ian show. That will come soon, but we have a couple other things, as Bruce said. So starting with Heather?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, before we get to Ian, we'll
Sorry, the flight attendant's mic came off there.
Nice going, Heather.
It says use new software right now or not right now.
For those online, just we're having a couple of technical difficulties. We'll just be with you in a second.
No, I don't need that apparently. Oh, do I?
You can use this one if you want.
Okay. Last time I touched it.
So let's just wait. Here we go.
I'm being sure. All right, let's try that again. I won't touch anything up here. I'm going to be going through the 2012 commercial sport and subsistence fisheries to give you an update what happened this last year. The numbers were prepared on November 7th, so there was some fishing or landings after that, but we have to come up with a file for stock assessment. So those are the numbers that we'll be using. And Greg and I put this together with help from most of the state and federal agencies in the room, so thanks for all their help. And tried that. Sorry, more technical difficulties here. All right. First of all, just talk about the areas where we have a catch limit with multiple users. And starting in Area 2A, the Commission sets a total catch limit, and the Pacific Fisheries Management Council has a catch sharing plan that divides the catch between sport, commercial, and tribal users. And in 2012, for mechanisms from the catch sharing plan, there was an allowance for an incidental halibut fishery during the sablefish season. And this was the first time it had occurred since 2009. And the overall catch for this was 2.5% over the catch limit. The other area where we have the Commission sets a catch limit and there's a division between user groups is in Area 2B. And this is where the Commission sets a limit and DFO divides the catch between sport and commercial users. In 2012, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans developed a new allocation plan where the sport users got 15% and the commercial users got 85%. This was a change from 2011 where it was 12 to 88%. In addition to the catch limits, there are also adjustments that DFO makes, and this is for the underage overage plan from the commercial fishery. There was also a experimental lease program where sport users could lease commercial quota share, as well as some quotas held for First Nations. The overall catch in this area was 2% under the catch limit, although we expect that it will be much closer when we get the final numbers. Just we're holding on. Apparently we're having more technical difficulties. Okay, it should be 4B, yeah.
I clearly jinxed this whole thing by not introducing Heather appropriately right at the beginning. Very sorry about that. So, Ralph, are the Seahawks going to make the playoffs? Or? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a college guy.
I have no idea what I'm doing. These guys have an idea what they're doing. They're having a tough time. We're seeing progress right now.
Are we good? Okay. Go for it.
All right, we'll try this again. I'll move up the coast, or I guess we're still at the bottom of the coast. Area 2A. Anyway, I'll go over the commercial fisheries in Area 2A. And we had 4 commercial fisheries. The first one was the directed commercial fishery, which is a open access fishery with fishing period limits. So we had 2 10-hour openings with fishing period limits. We set the vessel limit, or the fishing period limits, by vessel class, and the largest class is 56 feet and over. And the first opening there was a 9,000 pound limit, and the second opening there was a 1,500 pound limit, and it goes down from there. So the catch in the end was 3% over the catch limit. The next commercial fishery in this area is the incidental halibut during the salmon troll fishery, and the ratio was 1 halibut to 4 Chinook plus 1 halibut with a maximum of 20 per trip. To compare this with 2011, in 2011 it was 1 to 3 Chinook, 1 extra, and a maximum of 35 fish per trip. The goal of this fishery is to have the catch in May and June, and it closed on July 3rd. As you notice, the catch was 15% over the catch limit, which was 5,000 pounds. And it was kind of a perfect storm. The nymphs lost power. So they were having difficulties having conference calls to close it. It was a long weekend, and so in the end there was an overage. The incidental halibut during the sablefish fishery, as I mentioned, this was the first time since 2009. The ratio was 50 pounds of net halibut to 1,000 pounds of net sablefish plus 2 fish. For comparison, in 2009 it was 100 pounds to 1,000 pounds, and the fishery remained open till the sablefish fishery closed at the end of October, and 4,400 pounds were landed, which was well under the catch limit. The tribal fisheries, the seasons were shorter than in 2011. In early March, in mid-March, there was a restricted fishery, which means they have a fishing limit of 500 pounds per vessel per trip, as well as there was an open access fishery. They counted up the catch, and then they had a second opening on May 1st, or a second open access fishery on May 1st, and it was 13 hours, and in the end they were 10% over the catch limit of the total catch limit. Moving up the coast to talk about the quota share fisheries in Alaska and British Columbia. The quota shares fisheries opened on March 17th and closed on November 7th. And this just shows you where the catch was relative to the catch limit for 2012 and 2011 for comparison. So 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B, we were all within 2% of the catch limit, just under it. Of course, we will be updating those numbers once final numbers are in. The one area that we were closer to the catch limit than we had been in the past was in area 3B. Moving up to the Bering Sea, in area 4 we were 2% under the catch limit, so we were closer than we were in 2011. In 4B we were under 7%, and 4C, D, and E, which we consider one area, we were 10% under. So overall for Alaska we were 3% under where we had been 2% under in 2011. Next thing I'll talk about the sport fisheries, and in 2012 it is estimated that 6.9 million pounds was landed. This is a 3% decrease from the previous year, and in the 1990s the sport fishery was up around 10 million, so it has been coming steadily down. A part of that is allocation. As I mentioned, we have allocation plans in 2A and 2B, and in addition to one that I haven't talked about yet is for the guideline. There's a guideline harvest level, which is for the sport charter fisheries in 2C and 3A, and this is a provision put in by the North Pacific Management Council, and it's the charter fishery is to be managed to this amount, and the amount changes with halibut abundance. Here's a graphic that just shows you what the catch was for 2012 by regulatory area, and the percent change from 2011. Area 2C, that was the biggest change, and it's an increase, and the reason for this is that there were more restrictive measures in the charter fishery in 2011. As I mentioned, 2A and 2B, they're relative to their allocations. And 3B and 4, those are actual estimates, and they're predicted to be the same as they had been the previous year. Talking about the sport fishery in 2A, as I mentioned, there's a catch sharing plan. The area is divided into 6 sub-areas, and 4 of these areas there are in-season estimations in a management plan. The efforts in the sport fishing in 2A goes up and down with other sport fisheries. If salmon is a big year, then we see less people fishing for halibut. In the end, we were probably 1% under the allocation. And one thing to note that in 2011, there was a good success sport fishing in the southern area, the southern Oregon area, in Northern California, and they had actually gone over their allocation in 2011. We don't have the final numbers yet for 2012, but it looks like they're probably going to be under. Moving on to the sport fishery in Area 2B. As I mentioned, it's 5% of the total catch limit that the Commission sets. And their Department of Fisheries and Oceans has put some management measures in place to try to keep the catch under the allocation. The first one was an experimental leasing program for the commercial experimental leasing program, which allowed the sport fishers to lease commercial quota. It's an online application, and they receive a license. It's market driven, so it's a business decision for the sport fishers to purchase quota share. And we don't have the numbers yet, but there was some licenses that were given out. And the people that hold that license, they can fish after the general sport fishery closes. So there were some changes to the sport fishery. It opened on March 1st this last year with a 1 fish bag limit and a 2 fish possession limit. Now I'm talking too loud. Okay, and it opened on March 1st with a 1 fish bag limit and a 2 fish possession limit. They made a change on April 1st where if you had a 2 fish possession limit, then 1 fish had to be greater than 83 centimeters. And the fishery closed on September 9th. In this presentation, we hadn't had final numbers, but it looks like the final sport catch was just slightly over the allocation. Going up the coast to Area 2C, the sport fishery, look at it, the guided fishery and the private fishery separately because of the guideline harvest level. And the guideline harvest level was 0.93 million pounds in 2012. And there were some restrictions put in place to try to keep the catch under the level. And the restrictions were there was a 1 fish bag limit. And as you recall, the Commission set a reverse sought limit at the Council's request, which was the fish needed to be under 45 inches or greater than 68 inches. And this was a change from 2011, where the 2011 there was a maximum size limit of 37 inches. In the private fishery, there were no added restrictions. There's a 2 fish bag limit, no line limits, or no restrictions on skipper or crew fish. And in the end, there was an increase in average weight in both of the fisheries, and the total number were similar, just over 44,000 fish.
I'm sorry to interrupt for a second. I just want to clarify, because you've said this with both 2B and 2C, that measures in place to try to keep the catch below the limit. I think, isn't it more clear to say that measures in place to ensure the catch limit is not exceeded? Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay, because it is an important nuance.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on into Area 3A. The measures in place, there were no additional measures in place for the charter fishery. There were no extra limits, so there was a 2 fish daily bag limit. And again, there's a guideline harvest level for the charter fishery, and it was 3.103 million pounds. In the end, the average weight in both sectors was lower in 2012 than 2011, but the number of fish caught in the private sector was higher. Okay, this gives you the catch versus the GHL. The GHL has been in place for the last 10 years, and in Southeast Alaska, for the first 8 years, the catch was either at or over the GHL. In the last 2 years, 2011 and 2012, the catch was under the GHL, and in 2012, the catch was 0.645 million pounds, where the GHL was 0.931 million pounds. Here's the same graphic for the catch and the GHL for the Area 3A, and in this case, The GHL was the same until 2012, which it was lowered from 3.65 million pounds to 3.103 million pounds, and this change was an increment that was set as the catch, the halibut abundance comes down, then the GHL comes down. The catch in 2012 was under the GHL. And just the last fishery to touch on is the subsistence fishery. And these are 2011 numbers. There's always a one-year lag for the subsistence fishery catch. And the total amount was 1.1 million pounds, slightly down from the previous year. And the in Area 2A, it's a tribal subsistence fishery, ceremonial and subsistence fishery, and the amount here was the allocation. In Area 2B, it is the food, social, and ceremonial fishery that takes place, and the number's been provided from DFO, and it's been 405,000, and this is the number that's been carried over from 2007 through 2012. And lastly, in Alaska, there's a subsistence fishery which was implemented by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Regulations went in place in 2004. The catch has been decreasing since then. The NIMS hires ADF&G to do an estimate of this amount, and it's done by mail-in surveys and community village visits. And so the catch in 2011 was just over 700,000 pounds. And that's it.
Okay, just any quick questions or comments? All right, over to Bruce. Just before you start, Bruce, just for future reference, Heather, a couple of those things that also might be useful to, like on that chart of the graph of the blue and the GHL and the catch, what is the story that's telling might be useful to just add a few words on those kinds of things, so people, not everybody may understand what that means. If it's gone under for 2 years, is that important? Does it matter? That kind of thing. Thanks. Go ahead, Bruce. Oh. Stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to do a couple of just quick summaries here. In October of this year, as part of the instructions we received from the Commission and as part of the performance review extension, we wanted to initiate the process of peer review of the 2012 assessment. And because we recognized that there were a number of issues associated with the 2011 assessment, we wanted to make sure we got this underway this year. So we had what will be a somewhat different structure than subsequent peer reviews for this process, which will be done under the Scientific Review Board or SSE, whatever we wish to call it. This year we had a much smaller work group meeting, and the participants in this were the staff, Ian, Steve, Martel, Ray Webster, myself. We also had Robin Forrest from DFO, who's an experienced stock assessment scientist, as well as being the Canadian Scientific Advisor, and we were fortunate enough to get Jimmy Anelli from National Marine Fisheries Service, also a very experienced stock assessment scientist. The purpose of this review was to basically understand the model structure, what its key sensitivities and uncertainties were, and in particular looking at the retrospective bias that had been evident in previous assessments to make any recommended modifications to it in subsequent years, in particular to look at alternative methods for expressing a harvest advice and to address some key questions in the terms of reference. The final report has been produced. It was forwarded to the Commission. After the Commission has considered this and discussed it, it will be posted on the IPHC website. Largely as a result of that review and the change in our thinking and approach to advice framework, we did generate an information bulletin that was distributed to the public after the assessment meeting outlining the new structure for the assessment, for the harvest advice because it's quite different than what the Commission has done in the past. Dr. Stewart, and he'll go over this in some detail, did a very extensive examination in an extremely short space of time. It was quite impressive to watch the speed with which Ian attacked this problem. He examined a number of ways to look at dealing with the retrospective issue that he'll go over in some detail. Some of the methods were what he describes as brute force attempts to simply solve the symptoms without trying to determine exactly what the problem is, but those gave him insight in how to actually solve the problem. And that was primarily to look at length selectivity, which he'll go into, and there'll be a lot of details in this in his presentation. One of the things that came out of this that he will deal with in somewhat less detail, I think, is that it turns out that whereas last year we had a considerable amount of discussion about catchability assumptions and the sort of wobble SQ versus the trendless model, it turns out with the new approach to this that Ian has undertaken, it turns out to be relatively insensitive in either magnitude or trend to what catchability assumption is used in this, and that is actually a good sign. It is, as is the case for almost every stock assessment, is relatively sensitive to the estimate of natural mortality. In this case, what we're doing in your risk advisory table, though, is we're incorporating that uncertainty into the risk-based assessment decision table. Ian did spend quite a bit of time making sure that we have linkages to the previous assessment so you can see exactly what the changes are from doing the previous assessment, what the estimates would be from the previous assessment in comparison with this year's results. The committee spent quite a bit of time on devising the advice framework that you will see before you as we're coming up on the assessment and the staff advice for harvest management. We spent probably a full day just simply looking at the risk decision table and how that should be structured, what are some of the metrics that should be in there, and what would be the things that is most important to harvesters and to you as decision makers as to how you will come about making that decision on what the catch limits will be. We used the standard apportionment approach we've been following for the last 5 years on this. We do caution that alterations to any area-specific target probably should be normalized back to maintain the effective coast-wide harvest rate, which is how we're doing the approach to threshold and limit reference points and the harvest policy for the stock. We got a number of very strong and very valuable recommendations from the review group. The primary one that is adopted in this year's assessment is looking at variable length selectivity. We also looked at a new framework for advice. They also recommended we update the harvest policy, which was on our work plan to begin with. They also had a number of recommendations for both short and long-term things, looking at sensitivity issues, in particular internalizing data compilations and treatments, which gives the assessment biologists a lot more freedom to look at the what-if scenarios than if you have some of these data compilations and treatments that are outside of the actual assessment code. Over the long term, we're going to be looking at, as Steve Martell was discussing this morning, a more structured spatial model, but in the interim period, one of the approaches that Ian will describe is looking at what we're calling a pseudo-spatial model, and that will again feed into the MSE approach. So in summary, all of the questions that were put to us in the terms of reference were addressed directly or incorporated into the plans for the subsequent work. Dr. Stewart has been very effective at dealing with the retrospective issue. We've identified some key sensitivities and developed a new advice framework. And again, there's some pretty valuable suggestions that we got from the review committee. I'd like to express my thanks to both Robin and Jimmy and Ellie, who were really helpful at bringing together some of this thinking on this. We're very grateful for their contributions, and thanks a lot.
Okay. Let me just see whether, I know it's a bit of a preview, as you say, Bruce, to Ian's analysis coming up, but do Ian or Robin, do you know, those others who were part of the peer review discussion, is there any color commentary you want to offer at this time? Okay. Okay, questions or comments from anyone?
Okay.
Okay, why don't we then, do you have another piece?
Another piece, yeah.
Okay,
just
sorry.
start off on it, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'd like to do is just give you a broad overview of where we're going to be going over the next couple of hours, sort of a roadmap on the assessment and the advice framework for 2013. We're looking at this as kind of a three-stage process. This first stage is looking at the actual assessment itself, coast-wide fisheries, CEY, presented in this risk decision table. The second stage is the choice of an effective coast-wide harvest rate and its associated fisheries constant exploitation yield and the apportionment by the regulatory area. There may be a sub-stage to that which involves normalization of the regulatory area FCEYs up to an appropriate effective coast-wide harvest rate. And then the third stage is the adoption of final regulatory area catch limits. And I'm looking at this in the broad context, not for what we're going to be doing today, but when you get to the annual meeting, this will be the sort of three stages of that process. So the first stage of that process is Ian Stewart, so I'm going to pass this over to Ian now. Trying to find you. Where are you here? So you're here. Which?
Just before Ian begins, Bruce, the two presentations, particularly the first one you gave, are those now available on the website? Or? Okay. Because people may have subsequent questions. There was a number of things in your initial presentation which were not quite clear to me, but I think maybe on the basis of it being posted we'll have further chance, or maybe it'll be clarified in some of the things that Ian says. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Bruce, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the introduction, and thanks to Heather for taking all the technical problems for me. I'd like to start off today by saying that I'm really pleased to be here finally at the interim meeting. I'm really pleased with the improvements that were made in this year's stock assessment and in the way in which we're going to be delivering this information. When I started here just a couple of weeks in front of Steve, I wasn't sure at all how much could be accomplished this year in time for this process, but I'm really pleased with the products that we were able to do. That said, I didn't do it by myself. I'm very much indebted to the entire staff here at the IPHC for helping me try to understand 100 years of history in 3 months on the job. They produced the data. They gave me a lot of background. I've had help from everybody here, including Stephen Hare and Bill Clark, who've worked on this assessment in the past. So I'm really greatly indebted to them. With that, I'm going to go ahead and, rather than keep you in suspense, I'm going to give you the bottom line first and then spend a couple hours explaining how we got there. So here it is, the bottom line as I see it. We've fixed the retrospective problem, and that's changed our perspective on the current status of the stock quite a bit. The 2012 data have some good news in them, which is good news. And applying the current harvest policy to the revised results, the CEY values are down about 30% from what we saw this year. So that's the bottom line. And now I'll spend some time telling you how I got there. The overview for this presentation is that I'm going to spend just a few minutes on a bit of history. Some of this was very helpful to me to try to understand the history here at the Halibut Commission, both in terms of removals and management, but also in terms of the history of the stock assessment model evolution. And I think there are a couple things that are helpful to see there before we tackle the current issues that I've been working on. Secondly, I'm going to focus in quite a bit of detail on the improvements that were made for 2012, particularly the retrospective bias and how we're both treating and reporting uncertainty. I think we've made some real steps forward there, and I'm pleased to be able to show those to you today. I'm going to then go through step by step some information from the 2012 data. We've got some new information. This will be the first time that this has been presented to the public from this 2012 season. I'll go through the results of the 2012 stock assessment, and then I'll also present to you the catch advice that results from the 2012 stock assessment in the new format that we've been talking about, the decision table. And I'll go through step by step of how we're going to do that and what it all means. Okay, I found it very helpful to get a bit of historical perspective on the removals from the halibut stock. So what you see in this figure is a time series over the last 100 years plus of the total removals from all sources and all sizes taken from the halibut stock. And what you see right away is that the long-term average, the 100-year average, is just about exactly 64 million pounds. And in recent years, since about 1985, we've been quite a bit above that long-term average. I want to zoom in a little bit on the most recent period and look as the catches have declined in response to management over this recent period. I want to look in particular at the interaction between the scientific advice, the management, and the data that were available at that time. Okay, what you see plotted here, there's several series. The first thing to note is that they're all quite parallel and they all show a very similar decline. Now, what you see here, that the top line, the blue line, is the exploitable biomass estimate that was available at the time that the management decision was being made. So across the bottom is the year, and so in each year there was an exploitable biomass estimate available when there was a management decision to be made. The red line is the total CEY. That's the management decision that was made based on that blue line. And you see they're tracking each other very well here, very, very closely, which tells me that management's been responding quite clearly to the scientific input that's been available to it at the time. I was a bit surprised to see this because given the fact that we've had a retrospective pattern in the stock assessment, one might assume that we haven't seen a strong decline in the exploitable biomass estimates. But in fact, despite the retrospective pattern, there's been a very clear decrease in the annual exploitable biomass estimates. Now, I'm a modeler, so I like to look at models and model output, but it's also quite helpful and often quite informative to just look directly at the raw data. And so what I've plotted here, the green line, is the weight per unit effort time series that we've got from the Setline survey, which is I would consider to be one of the most reliable sources of fishery independent information in the North Pacific. And you see it's also quite parallel, tracking the decrease in the catch levels that have been set and in the output from the stock assessment model. What you also see, the lowest line there, and they're plotted on opposite axes, so don't worry about the absolute scale, but the bottom line there is the fishery WPUE from that same time period from the logbooks. And you see, although the slope is slightly different, you see that's also tracking the survey results very well. And what this is indicating to me is that the scientific results, whether based on models or data, have all been showing a strong decline in the stock over the last decade, and that management's responded very closely to that information. The second question that I think is useful to pose is, given that management has responded to that information, what's happened to the total removals? Around the globe, there are lots of fisheries where the regulations can change and the total catch doesn't change at all. In fact, for the halibut fishery, you see the top line here is the total removals. This is over the same time period. The bottom line is now the fishery CEY for the directed halibut fishery. And you see as that fishery CEY has come down, the total removals have come down as well. The offset between these two has stayed relatively consistent, although it has decreased somewhat toward the end of the time series. So again, strong response in terms of the total removals to the management actions that have been taken. That's another very positive sign in a fishery. Okay, with that as a little bit of background to the removals and to the management of the stock, now I want to look just briefly at the history of the stock assessment model and the evolution of that model. This is just a table showing you different time periods, the different models that were used, some of the issues in the right-hand column that arose from each of those models. If you step back for a second, we could change the title of this slide. This could be the history of fisheries science. This could be the history of nearly any stock assessment that's been done for this long a time period. The methods that have been applied to the halibut stock assessment have really been essentially state-of-the-art at any given time over this time period. Now, you might also look at this and say, well, it looks to me like they're changing their model every couple of years, and it's, somebody's got to explain why all those changes are happening. Well, that's true, although I would hazard to say that you're probably not using the same cell phone you were using 20 years ago. And even though they told you it was a great product at the time, and it really was, there's a better one now. The same thing could be said of stock assessment models. We've got a lot of tools that have become available over the last 20 years. They've improved, and our understanding of how those tools perform given different scenarios of data and different management needs has also changed. So I would say not to look at this table as a series of abrupt changes, although there are some fairly big changes in there, but more as an evolution in terms of constant improvement of the model. And that's what I'm going to show you for 2012 as well, as another round of improvements, making this the best product we can deliver at the time. I want to point out a couple things. The first is something that stood out to me right away, which was that the retrospective pattern in the current model is not a new phenomenon. In fact, retrospective patterns are quite common in statistical catch-at-age models for many fish stocks. It's actually the third time this has cropped up in halibut stock assessment models. And although I'm going to talk at length about the causes of the particular issue, I want to point out and highlight the fact that in the past, for the last two cases, the retrospective pattern has been solved due to a change in the treatment of selectivity parameters. And these have been well-motivated changes that took care of the problem for some period of time, and then at some point there were other changes made that then caused that fix to break down, essentially, over time. The other thing I want to point out here is that the current model, since 2006, there was an important change between in 2006, which was that we went from length-based selectivity at an area-specific level to a coast-wide model, which essentially changed the definition of selectivity. It was no longer just how many of the fish that were there were captured given the gear that was being used, but at a coast-wide level, it's how many of the fish were available in a relative sense in each area, depending on how the catch was distributed. So I'm changing the term there to be availability rather than selectivity. And I think this is really where the root of the current retrospective pattern started to crop up. The next thing I want to point out in the history of the stock assessment model was another fairly major change that I gather Bill Clark in 1998 made a pretty valiant effort to do a good job of explaining. And I hope I can do as good a job today in explaining the changes that have been made for 2012 as he did and perhaps Pat Sullivan did in 1995. But that change in 1998 was a change in the natural mortality value used in the stock assessment. And that was motivated by some simulation work showing that it was better in a management sense to use a lower value, but it also was motivated by the biology of halibut and a greater understanding based on some analyses of tagging information and other life history characteristics that perhaps a value of 0.15 was a better choice than 0.2. However, this did create a pretty big change in the scale of the estimates coming out of the stock assessment. What I want to point out here is that the changes I'm going to be presenting to you over the next hour or two are intended to be improvements learning from this history. So rather than just changing the natural mortality value periodically, what we're doing this year is we're actually incorporating our uncertainty into natural mortality into the final results. So if the values do change again in the future, if our best estimate changes, we'll be buffered against that because we're already including some uncertainty in that value. Likewise, the change in availability that I'm going to make, and I'll describe it to you further in a few minutes, is based on a less rigid assumption. It's adding flexibility, which will reduce the propensity toward having another abrupt change in the future. So again, hopefully what I'm going to convince you of is that the changes made for 2012 is just the next step in the evolution of this stock assessment. And needless to say, given some of the great scientists who've worked on this assessment, I've certainly got a big pair of shoes to fill this year. Okay. That said, let's get right on to the heart of the matter. Much of my work over the first couple of months was focused on the retrospective pattern that everybody knows about. It was talked about extensively during last year's process. It was well documented by Stephen Hare and in previous assessments prior to last year. I want to point out a subtle difference here and one thing that may not have been evident in all those discussions, and that is that there's two kinds of retrospective patterns. There's a retrospective pattern among stock assessments. So these are the results from the most recent 6 stock assessments. And these what you see here is a very clear pattern where each year the estimate of spawning biomass is reduced relative to the estimate that was produced the year before. We would consider this a retrospective bias, and this is a bias not in the good direction. This is the kind of bias we don't like to see in a retrospective pattern. Now this is among stock assessments. So this includes the addition of data. It includes the fact that some of the data might have been incomplete at the time of the assessment. It includes any changes that were made to the model in each year. So it's very hard to disentangle the process of doing the assessment from the performance of the assessment model when we just look at a retrospective pattern in this sense. Although this is quite helpful to see if there is a retrospective pattern here, it can be due to a number of factors, and that's cause for further investigation. However, what I found for the halibut stock assessment, and again, this was well documented in last year's assessment and in previous assessments, this is the other kind of retrospective assessment. This is a retrospective within the stock assessment where you sequentially remove 1 year of data, rerun the model, and see what your estimate looks like. And if I toggle back and forth, yeah, there's a little bit of difference, but not much. Really, you see basically the same pattern. This is very helpful information because this indicates it's not about the assessment process. There's something inside the assessment model that's causing these estimates to be too large and then subsequently downgrading them as we add additional data and additional years to the stock assessment model. So that was an important piece of information to establish off the bat. Okay, the symptoms of this retrospective pattern, that's a retrospective pattern in the spawning biomass. Well, spawning biomass comes from recruitments that occurred several years before. And the symptom of that retrospective was this. This is a plot of the year classes in each year as estimated by each subsequent step in the retrospective analysis. And this is actually a figure directly from last year's stock assessment. I'm recycling it because it tells the story exactly, is that especially for these larger year classes that are pointed out with arrows here, you see as each new assessment was done, the magnitude of our estimate of that year class decreased. And as that feeds back through the spawning biomass several years later, that's what causes the retrospective pattern in spawning biomass. Again, this is a symptom, not a cause. The next question is, why is the model doing this? So I investigated a number of features, and frankly, this was not a difficult problem to figure out. All of the easy solutions, like a coding error or a switch that hadn't been turned on or had been turned on inadvertently, which would have been very convenient for me to just fix and move on, of course, were not the case. This was not a mistake of some sort. The retrospective pattern I found can be best explained by the results of these three tests that I conducted. So the first one was just to put a penalty directly on recruitment. I know what the symptom is. This is just put a Band-Aid on it. Force recruitment to be low until we can tell otherwise in the data. The second test was to look through the data sources, identify the survey as our most reliable source of information, and ask the question, if we force the model to fit our survey index very well, is that consistent with the retrospective pattern? And what do the data actually tell us about whether this retrospective pattern is there in our most reliable source? Thirdly, I investigated several process-based explanations for the retrospective pattern. And the one that I'm going to tell you about is this concept of time-varying availability. And I want to spend a few minutes on this because this is the solution that I'm going to be presenting to you in the 2012 stock assessment. And it's also the only one of these three tests that actually has a mechanism and a logical explanation for why this retrospective pattern cropped up. And again, I think it dates back to the switch from area-specific to coast-wide models, which was a good choice to deal with the migration issues that had cropped up and the bias resulting from that in the area-specific models. But in so doing, it caused a new interpretation of availability. So let me take a minute and explain what that looks like. You'll hear the terms selectivity and availability knocked around pretty much interchangeably by stock assessment scientists because, frankly, to us, these are nuisance parameters. We want to estimate these in order to get to the quantities we're interested in, like spawning biomass. However, the interpretation of these parameters can be quite important. On an area-specific level, selectivity represents vulnerability to the fishing gear. If you use big hooks, you're going to tend to catch bigger fish. If you use smaller hooks, you're going to tend to catch smaller fish. That's vulnerability to the fishing gear. That operates when you assume that the fish that are there are available to the gear. However, when you're talking about a large spatial extent, in fact, in this case, a coast-wide model, where availability is representing the average over a very broad geographic area, the interpretation of availability is not just of vulnerability to the fishing gear, but it's also spatial availability. What I mean by that is if we have different trends or changes in proportional abundance over time, and you don't need to be able to read this plot just to see that the trends are different in different areas. So in some areas the biomass has been quite flat, and in others it's seen much more pronounced decline. So the relative contribution from each area has changed. If you put that in combination with some of the differences we've seen in growth among these areas, so this is thanks to Steve Martell for this plot. This just shows you growth trajectories for various areas. And again, it's not important which area is which. It's just that we have a lot of variability among areas. So you can imagine if the areas that have the biggest fish now are getting more catch, then we're going to see a change in the average coast-wide availability. And that's the important point in this story. So the coast-wide average will change as the relative proportions in the population with different demographics shift around on the coast. And we'd expect this in a coast-wide model. And it's just one of these things that was perhaps not fully revisited, the interpretation of those parameters in the change to a coast-wide stock assessment model. To put this another way, You've got area-specific demographics. Here are some plots of age distributions by area. And again, you don't need to read the details except to see just in general, this is 2A in the top and 4B for the biggest comparison here. You see almost no old fish in 2A and a very high proportion of old fish in 4B. You can imagine as the ratio of fish in 2A and 4B changes, the coast-wide availability is going to change at the average level. So it's really the interaction of demographics and the distribution among areas of biomass that's caused this. And I think, 20/20 hindsight, but I think this is quite explainable based on the processes that we see in the halibut stock. Okay, in a nutshell, all three of these tests produced a very similar trajectory in the assessment result. The red line at the top is just increasing the weight on the survey index itself. And not surprisingly, the survey index has shown a very strong decline over time, and forcing the model to fit that creates a much stronger decline than we saw in the 2011 result. The black line behind those is the 2011 stock assessment model. And all these preliminary analyses that I'm presenting to you now were conducted using only data through 2011 because I needed to get started right before the 2012 data was available. The blue line was adding just a direct penalty to recruitment. And again, there's some difference in scale, but in general, the relative trend is quite similar from all three of these tests. The brownish line in the center, it looks a little more yellow on my screen, is the application of time-varying availability to the stock assessment model. Again, the process-based explanation, the one that actually makes sense rather than just fixing this by force. And again, I was struck by how much convergence there was among all three of these solutions, indicating to me that if we could explain this phenomenon based on process, that then we were generating consistency with other methods to solve it, but perhaps also importantly, we were fitting the data better. We were better tracking that trend in the survey, in the raw survey index, and the model was generating a result that was quite consistent with that. So to sum that up, there were several contributing factors to the retrospective. I think the main one was the transition from area-specific to coast-wide model, and again, I think that was an excellent choice, because, in fact, some of my own research in years past has looked at the bias introduced by chopping fish stocks up into pieces and assessing them separately. We know that that doesn't perform very well, so it was a good choice to switch to a coast-wide model. However, it did change the performance of some of the other aspects of this particular stock assessment. We've also seen changes in the coast-wide population distribution. If the relative distribution among areas hadn't changed at all, we would have never noticed that there was this change in interpretation. I think, and we discussed this at some length in the scientific review, there's been a bit too much emphasis on the age data, and that's something that I'll continue to investigate over the next year. But what's reassuring to me is that now we're fitting the survey trend better. And that's, at the end of the day, although I like modeling and models, it's good to match the raw data. It's good to be able to see the result in the data and then see it in the model rather than only see it in the model. And again, just to reiterate, we're modeling a fairly short time series in this stock assessment. That's another avenue for future research that I'll be spending some time over the next year or two on. But short time series in statistical catch-at-age models just lead to retrospective patterns frequently. And so I want to point out that I don't mean to be critical of previous assessment authors. It takes a while, especially in a model with a short time series, to properly diagnose a retrospective pattern. And really, I feel like I was able to come in at a time when it was just the right time to be able to really discover what some of the mechanisms were for this retrospective pattern, and that it would have been even a couple years ago very, very much harder to sort this out. Okay, so in a nutshell, when you do allow for time-varying availability, it does take care of the retrospective pattern. This is the retrospective analysis for the revised model. You do see a little bit of trend in the early years. And that's because with such a short time series, as we add data, we're actually changing our perception of what the average level of productivity of this stock is. And that changes the scale of the whole problem. And that's actually part of the rest of the story here, is that here's a direct comparison between the 2011 model and the revised model with time-varying availability. And you see that during the early part of the time series, that the results are very consistent. What's missing from the revised model is that very strong signal for a whole bunch of big incoming recruitments that have never seemed to materialize. They've been predicted each year and never seem to show up in the actual data. And I think the last several years of this retrospective pattern has sort of borne out the fact that it is an issue. Now, as I pointed out, this is a plot of the 6-year-old recruits coming in, and you see the black line is the estimates that were coming from the 2011 model. The blue line is the estimates from the revised model, and the dashed line across the middle is the average of that time period. And so what you see is that not only have we got a much different perception about the strength of incoming year classes in this year's stock assessment, but it's changed quite a bit our perception of what the average level of recruitment that we've seen over this time period is from the stock, and that's both good and bad. That has a direct implication on our reference point calculations. And so the top panel here is a plot of the relative spawning biomass relative to SB 100% or the reference level. And I'll go back through and define this fully later in the talk. The best choice might be, given a situation, given some experience, and given the array of data that are available. However, it's still a choice, and it's then built into the results. And there's uncertainty associated with that choice. If somebody else came along and fit a similar but not quite the same model, they might get a slightly different answer. There are also unidentified sources of uncertainty. And without going into that in full detail, there are lots of things that we don't know about halibut biology and stock dynamics. And it's difficult to include those things in any kind of model because we don't know about it.
Welcome to GoToWebinar, web events made easy.
I think we do. So you should, although we're going to produce very quantitative estimates of the uncertainty, inevitably they are always an underrepresentation of the true uncertainty in the problem. Regardless of that, they are our best estimate that we have available at the time, and so they're still useful for making decisions. Okay. I'm going to show you a comparison between two of those sources now, fitting the data and natural mortality. You see in the middle here, these are three different model runs using three different values of natural mortality. High natural mortality on top, our best estimate in blue in the middle, and a lower estimate at the bottom. Now these span the range based on my professional experience in the biology of halibut. These essentially span the plausible range of natural mortality values that are really compatible with the biology that we know about for halibut. They're also generally consistent with what we've seen from the tagging analysis that have been done for halibut. And what I want to point out here is that the range among these three alternative values of natural mortality is actually quite a bit larger than the range of parameter or estimation uncertainty within each of these models. It's a little hard to tell them apart, but there's actually a red, a blue, and a black error bar around the last point. And they overlap just a little bit, but not entirely. And the point here being that we can include both those sources of uncertainty. We can include the uncertainty associated with fitting the data, as well as the uncertainty in this fixed assumption, which in this case is natural mortality. And I'll also point out that many stock assessments use natural mortality as a primary axis of uncertainty with which to report this. It is not unique to the halibut stock assessment in any regards. Okay. So with that, I'm going to switch over and tell you a bit about the 2012 data. I have to say that after a couple months at my desk with nothing but bad news coming out of my computer, I really did come to work one day and have a rainbow over my monitor. I also got the 2012 data in the late summer, and there was good news there. And I'm pleased to be able to tell you some good news at the end of the first chapter here. The best news in the 2012 data comes from our most reliable source of information, which is the survey index itself. This is a plot showing stacked contributions from each area to the total average coastwide WPUE over the whole time series. And note here that 2012 is the first time in the time series since 1997, when the comprehensive geographic coverage started, that we've seen an increase in the coastwide average WPUE time series. This is important information. Essentially, this is every year the value has been lower than the year before, and 2012 is the first year where we've actually got an increase. This is very good news. I've said in other stock assessments, if you don't see it in the data, you're not going to see it in the stock assessment, and so it's good to see it first in the data. You'll also see, based on the relative contributions in different areas, you can get a sense of the magnitude of the contribution of different areas. Clearly, you see 3A and 3B are much of the core of this, represent much of the core of the stock. You also see that the trends are not the same in all of these various areas. And I'll zoom in on that a little bit and try and make that a little bit easier to see.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out that graph there. I think I have an idea that C, D, and E, for example, is not the highest weight per unit effort, but it's the thickness of the bar and scaled against the bar on the side.
That's correct. Thank you for that. That's a good point, and one I probably didn't make quite clearly enough. What this shows you is the geographically weighted contribution to the total. So the coastwide average, say, in 1997 was just below 140 pounds per skate. That's a weighted average among areas, and so what you see, all you can tell from here is the relative contribution to that total of each area. Now, what I'll show you in a minute here, and I think this gets at your question a bit. This is the actual observed weight per unit effort in each of those areas, and so now you see, and in the bottom right-hand corner is that total. So now you can actually tell which areas had the highest versus the lowest catch rates. And so to answer the previous question, you see that 4CDE actually has some of the lower catch rates on the whole coast. These are all plotted on the same scale. Although in recent years, there's some of the other areas are getting down to a similar level to what's seen in 4CDE. Yeah. So I had a request to go back to this slide for just a second. I'll take the opportunity to have a sip of water as well. Again, what I want to point out here is that we don't see the same trends in all areas. When we create a coastwide index, we geographically weight these areas based on the extent of each area, but we see some strong patterns among geographic areas. Most pronounced to me was the fact that areas 2A, 2B, and 2C have been quite a bit flatter than other areas across this time series and have actually shown increases in recent years. In fact, the largest increase in the raw WPUE from 2011 to 2012 was in 2B. I didn't point out that the percentage below each area label is the percent change from 2011 to 2012. So you can see directly under the label which areas have gone up and which areas have gone down. The other thing I'd like to point out is that 4B is the area with the largest decline between 2011 and 2012. So although the coastwide average is up 12%, it's not been the same trend among all areas. And I think that's quite important to recognize. The next important piece of information, this is the WPUE index. This figure is the numbers per unit index. And if I toggle back and forth, you see the scales change a little bit, but basically the story is the same. The trends are very similar. The percentages differ. In total, it's up about 9% between 2011 and 12. But the story is quite consistent whether you're looking at numbers or weight. The reason why the slope of the total here is slightly shallower than it was for weight is because we've actually seen a decline in the size of fish over this time period as well. So the numbers haven't gone down quite as fast as the weight per unit effort. Okay, now I want to show you, by way of comparison, I want to show you the information from the fishery logbooks. What I've done here is provide the same plot. We have a slightly longer time series available for all of these areas from the fishery logbooks. And so the gray area represents a portion of the time series that I've included here for comparison, but is not actually included in the stock assessment. And in general, you see quite a similar trend and pretty good corroboration of what we saw in the survey index. However, you'll note that the total is basically unchanged between 2011 and 2012. Rounds to 0% change. Some of the same patterns can be observed across areas. Generally, Area 2 is up still across the board in the fishery logbook information. Area 3, both 3A and 3B, is down in the logbooks. So it's not exactly the same story. I do note that as I updated the data several times as the season went on. I think this is somewhat consistent with what we heard from several participants in the fishery, was that early in the season, catch rates seemed to be quite high, and so when I ran this, I did a preliminary run early in the summer. I saw some more optimistic results here, and then I updated it mid-season, and it wasn't quite as rosy a story, and then at the end of the season, it's kind of a more neutral picture. And I think that generally mimics what we heard from the fishery, which was that catch rates in the fall were, in general, not quite as strong as they were early in the season. This next figure, again, is biological data from the fishery, and this is just showing you the trends by area in the average weight of fish captured by the commercial fishery. And again, I want to point out to you the spatial heterogeneity. We see very different trends in different areas. I know it's a bit hard to tell all the series apart, but you can see Area 2 in red, the fish have generally been relatively flat or increasing, especially Area 2B and 2C. For the last couple of years, the average size of fish has been increasing. Whereas area 3A and 3B, which again are very important in the coastwide average, a lot of the stock is in 3A and 3B, we've seen just a very strong and consistent decline in the average weight of fish in those areas. So again, this is the kind of spatial heterogeneity that can lead to time-varying processes in the average at a coastwide level. To compare those commercial trajectories, this is now weight on the bottom and age on the top. Between what we see in the commercial fishery and what we see in the survey, you see the trends are quite similar. The commercial fishery catches heavier fish and generally older fish. This is in part because the younger fish that wouldn't be legal and the smaller fish that would be below 32 inches aren't retained in the commercial fishery, so we don't see those. But in general, we see quite a similar trend. And I would point out that the average weight of fish has been declining pretty consistently over this time period. The age of fish is actually a slightly different story. What we actually see is an increase in the early part of the time series, and that's consistent with a strong 1987 year class that was moving through the stock. And as that cohort aged, we saw it actually drew the average of fish observed up. Then subsequent to its big contribution, we've seen a modest decline in the average age of fish in both the commercial fishery and the survey. I will point out that it was very reassuring to me as a stock assessment scientist who's worked on several different groundfish species to see such consistency between commercial data, both from the logbooks and the survey indices, and also the biological data from the two sources. That's always very reassuring when the data sets coming from two different sources are telling you a similar story. That's corroboration. It's a good system to be in. Okay, the next comparison I want to make, this is the 2012 age distributions, and what you see on top is the survey ages, and on the bottom is the fishery. And I want to point out a couple things. One, you'll see right away that the survey catches more males than the fishery, and that's not surprising because a lot of those males are small at or below the legal size limit. Secondarily, you see a lot more fish below age 10 in the survey, and again, that has to do with the minimum size limit. What was reassuring to me was to see the upper side of this graph and see that the right-hand limb of this distribution shows quite similar proportions of old fish in both sources. We often have a case where older or larger fish disappear from either the fishery or the survey, and that creates all sorts of modeling problems. In this case, the proportions seem very consistent across the survey and the fishery, and that's quite helpful in trying to model these data. Secondarily, I also point out that we do have quite a number of fish that are older than 15 years old. Although the bulk of the catch comes from the 10 to 15-year-old range, we do see still a pretty protracted age structure in the halibut stock. And that indicates that's good news. In a very heavily exploited fishery, we tend to see an extreme truncation in the age distribution. So there's some things that can be read directly from these age data. Now, to give you a little bit more of a historical perspective, that was just 2012. These are the proportions at age observed in the survey. This is age on the y-axis and year or time on the x-axis. And the bubbles add up to the proportions at each age in each year. I've marked the diagonal where the 1987 cohort is. And you can see as fish, each year forward, the fish get 1 year older. So you can track a cohort, any given cohort, up the diagonal of this plot. And what you see is that 87 year class and or maybe a few stronger year classes around it was a pretty important contribution to the fishery, say up until about 2003 or 4. It was really the dominant catch that was going on. And I suspect people that were on the water could have told you this without actually seeing this fancy bubble plot. In recent years, what we see is a much younger stock, most of the catch now coming between ages 8 to, say, 15. But what I also see in this plot is pretty good stability in the age structure. We don't see a large erosion, especially in the older age classes, over time, which suggests that the stock over the last couple of years has probably stabilized a little bit, which is again, that's a good piece of information. This is information coming from the survey. I'll get to the fishery in a second. Another piece of information that we have that we don't use directly in the stock assessment, well, we use the Bering Sea trawl data to calibrate or to correct our survey index for incomplete coverage in the Bering Sea. So maybe I'll start there. This is Bering Sea trawl data from the NOAA trawl survey that's conducted up there. The green line on top shows you the total biomass estimate. The blue line at the bottom shows you the estimate of that portion of the biomass that we think would be available to our setline survey. So we don't see nearly the number of small fish that are seen with trawl sampling. And the brown dots in the middle show you, based on a calibration that was done in 2006, what we think we would see if we surveyed that full area based on what was seen in the trawl survey. And so what you can see is there's some different trends. In general, what we think is available to the survey has declined in recent years, although it's actually increased slightly between 2011 and 2012, up by 17%. But there's kind of a subtle interaction between numbers and biomass here. Another source of information from the Bering Sea trawl data is perhaps a read on incoming recruitment strength. The trawl survey captures lots of halibut less than 70 or 80 centimeters, which we don't see a lot of. We don't see hardly any of in the fishery, obviously, and even in the survey we see very few. So this is these are histograms for just a few of the recent years from the Bering Sea trawl data, showing you the numbers of halibut by 10-centimeter length bin. And what you can see here is that there were quite a few very small halibut around back in 2007 and a few in 2008 and 2009. The numbers below the years, the first number down is the total biomass estimate in that year. The second number down is the estimate of number of fish. And you see that number of fish has declined. So what I conclude from this is that we don't have evidence of strong recruitments coming into the stock over the last few years, and that's important information. Again, we don't use these data on small halibut quantitatively in the stock assessment, but it's one of the only places that we can generate any observations of those very small halibut, rather than waiting 6 years to start to see them in the set line survey, or more like 8 years to start to see them in the fishery. This is another area for future development that I'd like to pursue, is other ways to use these data to give us a better prediction of incoming year class strengths.
Yes, I noticed the 2009 is 275 million pounds, and then 2012, 303 million pounds, and then you said the next number down is the number of halibut, like 100 million halibut?
Right. And
then in 2009, 2012 shows 78 million halibut, and does that mean there's less numbers but more pounds? Does that mean that?
That's exactly how I would interpret this. That what we've got here is not a dramatic increase in small fish coming into the stock, but what we've got is some small fish that came in perhaps in around 2004, 5, and 6, and are now growing. So we have fewer of them, but they're getting heavier. So the biomass has been fairly stable and even gone up a little bit, but the total numbers have actually gone down. So that's exactly how I would interpret those numbers as well. It's a bit subtle, and again, we don't use these data directly in the stock assessment for these small fish, but I think it's useful background information. Now, to shift back again to the fishery, this is the same kind of plot I showed you for the survey. This is in numbers. This is the catch-it age in numbers, rather than proportions. But as you can see, I could toggle back and forth between these, and you see a very similar story. Again, you see that there are fewer fish, say less than 7 or 8 years old, observed in the commercial fishery. Again, this is due to the minimum size limit. But you see a very similar pattern in the strength of those year classes at and around 1987, dominating the catch through much of the early time period. And then in recent years, we've seen some stability with most of the catch coming from, say, ages 10 to 14 or 10 to 15. Again, I think people that are out there catching these fish could probably tell you that without a fancy bubble plot. But again, here I would reiterate that it's very reassuring to me as an analyst to see such corroboration between the fishery data and the survey data. That's good information. Okay. Now I can show you some results that actually include the 2012 data. So I'm going to go back through several plots. This is a plot that I tried to retain some of the plots from previous assessments in a similar format, because I know people get used to seeing a particular plot. I have not been able to help myself in changing some of them to formats that I prefer better, and I'm not going to be able to please everybody. But this is a plot you've seen before in previous assessments, showing the total biomass, the exploitable biomass, and the spawning biomass. And it actually does look fairly similar to the results I showed you using data only through 2011. However, you do see the exploitable biomass has declined and come up just slightly at the end of the time series, and you see that the spawning biomass has been relatively flat at the end. I want to point out here again that we don't see a huge increase in the total biomass estimate at the end of the time series, and that is again because the stock assessment is no longer estimating that there have been a bunch of big recruitments at the very terminal end of the time series.
Yeah, another question on the total biomass. I know I was asked Bruce about total biomass numbers earlier, but that one says age 8 plus. That's not including under 8, or 8 on down. Total biomass is not included in total biomass.
That's correct. And again, I've retained that mostly for consistency because I know people are used to looking at 8 plus biomass as total biomass. I think that when this definition was coined, age 8 was more or less around the size at which they would become legal size halibut. I think now perhaps not all of these fish would be 82 centimeters. So it may not have quite as much direct interpretation as it has in the past. But again, I've tried to provide some of the same information for consistency with previous assessment documents.
But 8 plus includes the 8, so it's not greater.
That's right. It's 8 years and older. That's correct. Okay. Again, the model has always fit the time series of numbers per unit effort and weight per unit effort reasonably well, but I point out here that now we're able to fit these series, especially the survey series, without worrying about time varying catchability. We're able to mimic the trend quite well. And so I think it's important to note that we are still capturing the trends both in the fishery and especially in the set line survey. I also want to point out that the trends that we see in the total biomass especially, but also slightly lagged into the exploitable biomass and the spawning biomass, are a result of what's already happened in the stock. And what we're estimating here, these are the recruitment estimates from the most recent, from this year's stock assessment using fully updated data. What we see is a period starting in 2001 onward, with the 2001 cohort and onward, of below average recruitment. This is quite different from the results that you've seen in recent years, and I want to point out that these fish don't mature until they're 11 or 12 years old, so it's going to take a while for the effects of a period of low recruitment, and we've now seen several years in a row of below average recruitment. It's going to take a few years for the effects of those recruits to move through the rest of the stock and through the stock dynamics. And as you'll see when I get to the forecast projections, the legacy of these poor recruitments is going to continue to be there for several years in the future. The assessment, the current assessment, using all the data we have available to us, now estimates a slightly higher relative spawning biomass level than the preliminary results I showed you using only data through 2011. We now estimate again that the stock had declined to very close to the management threshold, but that it's now recovered. The spawning biomass is now recovered just slightly and is currently at 35% of our reference level. Again, I'll go back through the definitions of the reference level and where this threshold and minimum come from when I talk about the harvest control rule later. But again, what's important to note is that unlike the previous assessment, the revised assessment doesn't estimate that the stock has been below the threshold and then recovering rapidly. It estimates that we've been declining and then essentially quite flat in terms of relative spawning biomass over the last several years. Now, this does give us a bit of a different perspective on what we think the realized harvest rates have been. So if we could now go back and in hindsight we calculate what the harvest rates at a coast-wide level look like they were in previous years, not the targets that were set at the time, but what the realized harvest rates were, we can see that they've actually been above our effective coast-wide harvest rate target. Now, I'll talk a little more about how that term is defined. But what I want to point out is that the coast-wide target harvest rate is just the weighted average of the area-specific harvest rates. And so it itself responds to changes in distribution of abundance among areas. As we see a shift from areas 3B and 4 toward other areas in biomass, we actually see an increase in the coast-wide target because we're exploiting those areas to the east and south at a higher rate. But what we can conclude from this plot is, in retrospect, in hindsight, it appears that our realized harvest rates have been in excess of what we would consider to be our current target. However, you do see that the reductions that were made in 2011 and then again in 2012 have gone a long way toward bringing these harvest rates down toward where we think our coast-wide target is. And that's good news, that we've already stepped down a great distance from from the peak of these curves in hindsight. To put this information in another way, this is called a phase plot, and these are frequently produced in the council. People involved in the council processes are probably used to seeing these. What I'm showing you here on the x-axis is the spawning biomass relative to that 30% threshold. On the y-axis is the harvest rate relative to the target. So a value of 1 on each axis would be right on target. And that would be essentially the cross of the dashed lines in the middle there. You see that the green and yellow, the green corresponds to an area where the stock is above the target and the harvest rate's below the target. No worries. The yellow is a cautionary zone where either the stock is below the target or the harvest rate is above the target, but not both. And the red zones, it's a little hard to tell. It's actually a slightly darker red in the far upper left. But the red zones correspond to being below the threshold and fishing in excess of the harvest rate target, or below the limit, or both. So those are the areas we really don't want to go into. Now, the time series that I've overlain on here, each point is a year in the time series. And again, this is in hindsight. This is not the harvest rate targets that were intended in a given year. This is what we think happened in retrospect. The first year of the plot is underneath the dashed line there, and the time series walks up and to the left. And what that means is that the stock was declining under a period when we think, in retrospect, the harvest rate was above the target. And that, given that if we've selected a target that's quite reasonable, that's what we would expect to happen when we harvest in excess of the target, that the stock would decline. What's important and what's cause for optimism here is that we see the 2012 point, and backing up to 2011 that's connected to it, and the point above it, we see that as that harvest rate has been brought down toward the target, the decline in the stock has actually slowed and even reversed slightly in 2012. So again, that's good news, and it's perhaps a little easier to see in this plot, in this phase plot, than it was in the previous plot. But we've seen large reductions in the effective harvest rate, and we've seen, in 2012 at least, some response in the stock itself. So that's good news. Okay, now to try and tie this back, because I think it's important to provide some consistency with where we would have been had I not done this analysis. So what you see here, the black line is the 2011 model updated with the full update through the 2012 data. And the blue line is the full update of the 2012 model that I've been presenting to you. I'll point out, just fairly obvious, but the retrospective pattern didn't go away on its own here in the 2011 model. It's still there, and in fact these estimates, they are revised from the previous year, but they're still very high at the end of the time series, and inconsistent with what we see in the survey. I want to point out a couple things. There was a lot of discussion last year about the treatment of catchability, or Q, in the Wobble SQ model, and it turns out that here what you see in black is the 2011 model, assuming no change over time in catchability, so a static Q. The bottom, the blue line, is the Wobble SQ model with updated data. And what you can see here is that, yes, there was a change in scale, a bit of a change, and it was, certainly a point of major discussion last year, but it was relatively small relative to the issues that we're discussing with regard to the retrospective pattern. And further, the reason why the model with time-varying Q did reduce the estimate slightly, and perhaps was a small step in the right direction, is because catchability and availability or selectivity are operating in concert. And so allowing some change in that was able to capture just a little bit of the signal that we're now capturing more fully with a more flexible approach to time-varying availability. So it was a small step in the right direction, but just not enough. This is the retrospective analysis for the current stock assessment model. Again, you don't see the same pattern in the terminal estimates. We see very good correspondence. As we remove data, we would expect some variability because it's a short time series, and these assessments always have variability associated with them. But we don't see a systematic change in the trend, other than perhaps some trend in the early time period, and that has to do, again, with our change in the perception of what the average level of recruitment and therefore productivity is in this stock. Now, to show you again the sensitivity analysis I showed you earlier, our best estimate of natural mortality is the blue line in the middle, a value of 0.15, but the story is largely unchanged here. I did lots of sensitivity analyses, and I looked at various aspects of this model. And I'm only going to show you natural mortality because that's the one that made the biggest difference, and that's why we chose, in discussions with the scientific review group, and in fact in my own experience, It's also been a good. It's generally a good choice of a parameter to focus on to include the uncertainty in natural mortality in the final results, because it usually is a very big contributor, and it usually is a scalar on the whole problem. It changes our perception of the stock size in a fairly linear manner. Okay. The other thing I wanted to present to you is a full, what I'll call a bridging analysis. This is intended to provide you some consistency through the process. And let me step through here just for a second. The quantities I'm reporting are a number of different metrics: spawning biomass, exploitable biomass, and coast-wide harvest rate for the years 2012 and 2013. The columns correspond to different model runs. Everything in gray is using the 2011 model. So the first column in gray is the 2011 model using only the data that were available for the assessment last November 2011. So this is the assessment. The first column is what was delivered to you guys last year. The second column is the same thing, still only going through 2011, but refreshing all the data sources, updating all the numbers, but only through 2011. So you can see that there was some updates, and there's actually a slight reduction in some of those estimates, even just through 2011, because there was a little bit of more data that came in after the wire. And that's part of having this process when we do. If the fishery ends sometime in November and we produce the assessment sometime in November, there's always going to be a little bit of incompleteness there. And that's just something that we have to live with. And in my experience, it's always better to have the most recent year's data in your stock assessment, even if it's not 100% complete, than it is to do a stock assessment and ignore the whole terminal year's data. That makes nobody happy, including the analyst. The third column here is the 2011 model with fully updated data all the way through 2012. So this is as if none of the analysis I've done had been conducted. So if I came in and just took the 2011 model, refreshed all the data, plugged in the new numbers, there it is. That's the result that you would have gotten. And again, I point out that it did, if you look at the 2012 number, it actually does revise that spawning biomass down again relative to earlier years, again illustrating the retrospective pattern. I'll point out the last column is the results of this year's stock assessment. That's the 2012 model, all the way using all the data that are currently available, and so there are the numbers associated with that. Now I'll go back through in detail a little bit more of the 2012 results when we get to the decision table. Before I do that, I want to show you a couple of forecasts. First is the one-year forecast, and we've done several kinds of forecasts. I'm going to give you a little bit more background on how we structured these when I talk about the decision table. But the important thing that we've added this year that I think is quite informative often is a forecast with no removals. So this is what would the stock dynamics be doing in the absence of any human removals. And that's the black line on top here. And then I'm just picking a couple of lines from the decision table. I'll show you the full details on those later. The blue is the target harvest rate, essentially the value that previously would have been the staff catch advice, what we're calling this year the blue line, which I'll describe more fully in a few minutes. You actually can't see that one very well because it's right underneath the red line, which is a much larger harvest, about 50% larger harvest at 60 million pounds. And the point to make here is that over a one-year time horizon, we're talking about, even with fairly large catch rates, we're not talking about huge exploitation rates. We're not working in the North Sea where they're catching the somatic growth of fish in a given year. And if they didn't let them grow, there wouldn't be that much catch available. The kinds of harvest rates we're talking about are relatively small compared to the biology of this stock. But nonetheless, what we do see is that the stock will decline under these two levels of harvest. And in fact, even under no removals at all, it will increase, but only very slightly. And I'll show you in a second some slightly longer forecasts. This is a 3-year forecast now. And I want to illustrate one thing. This is the no removal forecast with two different scenarios. One is using the size at age that we've observed in 2012. Now, remember, we've seen huge declines in size at age. The weight and length of halibut for a given age have declined pretty substantially over the last decade. It would be a bit naive to think that the values have stabilized in 2012, although there is some indication in the size at age data that maybe the declines weren't quite as pronounced in 2012 as they have been in recent years. However, if we allow for the recent trend, if we allow for the trend over the last several years to continue into the future, we see that the perspective is that we're going to have, even in the absence of any removals, we're going to have a slightly lower stock trajectory. Again, this is exploitable biomass. It feeds back more quickly to exploitable biomass, but you see that there is an effect of our treatment of size at age. And this is another improvement we've made in this year's stock assessment, is that we can make these forecasts using the recent trend in size at age rather than having to use a static value in a terminal year, which was I think something that was made mention of in previous assessments as a potential source of issue in the forecasts. Now if we then show the black line as well as a 3-year forecast using constant removals now at that 2013 target harvest rate level or a 60 million pound level, we see again that the story is similar. However, in the absence of harvest, we see the spawning biomass is actually going to go up slightly and then down slightly over a 3-year time horizon. And again, this is the delayed effect of these poor recruitments moving through the stock in concert with the trends that we've seen in size at age. These two things still have to fully catch up to us before we're out of the woods on those two issues. What you also see here is that although there is some difference between the blue and the red line, it's not nearly as pronounced as the difference between the black line and both of those lines. However, in both cases, removals are predicted to result in a decrease in the spawning stock over the next 3 years. And again, this is this delayed effect of the biology that just needs to move through the population. Okay, thanks for bearing with me so far. I'm actually appreciably more than halfway through the talk now. You've seen the heavy lifting is done. Now I'm actually going to slow down a little bit and go fairly step by step through this next section, which is an introduction, what I'll call a step-by-step guide to this year's catch advice, because it is quite a big revision to the way I think you guys have probably are accustomed to seeing catch advice. I will point out that we did, as Bruce mentioned, we did spend a full day talking about effective methods for providing this kind of information during a scientific review. And in fact, some of you I know are involved in the Hague Treaty process. This will look fairly familiar. And in perhaps some of you have familiarity with the Pacific Council process, we also often use decision table style frameworks. So this is something that's catching on more and more around fishery stock assessments as an effective way to present not only our best estimate of what the current stock size is, but also the uncertainty around that. So I'm going to step through this fairly carefully, and then I'll show you the results of it after I've defined how it looks. In order to get through this next section, I'm going to have to define a few terms, and I've alluded to them already, so here they are. The first set are with regard to the harvest policy itself. The first term is this SB 100%, or the reference level of spawning biomass that we measure against to determine what the current status of the stock is. Again, these are part of our current harvest policy that's been in place for some time now. The second two terms are this SB 30% and SB 20%. These are the threshold and the limit, respectively, of spawning biomass. Below the threshold level, we begin to ramp down, given the harvest policy, we begin to ramp down what our target harvest rate is. These values are based on simulation work by Bill Clark several years ago, looking at a strategy, a harvest policy that was intended to maintain a stock at a productive biomass level. And in the case of a situation where either recruitment or growth or both led us to a case where the stock dropped below that threshold, intended to bring that stock over a reasonable period of time back up toward the threshold. So this whole policy is designed to stabilize the stock at or around a level that provides essentially the maximum, or the estimate at the time of the maximum productivity available from the stock. In graphical terms, perhaps a little easier than just in definitions, it looks something like this. On the x-axis is the current fraction of that reference level of biomass, and on the y-axis is the fraction of the harvest rate that we would be taking at that reference level. And so you can see that we take a fraction of 1, or a proportion of 1, at all values above the 30% threshold, and it begins to ramp down quite rapidly, and then below the limit there would be no harvest based on our current harvest policy. And that's how, at a coast-wide level, the harvest policy is defined. Now, there are a couple other terms to round out the harvest policy. The first is the harvest rate, and that's the actual fraction that's removed each year. And that is actually defined at the area-specific level for our current harvest policy. Currently, the harvest rate targets in areas 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3A is 21.5%, and it's 16.125% in the other areas. These can be translated into an effective coastwide harvest rate, or ECHR. Pardon the acronym, I do come from a background in the government, so I can't help but throw in an acronym when I get the chance. This effective coastwide harvest rate target is really just the removals from all of the area-specific harvest rates summed up and compared back to the coastwide exploitable biomass. That's a bit of a mouthful, so here's a cartoon to go along with it that is a lot easier for me to figure out than the definition itself. So you have a coastwide stock assessment, and from that assessment you get an estimate of the total coastwide exploitable biomass. That biomass then, through a step of apportionment, gets assigned across the different areas, and the various harvest rates are applied to that exploitable biomass. Those harvest rates result in a catch limit in each area, and those catch limits can then be summed back up into a realized coastwide catch. That catch is then compared back to the exploitable biomass estimate, and that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the effective coastwide harvest rate target. It is simply the sum of all the area-specific catches compared back to the exploitable biomass estimate at the coastwide level. The important part here is that the comparison occurs at the coastwide level. Okay, a few more terms and then I'll get right into the table. The last few terms are with regard to the decision-making table itself. The first is just uncertainty, and again, I've already told you these are the things we don't know about data, parameters, modeling, etc. And I want to reiterate that it's always an underestimate. We're doing the best we can. We spent some time talking about this. You'll see there are ways that we can improve this over the near and medium term and include more sources of uncertainty explicitly in this calculation. But in any case, models are always abstract representations of reality, and our uncertainty in them is always an underestimate of the true uncertainty between the model and reality. For 2012, though, what we're including is the uncertainty associated with fitting to the data, the error bars on the stock assessment result, and the various values of natural mortality. How are we actually doing that with natural mortality? Well, each of those model runs estimates a different stock size associated with a different value of natural mortality. Each of those runs then has a set of reference points associated with that, a biomass level calculated from that, and each of those can then be used to calculate risk probabilities. What we've done is then take the additional step of putting those risk probabilities together based on a relative weighting of these, still treating the black line as our best estimate and the other two as less likely, but still reasonably plausible values of natural mortality. We've rolled that all back into a single decision table for you. And I think it's been my experience in other realms that analysts can bury people in tables, and it's not necessarily always helpful to provide more information in the form of big and more tables. It's often much more helpful to do the job of cooking it all down to one table, and that's what we've tried to do here. Okay, a couple more terms on the decision-making table, and then we'll get right to it. The first is a benefit. In this case, this is something good, and we're going to define that for the purposes of the decision table as yield from the stock this year in 2013. The second is risk, and that's defined as the probability that something bad could happen. And we're going to present several different metrics or several different things that could happen, but we're going to define the entire table in terms of the probability of a certain risk occurring. So you can read the entire table in the same manner. Okay, I told you I would tell you a little bit more about the details of the forecasting. The stock is projected 3 years forward based on a coastwide catch level, and the size at age follows the recent trend in that. The proportion of removals that occur below that are represented in the under 26 fraction of the total catch remain constant. The proportionality of that remains constant at 2012 levels. So as the catch scales up and down, the proportion of U26 stays the same, although the absolute value scales. The bycatch, personal use, and sport removals do not scale. We're using the 2012 values for those, except in the case of 2A and 2B, where those values are built into the management plans there, and they do scale up and down. Okay, now on to the table. Again, the decision-making table is intended to provide you all with a very clear way to look at the trade-off between potential benefit and potential risk. And in doing that, we're going to be showing benefits from small to large and risk from low to high. And not surprisingly, larger benefits are generally associated with higher risk. That's unfortunately how the world works. If it were opposite, we'd all be in Las Vegas, I think. There are various types of risks, and I'm going to go through carefully through each of the metrics that we've chosen to include in this table. Again, we spent a full day on this at the scientific review, and many of these metrics will be familiar from other management settings. We can define these types of risks into 4 general categories. The first category is risk associated with fishing intensity. The second is with regard to stock status relative to our reference points and harvest policy. The third is with regard to stock trend. Where's the stock going relative to where it is now? And the fourth is with regard to catch trend. Are the catches likely to go up or down? Yeah. Yes.
What is fishing intensity?
Fishing intensity is merely the effective coast-wide harvest rate, and how that compares, I'll show you in a second, to our coast-wide target. I use the general term fishing intensity because sometimes you hear mortality rate, you hear F, you hear harvest fraction, but we, as a general category, it's just how hard are we fishing on the stock. As I just mentioned, and thanks for the segue, the fishing intensity is defined as the effective coast-wide harvest rate target, or defined relative to the effective coast-wide harvest rate target. And where would we be with a given level of catch relative to that target? Both stock status and stock trend we're going to define with regard to spawning biomass, and that's because our harvest policy is based on the relative level of spawning biomass. So that's the logical metric to use there. We're going to use fishery CEY to define catch trend because that's really what I think people are most interested in. We could also alternatively define it in terms of total CEY or total mortality, but I think people are used to comparing various values of fishing or the level of fishery CEY, so that could be a helpful comparison there. Now, just to point out, this actually didn't come up quite the way I intended it, but the calculation of that effective coast-wide harvest rate target, just to reiterate, is just the comparison of the coast-wide catch to the coast-wide exploitable biomass estimate. And again, that occurs at the coast-wide level, even though it does include the steps of apportionment and applying those area-specific harvest rates. Okay, the next line down then is the time frame over which we're going to evaluate these various types of risk. With regard to fishing intensity, what we're interested in is the first year in the time series.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but fishery CEY, that's like the exploitation yield total before you deduct other removals like sport and personal use, or after?
Yes, that would be that.
That's already deducted out of there. Okay.
Correct. So that would be the fishery CEY after deducting the other removals. I'll break that out when I get to apportionment a little later. But yes, that's correct. The time frame over which we're presenting these metrics, both fishing intensity is about the harvest for 2013. What we're interested in with regard to stock status is we now have an estimate of the spawning biomass in 2013. So what we're interested in, where is the spawning biomass going to be in 2014? And then for a 3-year projection, where would it be in 2016? With regard to catch, if for a given catch level or a given benefit, what we'd be interested then is what's the probability that the catch in 2014 might drop below that catch that we've got for 2013. So in that case, we've defined that as 2014. And again, the way these metrics work, to give you the last bit of the definition of the types of risk, for the first column, we're looking at what is the probability that the effective coast-wide harvest rate target in 2013, or the effective harvest rate, is actually in excess of our target. For spawning biomass, we're interested in metrics with regard to our threshold of 30%. What's the probability of dropping below that in 2014? What's the probability of dropping below the limit of 20%? What's the probability that it declines relative to 2013 level? And if it does decline, what's the probability that it declines very much? So we've chosen 5% as an arbitrary value just to give some indication if we do see a high probability of decline, do we see a high probability of a substantial decline? because remember, we're looking at a very flat trajectory in the current stock. It's also useful to look 3 years out into the future and say, well, what's the probability that we're going to be lower 3 years from now than we are in 2013? Likewise, with regard to fishery CEY, what's the probability that if we pick a given catch level this year, there'll have to be an additional reduction in 2014? That's what the last column gets at. And I actually had some nice arrows, but I've gone through them all already, so I'll just skip right through that. I'll point out that for the purposes of presentation, I put some letters at the bottom of these columns in order to help people reference specifically and unambiguously which column if there's a question or a comment about a particular column. Now I want to take just a minute and introduce what the benefits category looks like. We've chosen two quantities to report in terms of the benefits. The first is what the coastwide fishery CEY would be, and then in parentheses after that, and I think this is a useful comparison, you can see what the total removals associated with that fishery CEY would be as well. And you'll see some of the alternatives, there's more focus on the total removals relative to the fishery CEY. Now, we've divided this table up into rows, and each row presents a different alternative. And these alternatives are centered around what we're calling the blue line. And the blue line is really the point of consistency in the process from what you've seen in previous years. In previous years, we would have applied the harvest policy, and we would have generated to the best estimates, and we would have generated the staff catch advice more or less based on the harvest policy, which would correspond exactly to the blue line. The blue line is exactly what you would have seen in previous years. For rows above the blue line, those correspond to harvest rates that are less than the target. So harvest that's smaller than the current harvest rate target. The rows below the blue line correspond to harvest rates greater than the target. And I've color-coded those in green and red just so we can keep track of which quadrant we're in, above and below the blue line. The top line here is the additional forecast that I presented to you in some of those forecast figures, which is the zero mortality or the zero removals line. And again, that line is useful to see what the stock dynamics are doing in the absence of any human removals. Okay. Yep.
One clarification on the zero mortality, is that there's natural mortality in that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I changed the labels to zero removals throughout the rest of this talk, and I appear to have missed one. That is actually zero removals. So natural mortality continues on as we've modeled it. This is only human-based mortality. I think I've corrected it in the rest of the slides. So these are the actual values that correspond to the table that you've got now in your briefing books in front of you. And again, I'll go back through and describe what they are. So the 2012 model, with the current harvest policy applied to it, generates a fishery CEY of 22.7 million pounds. That corresponds to a total mortality of 40.2 million pounds. That is essentially what the catch advice would have been in previous years. This year we're going to present you with more information, both in terms of relative risk probabilities associated with that and other levels, as well as the risk associated with different management alternatives. The other alternatives that are presented in this table, and here I got it right, are the no removals line, where natural mortality continues on, but there's no removals from any source, either targeted or non-targeted. The next line down is the no commercial fishery row. You see there's the fishery CEY is set to 0. The total mortality in that row, 16.5 million pounds, represents bycatch, sport removals in areas 2C and north and west, as well as personal use removals. The other row that I provided for some consistency here, or some parallel with previous assessments, is the 2011 model fishery CEY. So this is, if I took last year's model and updated with the data from this year, made no changes to it whatsoever, the predicted fishery CEY would have been 36.2 million pounds, and that would be associated with a 54.3 million pound total removal. So that's the line you would have gotten had we made no change to the stock assessment. So again, I'm trying to provide as much continuity with previous processes as possible. Now the other rows here, you'll note, fall on pretty round values for total removals. These are just arbitrary values at roughly 10 million pound increments and they're in the table to help you see the change in relative probabilities as we go from low harvest to high harvest, from small removals to large removals. Okay, now into some of the results of this table. In the no removals line, we know a couple of the results already before we even run any models. The first is that we can't be harvesting in excess of the target if there are no human removals, and neither can the fishery CEY in 2014 get any lower. What's important to note here is that if there are no removals, there is a 25% chance that in 2014 we will be below the 30% spawning biomass threshold. In fact, there's a 25% chance that we're below that threshold right now in 2013. And that's because, depending on our perception of natural mortality, we could actually already be there. So this is where the uncertainty in natural mortality is starting to play in already. However, you'll note that there's almost no chance that we're already below the 20% threshold, nor would we be there in 2014. Now, the next two rows are comparing the 2014 spawning biomass to the value in 2013. There's a slightly lower probability that we would be below the 2013 level in 2014 in the absence of any removals. And this is because we can be below the threshold level of 30%, but actually be slightly increasing during this time period. You'll also note that although there's a 23% chance that the 2014 value for spawning biomass will be lower than 2013, there's a very low chance that it'll be much lower. To be lower, there's almost no chance that it will be greater than 5% below current value. So this is, again, is reflecting the very flat trajectory we've estimated for this stock. Yes, there's a 23% chance that the stock will decline, but there's a very low chance that it will decline very much. However, there's a somewhat larger probability that it will decline between now and 2016. And this is, again, due to the delayed effects of both size at age trends as well as the estimates of below average recruitment that are still going to need to work over the next few years, work their way through the stock dynamics. Now I'm going to move on to some of the other rows, or fill out some of the rest of these columns. The first thing you'll note here is that over these catch levels that we've looked at, the probabilities don't change that the spawning biomass in 2014 will be below the threshold or the limit reference point for spawning biomass. And this is because if, in fact, natural mortality is a lot different than we think it is, we're already there. But over all these scenarios that we've looked at, all of the different management options, we're not changing the stock dramatically in terms of its status relative to these reference points. Now in the next column, however, you see there's a much higher probability when there is some harvest, and even the no commercial fishery line, you'll see there's a big jump between no removals and the 16.5 million pounds of removals associated with the next row down. There's a jump from 23 to 76%. So with basically any harvest at all, there's now a fairly high probability that the stock in 2014 will drop below its current level in 2013. You'll also note that that probability goes up the greater the harvest that's taken, although the range there is not as big as the jump that you see of taking any harvest at all. Now, on the flip side, although there's a fairly high probability that the stock in 2014 will drop below 2013 levels, there's a fairly low probability that it will drop dramatically below those levels. And although you can see that the probability does increase, it doesn't increase very much, and it's below 5% in all cases. Now the next row, and I had actually mislabeled this in an earlier version of this presentation, so I apologize if this is throwing anybody for a loop, but the probability that the stock will be below 2013 levels in 2016 is actually quite high. Again, this is the delayed effect of size at age trends and poor incoming recruitment. In a moment, I will break out the 3-year projections and give you a little more detail on this, but let me finish this part of the table first. So hold your thoughts on 2016. The final two columns are with regard to fishing intensity and catch trend. And fishing intensity and catch trend are where we see the biggest contrast among different management options. We know that if we harvest at our target harvest rate, or we don't know, but we should have the property, that we should have an equal probability of harvesting greater than or less than our target if we shoot for the target. That's the definition of statistics in a nutshell. if we're below that target, and again, these are pretty big jumps, you'll see that even moving one row above the blue line, we see a dramatic reduction in the probability that we might exceed our harvest rate target. However, you do see for all the rows where we're fishing, where we're taking greater harvests than the blue line, we do estimate that we would be fishing in excess, with a very high probability, in excess of our harvest rate target. So again, to reiterate, the blue line is what's consistent with our current harvest policy. Any row that has a larger harvest than the blue line is going to be fishing in excess of the harvest rate target with a fairly high probability. The last column that I think is also quite useful is to look at what's the probability that the fishery CEY in 2014 will drop below the values selected in 2013. So you'll note that if the blue line is selected, if we stick with the harvest rate target, there's a less than 50% chance that there'll be a further reduction in 2014. However, if a larger catch is taken in 2013, then the probability that there will have to be a reduction based on our current harvest policy the following year goes up quite rapidly. So that's how you'd interpret that column. Now, I do want to break out the 2016 forecast just a little bit more and show you there is a very high probability that the stock will drop over the next 3 years below 2013 levels, but I want to give you a little bit more information about that. And here it is. Again, to reiterate, this is assuming constant harvest over the next 3 years. So whatever that value for total removals is, that's repeated 3 years in a row. It also assumes the same trend in size at age, and what we're seeing is the effects of recent recruitment. I've added 2 more columns here. The first column is the column you just saw in the previous table. The second column represents the probability that the stock in 2013 will be less than our 30% threshold. And in fact, it is larger than the probability that it would be below that threshold in 2014, and it does increase as harvest levels go up, but it's still in the range of 24 to 29%. So there's not a high probability that even over the 3-year time horizon that we're going to end up below that threshold. And there's actually quite a low probability that over a 3-year time horizon we're going to drop below the 20% limit. So there's a little more information about the 3-year projection. Now, based on some earlier questions that I received, I wanted to present one more piece of information. I think it follows up nicely on the discussion of bycatch this morning, which is, as you know, there's quite a bit of total mortality that's not associated with the fishery CEY. And so what I've calculated here on the side, the total mortality in excess of the fishery CEY, as Philip pointed out, is the other removals. And the other removals consist of bycatch, sport, and personal use. The proportion of the total mortality that is represented by the bycatch. Now remember, we've assumed that the bycatch stays the same as it was in 2012. And there actually has been a declining trend in bycatch over the last 20 years, although the 2011 and 12 values are both just a bit under 10 million pounds. And so what you see here is the calculation of what fraction of the total mortality would be comprised of the bycatch component. And you saw this in the third figure I presented, the offset between the fishery CEY and the total removals, but you see it again here, is that as the fishery CEY is made smaller and smaller with a constant level of bycatch, the fraction of the total removals that bycatch comprises goes up. And what we see at the blue line for 2013, given our current harvest policy, we would expect that about 25% of the total mortality would come from bycatch. That is just 10 million pounds divided by the 40.2 million pounds of total removals.
Once again, that's 24% of the human cause mortality.
That's correct. That's correct. Okay, a couple of specific conclusions. I've made these several times now, but the declines in size at age have continued through 2012, although they have moderated perhaps slightly for some of the age classes. But again, these trends, we've now been able to propagate these into the forecasts. However, they're going to have delayed effects on the stock. And until we can better understand why we see these trends in size at age, the stock assessment can track them very well, but knowing how they're going to change in the future is very difficult. Secondly, we've seen a period of below average recruitment in recent years, and this is in fairly big contrast to what you've seen in the results of previous assessments. And that's going to delay stock increases. Even in the absence of high fishing mortality levels, there's going to be a reduction in the ability of the stock to increase. Using the financial analogy, if the stock is our principal, the deposits being recruitment and growth being interest rates, we've seen pretty low deposits and pretty low interest rates recently for our stock here.
Yes, what was the 2011 fishery CEY? You know, this one here, the stock advice, the staff advice is saying 22.7 million coastwide, and what was last year's? 33.5 million last year.
That's a perfect segue into my last few slides. I'm going to wrap up a couple conclusions and then I'll show you the apportionment, and I've actually got my last slide as a comparison of the full breakdown by area of the blue line and the table from last year's stock assessment document. So thank you. That's a perfect segue into that. By way of general conclusions, we've now taken care of the retrospective bias, and so I think that these results are going to be much more reliable moving into the future than you've seen. We're not projecting a trend that's likely to be reversed in the next stock assessment. The assessment results are now also much more consistent with the raw trend that we've observed in the data themselves, in the survey, and in fact in the fishery CPUE as well. We've made the improvement of explicit treatment of uncertainty in the stock assessment, and that's something that's been a natural evolution for lots of stock assessments and lots of different processes, and I think it's good for the Halibut process to embrace that. And hopefully what we've provided you is some consistency in the blue line with what you've seen in previous years, but hopefully some additional information in the form of the full decision-making table that helps to evaluate the trade-off between harvest policy and risk based on a number of specific performance metrics and the risk of various things happening. At this point, I guess at the discretion of the Commission, I can either take assessment-related questions directly, or I can go ahead and continue. I have about half a dozen slides left that go through the post-assessment apportionment material and end with the full breakdown by area. And then I can take all the questions then, or I could pause here. I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know about anybody else, but I'm feeling pretty exhausted. So it may be that some pause for some questions now may make sense, after which, but I don't want to tell people or suggest that people shouldn't have future opportunity more informed by your last few slides. So if Jim, you agree, I think we'll try to maybe open it up for a few opportunities for a few people to ask questions of clarification now. I think, Ian, can you leave the decision table?
Yes, I can.
On the screen so people can see it as a reference in asking questions. I know that we have gone through this process for the purposes of both improving our ability, I think, to take a risk-based approach to decision-making rather than just making a decision on either accepting staff advice on one number or not on a coast-wide basis and on a specific regulatory area basis. I suspect there's some people who are saying that they're not sure that that's in fact become more easy to understand now as a result of all the analysis, but I know it's true. And I do want to really give you a lot of kudos for doing all the work you've done to try to demonstrate how it's true. But I think it's still going to take a while to sink in for a number of people. So there may be some key questions around some of the issues you've raised that might help us along those lines. Because I think, just to give an example, I think there is, and we talked about this I think when we had a preview discussion last week, there's some analysis you have there which suggests that the sort of the rate, the harvest rate above the 30%, I guess, not the harvest rate, but the number above 30% seems to be flatlining, i.e. that the stability of the stock seems to be not too bad right now, but there are some issues with recruitment in times going ahead. And yet, looking at the blue line, I want to emphasize, by the way, Philip, that it's not staff advice, the blue line. The blue line is a reference to, in previous years, what would have been staff advice. Now we're looking at a table which is basically, here are the various options we have to look at as commissioners, including what would have been in previous years as staff advice. But I think it'd be fair to say, Bruce, it's not as if the staff is saying to us, our view is you must choose, not must choose, that you should be choosing the blue line. Is that correct to say, Ian? And
I think the best statement you made, Mr. Chairman, was that this represents simply the application of the current harvest policy to the results of the 2012 assessment.
Exactly. So, one of the questions about picking an alternative number, if that ends up being chosen, is how is that affecting, or what is the implications for harvest policy, and what is the interrelationship? But there seems to be more generally what some people might think is contradictory information. So on the one hand, a sense that the stock is in stable shape, is not dramatically declining, although it has over time, and that some of the numbers here which say that the probabilities of further decline associated with the numbers sort of looking at the less than 30%, the column 25%, i.e. there's a 75% chance that in fact that won't happen, as opposed to a 25% chance that it will. So there's that information which seems to suggest, plus knowledge on the water that people are seeing high WPOE as you put in some of your. So on the one hand, that kind of information is saying things look like they're getting better. But on the other hand, and people will nonetheless, regardless, focus on the blue lines, saying they're still talking about a possible reduction of 40% in the catch. So I think there's going to be some need for people to have a better understanding of how to reconcile what seems to be contradictory information. I know you tried to do that, but I suspect there may be need to further think that through so people fully understand that, as well as understanding what as I wrote, you described very well how you solve the retrospective bias, but it's not clear, at least to me, what is the implication of that? Like, what does it mean as a result of solving it? In layman's terms, how we describe, by solving the retrospective bias, we have what? Given greater predictability going forward, or less uncertainty that we're going to, I think that's what it is, less uncertainty that we'll have different variables of the numbers that we've had in the past. It's just, but people sort of need to understand, does this mean ultimately on the numbers, or is resolving the retrospective bias mean that we are going to be much more certain, or in the face of uncertainty, a little more sort of sense of confidence about what the numbers are going to say? Maybe that's the implication. Just, I think there might be some utility in explaining that more clearly. I'll leave it at that, and before you answer, let's open it up for other comments and questions, and maybe take a few before then we turn it back to you for some commentary. Let me start with commissioners, and then I'll open it up beyond that. So Ralph, and then Paul. Paul, did you have your hand up too? So I'll start with Ralph and then Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 4 or 5 questions, if that's okay. Ian, the harvest rate has been kept constant with previous assessments. And you told me at one point that Steve was working on this. Will there be some changes to harvest policy yet before we get to the annual meeting, or is this the final product?
I don't want to steal Steve's thunder, but he has done a lot of work on this, but at this point, no, there are no recommended changes to the current harvest policy.
This will be it for at the annual meeting. Okay, thank you. Next, you said that the retroactive problem started when we moved to the coast-wide model. Yet I look back and I see and I remember Bill Clark and Steve Hare both fighting this retrospective problem a long time ago. But there seems to be an inconsistency there.
Mr. Chairman, should I answer questions as we go along, or do you want to? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to remember more
Ralph,
than 3 or 4 at a time.
Why don't you pose all your questions?
Oh,
and then I actually may ask Paul to pose his, and then I would ask Ian to respond to them all at once.
Okay.
So you better take notes. Ian, you got a pen there?
Yeah. Next question would be, how much of what you've presented here will you plan on presenting at the public session on Monday? And then, I think you told me before, but that the new model for 2012 was in fact vetted by the review group. And that's it. Oh, maybe from Bruce or somebody, it'd be interesting to, I guess I could probably dig it out, but I'd be curious to know what the CEYs, fishery CEYs in fact have been for the last 4 or 5 years, to kind of put it in perspective on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, and then Jim.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks very much for that presentation, Ian. It's a lot of information you've done in only 90 slides.
Should have seen the long version.
So the questions I had, and Ralph already touched on a couple of them, but one you mentioned a couple of times about what's not included in the fishery CEY, and you mentioned bycatch sport and personal use, and are you including in that Aboriginal catch as well, or where does that fit? And I guess maybe a comment on the color coding, and in particular I think the blue line is helpful to know what that's the harvest policy that's being applied, but I just wonder about the green and red. Whether it's really needed, it's clear that the harvest rate is going up or down, whether you're above or below the harvest policy, and I'm not sure that it's all that particularly helpful, and just put that as a comment, and maybe you could address it as well. And then I guess, so from what you presented in a number of your slides, it would appear that the decline in his biomass is stabilized. It's gone down for a number of years in your retrospective analysis, and seems to have leveled off and maybe might have a slight uptick. But the big change then is once you apply this new analysis, that we then would see a significant change between the 2000. If you apply the 2011 fishery CEY model, then there would be a different set of numbers there that would be larger than if you now apply this 2012 model. And that's really what the big change is. Even though that you're now showing this stabilization, we're missing recruitment, and you've really shifted the bars because of a different application. So I guess that's a question more than just to make sure that I understand all this, because I guess for a while at least I can say that I'm new to this, and so I probably have at least a year of being able to say that. The other question I would have, I guess I'm quite surprised to see that in that second column, the one that's 2013 is greater than target, and I'm quite surprised to see the first 3 rows that are coded green that are 1% or less, and then there's a large jump to 50%. And then beyond that, again, another significant jump. And so I guess I was expecting to be more sensitivity there than what's expressed, and I wondered what you had thought about that. And the other question that I had, if you went to, I think it's your slide 90, where you showed the sensitivity for 2016 is less than 2013, and so that, to me, that was helpful to separate that out, because just to show that it's less than 2013, it could just be a little bit less, or it could be a lot less, is the way I was interpreting that. So yeah, glad to see those other slides, and that provides some other information that I think is quite useful.
Let me, Jim, and then Dave, you want to ask one as well, right? So there'll be a big pile of commissioner questions for Ian to answer. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciated this as well. I thought it was a good in-depth analysis in a short period of time. It was hard to imagine what would be accomplished, so it's great. And it's presented well. You used, as you were going through it, you said things were good news 8 times, and there were great news about 5 times. And I'm struggling for that, and I'm wondering, I know these aren't symmetric projections around uncertainty, but there is some chance that spawning biomass in 2014 will be more than 30% above. So this all looks at the downside. So just to give some people, is there a way we can have a positive outlook to show that the uncertainty actually might go the other way? I'm not sure it's useful in helping us choose harvest levels, but just to make us smile a little bit. And I looked through a number of these kinds of tables in literature, and no one's ever done that. So maybe it's a good reason not to, but that's just a thought I had. Thank you.
There's always wishful thinking, isn't there, Jim? Okay, I'm going to pass it to Dave, and then I'll ask Ian to answer.
Ian, thanks for your presentation. It was very well done and very clear. even if the news wasn't quite what we'd been hoping for. And thank you for that column on your very last slide, not this one, but yeah, that one. Those shocking percentages that bycatch make up of removals, I think, is very illuminating. And I had a kind of an extension question of that. And I'm not just sure how you do it, but given that a lot of that bycatch is U26, is there any way at some point to put another column in there that would show lost yield into the future as a result of that bycatch? And I know you'd have to break it out U26 and O26 U32 because apparently the ratios are very different. So, and yeah, not expecting you to do that right now.
Ian. Okay. I think I'll take these roughly in the order I got them, and if I miss any, feel free to come back. I think I'll start with yours first, Mr. Chairman. And the one note that I made first here was with regard to the apparent inconsistency in the results. I think the question here is sort of the lack of sensitivity in trend across a pretty broad range of harvest levels. And I would step back and maybe describe for a second the rationale for the current harvest policy. If we go back to the bank analogy, where us doing a stock assessment is essentially like trying to recreate a bank statement that breaks down what's been going on in our account recently. And again, if recruitments are deposits and interest rate is growth, the inconsistency, I think, and that seems like it's in the results is due to the fact that the harvest policy is not intended to necessarily address exactly what your account balance is right now. It's a general strategy to keep your account at roughly a level that you think is a good level. And so it's going to respond to ups and downs in various factors influencing your account. And in fact, in this case here, even fishing in excess of the harvest rate targets, which would be akin to dipping into the principal, wouldn't be dipping into the principal a huge amount. And so it doesn't have a huge effect in a single year's feedback or even in a 3-year feedback to the stock. However, that we know that over the long run, if you dip into the principal in your bank account year after year, eventually you're going to end up with not what you hoped in the account. So in some regards, it's the time span over which we're doing feedback. And we did discuss in the scientific review, we discussed perhaps presenting longer-term projections to really try and illustrate the various trajectories that you might get on over a longer term. The problem for halibut in doing that is that once you go more than a few years in the future, you start to have to rely on predictions of recruitment strength and really long-term predictions about what size at age is going to do. And we all agree that scientifically those predictions are going to be nearly meaningless because we don't understand the processes influencing recruitment and we don't understand processes influencing growth well enough to predict them even more than a couple years into the future. So I guess that's just some general comments to get at that issue, and I'll try and think about ways to incorporate that perhaps a little more fully into the later version of this for the annual meeting. The second comment, and I think it gets at one of Ralph's questions as well with regard to the retrospective pattern. What does it mean? What have we fixed? And hasn't it been there before? Yes, it has been there before. In fact, this is the 3rd time it's cropped up in this assessment. And you're right, there was a hint of a retrospective pattern even in the area-specific models. It was, however, I think made much more pronounced when we moved to the coast-wide assessment model. And the improvement that's been made here is not that I've just made another change to selectivity. Because, in fact, the last 2 times that we fixed the retrospective problem, the collective we, stock assessors of halibut, the last 2 times that the retrospective pattern has been addressed, it's been addressed through making changes to the selectivity parameterization. But those changes have generally been a shift from either length to age-based selectivity or the opposite. And what we've done this time is rather than just make a change that fixes the problem in the short term, it's actually to make the approach more flexible and less likely to have this crop up again in the future. So I actually think it's a real step forward to make this change, And the result of that, making that change, is that now I think we can reasonably assume that this model is more stable, and that we're not going to be, I won't be standing here in front of you next year explaining why we've revised the projections way down from the previous year. So in terms of reliability, and that's actually my first of my general conclusions, is that I do think that now that we have corrected for this retrospective bias, and we've done it in a way of actually addressing the underlying process rather than just putting a fix on it. Because if we strong-armed the problem out, it could easily pop back up because we didn't actually understand what it was. But actually understanding it from a process level and creating a flexible approach that takes care of that process, I think will provide a much more stable solution to it in the future. And really, retrospective patterns, what we get out of it is that we don't have to talk about retrospective patterns anymore. We can look at the results and take them at face value, and I think that's an important step forward. Okay, some of the other questions, and again, I apologize if I missed any. How much of this do I intend to present at the annual meeting? Well, I'm the new guy, so I'll present as much of this as people think is appropriate. I do note that I managed to get through this about 30 minutes quicker this time than I did the last time I presented it, so maybe I'm getting there. But I'll look to everybody in the process for guidance on an amount of time that would be appropriate for that presentation. With regard to personal use, I apologize, maybe I wasn't terribly clear in the definition of what I'm calling personal use. That does include subsistence, personal use, ceremonial use. There are a number of different terms depending on where you are on the coast. So it does include all of those categories. And it does for 2A, it does in fact scale with the total because it's part of the whole process in 2A. With regard to color coding, I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other, although I will note that we spent a lot of time at the scientific review trying to come up with ways to make this table more intuitive to people, because as several people have pointed out, there's a lot of information here. I mean, essentially we've cooked an entire stock assessment down into one Excel table, and it's a heavy table. So we thought that the color coding initially, at least initially, was helpful just to identify quadrants in the table, but this is an evolving process. This is the first time through it. And I'm certainly amenable to ways to improve the format and the delivery. And perhaps along the same lines, if there are other metrics that people involved in the process think would be useful to compare as we look at the decision table, different kinds of risk that we should be evaluating, that's something that can be added to this table. With regard to the difference between the 2011 and 2012 models, yes, they really are different. We were making a very different prediction about the strength of incoming recruitments and the trend of the stock. And obviously, I think that we should be moving forward with the results from the 2012 model and not looking back. But I do recognize that in a process like this, it's very important to provide consistency. And I did promise you guys at the working meeting in September a full bridging analysis so that you could see exactly how things have stepped forward through the process and where we would be relative to the current stock assessment if we hadn't made any changes at all. So I think that's why I've presented both models, but I do think that the 2012 model is much improved from the 2011 model. The next question, I believe it was, actually I've lost track of whose questions were whose, but the next question was with regard to the jump in the apparent harvest levels from 1% to 50% at the blue line. And I guess I would just note that these are the different states that we're dealing with here are also asymmetric. So the difference between a low natural mortality and a high natural mortality is not the same distance away in terms of biomass from the point estimate. So that's part of why these are a bit asymmetric. Secondarily, we've tried not to include too many rows in this table. So we've made some pretty big jumps. And I apologize, it might be a bit misleading because you see the jump for the row corresponding to the two rows right below the blue line is only a 4 million pound jump, whereas the blue line to the row above it is a 10 million pound jump. So perhaps that's part of why things aren't too symmetric. Now it would be quite doable to flesh this out into more rows, but at some point really the additional rows in there are just to provide some contrast so you can see how the probabilities are changing. And I would point out that we can definitely add rows if there are other harvest levels that are of interest, but that in interpreting this table, it is quite legitimate to interpolate between these values as well. So, for example, a catch level between the blue line and the row below it, the blue line being roughly 40 million pounds total mortality, the line below it being 50 million pounds, the probabilities, you'll be roughly the same distance between the two probabilities as you are between the catch. So it's quite reasonable to look at this table and do some interpolation if you so choose, or we can calculate additional rows. Some ways to include some positive information. That's a good one. We actually, I was involved in the Hague Treaty process, and in the initial version of this table for the Hague Treaty process, we included both good and bad things in the table. And we really royally confused people, I think, because people were looking for the probability of risk, and they were having to reverse the sign of, is that a good column or a bad column in the table. I will point out, I did a back-of-the-envelope extrapolation on the trend in bycatch over the last 20 years. And if you fit a linear trend to that, all bycatch disappears by 2046. So there's some good news for you.
Should I stop you now? As far as
And there may have been other questions, but I probably missed them, so please feel free to reiterate, and I'll try and jump back to them.
And there may be others, and I want to come back to commissioners, but I do know that there's a number of our friends and colleagues online who have asked questions, so I'd like to, and I'm also conscious of time, if people feel they need to take a quick break, but I would like to continue the conversation, but people should feel free to get up, get a coffee, or do what they need to do. But I think we should keep the conversation going right now. So maybe I would ask Steve and or Bruce to read out some of the questions that have come in.
Yeah,
and maybe a group of them, and then again we could get Ian to answer.
So there's right now we have 4 questions online here. The first one was, can Ian make any statement about recruitment in the Bering Sea based on slide 37? That was your histogram of numbers and poundage in the eastern Bering Sea, Ian. It seems a 3-year look-forward period is not enough given the biology of the fish and the below-average recruitment seen in recent years. Why was a 3-year period chosen? Why not a longer period, which I think you talked a little bit about? Are there any probabilities for how much spawning biomass would decline in out years after 2013 to 2016? We have the probability of how likely that decline is, but not how much it would decline. Any ideas? I think there is some comment on that. It would appear from row 2 in the table that the other removals equal 16.5 million pounds, but the difference between fishery CEY and the total removals is not always 16.5 million pounds. Why would the other removals vary with the CEY?
Good questions, all of them. I have touched on a couple of them, but I'll go back and reiterate a bit. I think the general conclusion from the Bering Sea information is that no, we don't see signs of strong recruitment coming in. What we see is generally consistent with a decrease in the numbers of fish and a slight increase in the biomass, consistent with an older group of fish that's continuing to grow, but not a strong signal. That said, I think we could do quite a bit more analysis on the trawl survey data, and that's something that I've noted as a really promising avenue for future research. In fact, I'd like to look more in depth at all of the various trawl surveys that are available up and down the coast. I think that this stock assessment could really benefit from advanced information about recruitment strengths that we wouldn't see generally for 6 to 8 years until they show up in the survey and in the fishery. With regard to really 2 questions with regard to the forecasting, why the 3-year look forward and what could possibly be happening beyond 2016. As a stock assessment scientist, I'll be perfectly honest, I don't like to make predictions whatsoever. Stock assessments, it's been said that doing a stock assessment is like driving your car looking out the rearview mirror. You know quite well where you've just been, but the thing you want to know most is where you're headed, and that's the thing that's hardest to know. The ability of a stock assessment is in mimicking the data that we've already collected, but that data doesn't necessarily tell us about what's coming. And I'm reluctant to even make 3-year projections, especially on a stock like halibut, given recruitment variability and given the trends in size at age, and the fact that we really don't understand the factors driving either of those. Making longer-term predictions is very difficult. You can make longer-term predictions and present those as a yardstick with which to gauge current actions given a certain set of conditions about future states, recruitment and growth. And I think that's something that we might think about with this assessment, is ways in which we can illustrate the longer-term implications of these without getting tangled up in particular predictions about where we might be in future years. It's a difficult topic. I guess I would say, any assessment prediction that's more than a couple of years out probably ought to be taken with a pretty big grain of salt anyway. Scaling. Okay, one of the reasons why does the offset between total removals and fishery CEY change? And the answer is because some of the removals, some of the items contained in other removals scale with the total. So wastage in the commercial fishery scales up and down. So the bigger the fishery, the more the wastage, but the wastage comes out of the other removals before fishery CEY. And that's, in part, that's the sort of issue that we've tried to get around by presenting directly the total removals. Because really, in a coastwide stock assessment, fishery CEY has some notion of apportionment and area-specific dynamics in it. This table, we could create this table in the absence of any harvest policy and in the absence of any apportionment scheme. This table is operating at the coastwide level, and it provides a way to balance the risk against, really, truly against the total mortality. In the end of the day, in the stock assessment, what matters is how many fish to put in the dead categories and how many fish to put in the population categories. And everything beyond that is an effort to try and break this down into components that people are used to working in and are a little closer to home, perhaps, for particular sectors. But that's, for a coastwide assessment, it's also important to focus on the totals.
Mr. Chairman, there's one additional question that's come in on the web, and I think it's a very good one. Earlier, Ian said that the decision table reflects uncertainty in natural mortality. He specifically showed 3 assumptions of m equals 0.1, 0.15, and 0.2. How are these incorporated in the table?
Excellent question. In fact, we also spent quite a bit of time on this in the scientific review. The way they're incorporated is that the point estimate, our best estimate for natural mortality, is given 50% of the weight in a probabilistic sense. And the upper and lower cases are each considered to be roughly half as likely as our best estimate. So they're each given 25% of the weight. And so this table represents a weighted total from essentially the 3 tables, one created by each level of natural mortality. And that has a couple of effects, and we discussed these in the scientific review. We're using 3 categories, so essentially this table is a bit lumpy. That's why you see 25% as a block there, because that represents one state of natural mortality. Now, we have some more sophisticated tools. We have Bayesian methods, which allow us to actually use a full distribution and integrate over that distribution and create much more continuous probabilities. This is a blunt way of getting this information into a table quickly, using the existing framework that was available at hand. We talked in the scientific review, and I have, you'll see in my full assessment document, I have lots of ideas about how to make our description of uncertainty more continuous and more smooth and more inclusive of other sources as well. And I look forward to the time in a year or two when I can present you a much more comprehensive look at uncertainty. But this was a way to achieve what we were trying, a big step down this road in a single year without having to change the entire model framework that we were operating in. That said, what we've intended for this table is to provide a structure that will be quite consistent and quite applicable regardless of how we calculate the uncertainty. So the idea is not to jar you with a whole new way of presenting uncertainty every year in the process, but to settle on a method and some metrics and a way to present those metrics that we can then start to see some consistency in. And so next year, hopefully, we'll have better methods to generate the probabilities, but we can show them to you in a very similar framework. So once people figure out how to read this table and get comfortable with the layout and the format, hopefully it'll be a lot easier next time around.
Many thanks, Ian. I think, Ralph, you had another question? Just your microphone. And then Philip.
I had the follow-up. Ian, you said you were going to steal Steve's thunder, and he said go ahead. You pointed out that harvest policy was not going to be changed between now and the annual meeting, and it's in fact the same as it has been the last 2 or 3 years. And the question was about Steve is working on that, and I don't know, you don't have to go into detail. I'm just curious what's...
Well, it's a pretty low rumble. The thunder was just that they were not recommending any change. No, but yes, Steve will have a whole presentation on. He's got a really nice look at a number of factors contributing to how the harvest policy would change given different sets of circumstances. I think although it doesn't suggest changes to the harvest policy, I think it'll be very helpful to give everybody involved in the process a sense of which, for a given factor, which direction does it tend to push your target harvest rates. And so I really don't want to steal Steve's thunder, but it's a very nice introduction to some of the issues that then I think over the next year or two, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Steve finds in a bigger analysis, really reevaluating the whole harvest policy.
Yeah, so the assumption, I guess, is that Stephen will be making some presentation along those lines at the annual meeting. Is that correct?
I think you'll see
it tomorrow. Okay, so because I think in linking to the annual meeting, some analysis about, without obviously having a decision made yet about changes to harvest policy, how such adjustments or variations might affect how you would do a stock assessment like this, or how would this table change based on different harvest policy options would be something that I think people would be quite interested in seeing. Philip, and then Jim.
Yes, I have observation on column B and column C, spawning biomass going below 30% or 20%. Actually, that looks like the good news to me is no matter what we do, we're not going to threaten spawning biomass to extinction, so to speak, on that table. It's 25% all the way down and less than 1%. And my understanding used to be that the total biomass was increasing. I can't remember if it was, you know, 26 or U26, or the total was increasing. There was a 99 in 2000, supposedly 99 2000 recruits coming in. I understand that's not materializing right now, but the exploitable biomass was decreasing. So is that still the case, like the total biomass either flatlined or slightly increasing, but the exploitable biomass is low 32s going down or still declining?
I realized I've forgotten to use the strategy with multiple questions, which is you just ignore the hard ones and skip right over them. And now I'm down to such a small set, I can't claim that anymore. The last couple have been very good ones. I guess I want to speak first to Michael's comment about how this table would change under a different harvest policy. And the answer is that the harvest policy wouldn't change this table at all. The stock assessment is free of harvest policy. What would change would be the color coding. So the risk of various metrics, I mean, if we change these reference points, the 30 and 20% reference points, then obviously those would no longer be the right metrics to be considering. But I think what's important to remember is that the stock assessment is just modeling the effects of mortality on the stock. If in fact we found that a higher or lower target harvest rate was appropriate in the long term, then the blue line would move up or down in this plot, but the probabilities would be of other metrics would remain the same, and hopefully we could retain a very similar format for the table. The last two questions were, yes, I do think it's good news to see that there's a very low probability, even given some fairly extreme values of natural mortality, even if it's much higher or much lower than we think it is, there's still very little chance that we're below that 20% limit. That is good news. I think It's good news that we've fixed the retrospective pattern and that the stock is in a state where we are not currently on the steep part of the ramp of the harvest policy, where even a small change in biomass would result in a very big change in the harvest rate target. That's good information. With regard to the relative insensitivity of this scale of harvest, remember, I mean, that there's an underlying productivity to the stock, and we're estimating something on the order of 180 to 190 million pounds of exploitable biomass out there at current time, not including growth that will be occurring and recruitment coming in. And so over this range of harvest, it's still a reasonably small fraction of what's sitting out there, what we estimate to be sitting out there in the water right now, even in the absence of those estimates of big recruitments coming in. And I think that was the last question, was what's happening with the exploitable biomass trend. And the answer is that the exploitable biomass trend is very flat over the next few years. And it is, as I showed you in one of the slides, it's quite dependent on what we assume is going to happen for growth in the next couple of years for size at age. If size at age remains at 2012 levels or turns around, we could actually see an increase in exploitable biomass. But again, we don't understand the factors influencing that, and what we have seen in recent years is a continued decline in size at age.
Jim, you had additional question.
Just the follow-up on that was that, in fact, the 99 and 2000 cohorts were above average. It's just been subsequent to that we've seen below average recruitment. So we do still have, that the stock still does show a relatively consistent age distribution over the last couple of years.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to comment that we have said here a couple of times that the harvest rate is not changed from last year. Well, our harvest rate is what we put on last year was intended to be at the same rate as this year, but in fact we've been over-harvesting. So instead of using 20 and 16, we've been harvesting at 30% because of our misunderstanding of the stock size. So this actually will be quite a change in harvest rates compared to previous years. Not what we intended in previous years, but what actually wasn't we affected. And so it is different. That wasn't a question. Am I right?
Yes, that's right. And in fact, the reductions that have been made in the harvest levels in 2011 and 2012 have brought, what we think the harvest rates have been in hindcast, have brought them down substantially toward what we believe the target to be currently. I will mention that I do have about 6 more slides that go through the apportionment steps and finish with the table that breaks the blue line values out fully into the area-specific components. So I can continue with that at any point depending on where we are with questions and take additional questions after that as well.
Well, let me just get the sense of the room. It's 4:30. If anyone hasn't left for a bathroom break now, it's too late. So I don't see any point in formally breaking given that we're supposed to end unless, well, the door's right there, Jim. Just had it. If you agree, I think we should just keep going, and that way we'll end off. I apologize, but I think it was important that Ian was able to give his presentation without too much interruption in that regard. And now that we're at the time we are, we should probably just proceed through. So if people agree, I think we'll let Ian give his last few slides, and then he'll open it up for another final round of questions before we. And then, Bruce, is there one other piece that you want to talk about at the end of the?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think when Ian's gone through his next set of slides would give the bulk of what I wanted to talk about, and we could perhaps come back to that tomorrow morning. But essentially, it's just looking at a little bit finer structure in terms of what the decision process might be like.
Yeah, because I do think we want to come back, and we may have to take that into tomorrow to further advise to Ian about how we might want to adjust this for presentation at the annual meeting. So on that basis, go ahead, Ian.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to acknowledge whoever keeps feeding me water bottles. I'm on my 3rd one, so I'm good for questions as long as you guys want. Okay, now I'm going to shift gears for a second, and this next section of the talk, it's just a few slides, I promise. This is really the post-assessment section. This is dealing with apportionment, And this is what gets us from coastwide values, which is what we deal with in the stock assessment, down to area-specific values, which is where ultimately you all will be interested in. So a couple of a little preface to this first. The exploitable biomass is apportioned among areas using similar methods to recent years. This includes a couple of corrections. This is all well documented in recent assessments due to hook competition, timing of the fishery relative to the survey, and a temporal smoothing that just accounts for variability in the survey. Like the forecast, this assumes that the U-26 other removals are fixed at 2012 levels, except that wastage scales with fishery catch. This applies the harvest rates consistent with the current harvest policy, either 21.5 or 16.125%. So first, with regard to the adjustments to the raw data, the adjustment factors are applied to the survey itself. The weight per unit effort is used to apportion among areas, and the adjustment factors are based on both hook competition and fishery timing. Compared to the raw survey values, these adjustments factors just increase or decrease the relative value among areas. And what you see for 2012, there were a couple of small changes made to the method, but it generally follows the same method that you guys are used to seeing in the past. And again, I've tried to retain the same graphical format that you've seen in the past. Compared to the raw values, hook competition results in an increase, an adjustment up above a value of 1 for areas 2C, 3A, 3B, and 4A. The timing correction has a small effect in the upward direction on 2A, but it's really quite small relative to the hook competition correction. To put that in, and there they are. Those are the 2012 values, and so values that are above 1 means that more of the apportionment ends up there than you would see in the raw value of just comparing the raw weight per unit effort among areas. Put another way, these are the raw values are the points, and the blue line is the adjustments and also the temporal smoothing, the Kalman filter that's been applied to take care of the variability in the survey. And I want to point out just a couple things. One is that 2A and 2B are where you see the biggest change from the raw values in terms of what the adjustment said about 2011 versus what it would say about 2012. 2C and 3A, you see there's some adjustment, but the trend between last year and this year is much more closely matches what you see directly in the raw data. Okay, now just to refresh, we're going from the decision table, and I'm going from the blue line now, and I've circled that value there, and what I'm going to show you is the fully apportioned breakout of that line by area and component. So take a minute, and again, that circled value, 22.7, translates into the sum of the area-specific fishery CEYs in this table. And this table is exactly the same kind of table you would have seen in last year's assessment and in previous assessments. This is the apportionment table. Again, this is a post-assessment process where the top row is the exploitable biomass. The total comes out of the stock assessment and is then apportioned to each area based on I apologize, I forgot to acknowledge that this is largely the work of Ray Webster, who's done this in the past. I'm sorry, Ray, I didn't mention that first. I'm merely presenting most of these results. This is largely Ray's work. So the exploitable biomass estimate that comes out of the stock assessment is at the coast-wide level. That's then apportioned to area. And so across the top, you see the fraction of you see the apportioned exploitable biomass in millions of pounds, and on the second row, the percent of the total that represents. So you can see the various percentages that are assigned to each area based on the distribution of survey weight per unit effort. Then the third row shows you the harvest rate that's applied to each of those, and that harvest rate applied to the exploitable biomass is what generates the total CEY. And so that's a new number that we haven't shown. We could have included that on the table, but for clarity, we tried to focus right down to the fishery CEY. So you see that the total CEY at the coast-wide level would be 36.63 for 2013 based on the current harvest policy, again. And you see the distribution of that total CEY. Then the other removals on an area-by-area basis are then removed from that total CEY in order to get the fishery CEY. And so those are the values you see on the bottom row there. Again, those sum up to the value you saw on the left side of the table. And my last slide, and it's going to get a little bit harder to read, but it's going to be all this information and the same table from the 2011 assessment. Now note that the total fishery CEY isn't exactly the same as the value that was adopted because there were some adjustments in there. But this is the exact table from the 2011 stock assessment that was produced from the Wobble SQ model. And again, it's the same information on top that I just showed you on the previous slide. I'm happy to go back to that slide if you want to read those values a little less compact. But I thought it would also be useful to compare directly so that people can see, well, what's the change in total CEY and fishery CEY that we would see from the 2011 apportionment results, which is what the 2012 catches were based on, to what we're getting this year on the top. And this is my last slide, so we can sit here and you can digest this a little bit if you'd like to.
Thanks, Ian. Just a question for me. If you compare the fishery CEYs of 2012, the blue line, and 2011 as was proposed, as you say, not the final ones, there's clearly the differences. If you look column by column, they're quite different in the sense of some dramatic changes in some, much less so in others. So for example, 2C, you have a difference between 312 and then 321. But in other cases, whether it's 3A or 2B, a more dramatic difference. What accounts for that?
So a couple things. The first thing that makes for differences lower down in the table is that the percentage of the total based on apportionment has changed. So for example, to pick out one that changes quite a bit, if you look at 2C in the top, the second row of the top table, you'll see that in the 2013 blue line calculation, 2C is getting 12.5% of the total coastwide exploitable biomass. In 2011, if you go to the second row of the lower table, you'll see it only received 10.5% of the total. So, and that's because of the change in distribution of the survey observations. So there's more allocation going to 2C in 2013 than there was in last year's stock assessment. The other thing I'll note is that we have new values for the other removals. So we're using the other removals that were seen in 2012 with some scaling, as I've noted. And so the value for the other removals have changed. So the bottom line in terms of the fishery CEY, and again I'll focus on 2C, not only did the proportion of the exploitable biomass in 2C go up, but the other removals went down. And so there's a much less of a change in the fishery CEY for 2C than perhaps for some other areas.
Phil? Just need a clarification. Earlier I said last year's numbers are actually, what I meant was this year's 2000 fishery numbers, and that's the same question I have from the 2011 apportionment. Does that mean that's what we agreed to and approved for the 2012 fishery, those numbers there?
Yes, with one exception. Yes, with one exception. Jim?
What is that exception?
2B.
I'm sorry,
Am I not correct?
probably you are, but I'd like to ask Philip's question again. I thought these were the 2012 CEYs based on that we used this year based on the 2011 model. But so I'm just trying to be sure what that bottom table is.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Balsiger, these are the results that were presented to you last year as the fishery CEYs from the assessment last year. So these are for the 2012 fishery. Michael is correct. There were some differences between what was approved at 33.54 versus what was in that table, which is 33.88, and that was some shifts that were made at the annual meeting.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any, Steve, any online questions in relation to this latest? Ralph?
Ian, would you explain to me other removals? I'm confused. How are they different from what we've always had?
Yes.
I mean, we have bycatch, sport, subsistence,
they're not different from what you've always had. They're just the way they've always been. They're not the same every year because they're always using the previous year's values. And so the amount of bycatch, for example, in each area changes year to year. In fact, it changed a fair bit in some of these areas between 2011, which was used for last year's table, and what we actually saw this year, which is reflected in the table here.
So the 026, that's always been there. Why do you specifically mention it as opposed to just calling them other removals?
Sure.
Ralph, the main issue there is, if you recall a couple of years ago, you asked us to kind of rationalize the process of how various removals were done by different sectors. So recreational catches that were under 32 inches were treated differently than wastage was treated that was under 32 inches. So we rationalized that process by having an under 26 category, which is the sort of bycatch category, and the 026, which includes all other removals, because the size frequency within the recreational fishery is essentially the same as the size frequency we're seeing above 26.
Versus 3 years ago, that it's different now because of the rationalization.
Yes, it's slightly different, but that's only in the component that's between 026 and U32, which is not a very large component of it.
Okay, thank you. And in fact, the harvest rates were adjusted at that time to account for the addition of the 026 U32 fish in the full calculation. I mean, I'll point out that what's important from the stock assessment is the total mortality of all sizes of fish, and that's what we're actually tracking there, and that's why perhaps I've gone out of my way to keep track and separate in this table, but I'm actually dealing with total mortality of all size fish in the stock assessment, and then I have to peel off the 026 fish in order to calculate the exploitation rates.
Sorry, is there an online question?
There is, Mr. Chairman. We're not certain about it. It was a question as to whether or not the 14.95 value for other 026 removals is actually a correct addition. We'll check that.
Oh, whether all those numbers add up?
Sorry, it's not. I had inadvertently included certain quantities in 2A and 2B in both the other removals and the fishery CEY, and I took them out of the columns properly, but I didn't take them out of the total. I apologize. That is an error on my part. I'm not sure what the sum of that other removals is, but I do know that the area-specific other removals calculations are correct.
According to our unnamed source from the web, the correct number is 13.92.
Okay, that's a good catch. Thank you, whoever that is out there in the Ethernet.
A math whiz, clearly. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Anybody in the room who hasn't spoken at all afternoon, sat there patiently? Anybody want to ask anything? Come up to ask? Can you come up to the microphone? Ian, just swing yours around. Yeah, exactly. And just introduce yourself and then your question. Thanks.
Steve Joner, Macaw Tribe. Ian, on the table, or the graphic showing the hook adjustment, which you showed just before this. Next one, right there. The hook competition, what does that mean for 2A, where it's at the line of 1.0? And why the big difference from 2010 to 2012?
So I may need to get my colleague Ray Webster to help me out here, but this figure shows you the adjustment of both hook competition and fishery timing at the same time. We actually have this is actually a 3-panel figure where we can look at each one separately. The hook competition is a reflection of how many baits come back when the survey is conducted. The reason for that correction is obviously if there's another fish on that hook, it couldn't catch a halibut. And so we don't want to. What we want is the survey to reflect the halibut abundance, not the abundance of other species. So that correction takes care of changes in abundance of non-target species that could have influenced the catch rates of halibut indirectly. The fishery timing correction accounts for the fraction of the fishery that occurs before and after the survey is conducted. Obviously, under even modest exploitation rates, if the entire fishery occurs before the survey, you'd expect a slightly lower catch rate than if the entire fishery had occurred after the survey. And so that's what that timing correction. Generally, I think because of the way the fisheries operate differently in different areas, the timing correction has often resulted in an increase in 2A. And I think also the hook correction, the hook competition adjustment has also, in some years, created an increase in the adjustment for 2A. During the 2012 survey, there apparently was less hook competition in 2A, and the combination of that and the timing correction, even though the timing was a small upward correction, the result was that it basically gets almost no adjustment in the final combination. Thanks, Ray.
Does Ray want to add anything or no?
He gave me the thumbs up. I must have done okay. Again, I want to make sure that Ray gets credit because this is really his analysis that he's been doing for several years.
Okay, well, you got to buy him a beer too.
Well,
Philip?
Thank you. I just need a little more clarification again on the apportionment values. I see you mentioned 2C went up because of the survey. The survey weight per unit went up. How much? What exactly influences, or what are the factors that influence the apportionment percentages moving around? You said the survey weight per unit was one of them.
Right. The survey weight per unit effort is expanded based on the extent of the geographical extent of each area. So essentially it reflects how much of the stock is in each area. And then there's a correction applied, as I pointed out, for the timing of the fishery as well as the competition for hooks. And so it's the combination of those factors that results in the relative distribution of that exploitable biomass across the various regulatory areas.
Mr. Chair, we have one additional question come in here. You have to put on your SWAMI hat here. Suppose there are removals that are unaccounted for example, additional bycatch or recreational discard mortality. Generally speaking, direction, how would they affect estimates of eBio and various risks in the decision table?
That's an excellent question. As Steve mentioned earlier, our assessment models assume we know what the removals are, and they're only as good as the quality of the estimates that we get to put in them. So in essence, if there's a bias, a systematic bias in the removals we're putting into this assessment, there's going to be a systematic bias in the results. What we don't know is this direction of that bias. It's intuitive to think that if there were more removals than we think, that we might have a lower stock size. But in fact, I've actually worked on a stock assessment, yellow-eye rockfish on the West Coast, that was just the opposite. That if you assumed that the removals were larger than you thought, it actually increased the size of the stock. It can feed back into these models in non-intuitive ways, and I've been doing stock assessment long enough to know better than to try and predict what would happen, how the results might change if you change the relative removals levels. But I'll reiterate that it's very important to know what the total removals are, and to the best of our knowledge, we're including estimates where we can. But if, for example, there's a large source of unaccounted for mortality, that's definitely going to cause some problems for the stock assessment, and it's something we should resolve as soon as possible.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you corrected to 13 point something the total 026 other removals. Does that change the bottom line I was unable to add across here? Is the 2270 correct?
The 2270 is correct. The values in each area are correct. It's just that the total that I forgot to update there.
Thank you.
I apologize for that.
One more question, if I could. So 026 other removals includes our sports fish, our subsistence, our bycatch, not the wastage, but it does. The U26 bycatch comes out of the biomass. That's the question.
The U26 removals are modeled in the stock assessment, but they are not part of the harvest rate calculation. So when we calculate the harvest rate, we calculate that based on the O26 removals from all sources. So that the current harvest policy is designed, it originally was designed around O32, and then several years ago it was revised to include those fish down to 26. So now the harvest rate targets, the 21.5%, applies to 026 fish. And so I guess, you know, for clarity, I could have written 026 total CEY and 026 fishery as well.
So as a follow-up, if I could, then when you say that they're included in the assessment, that means you have an estimate of the numbers at age that you use in your model as dead fish from the U26 bycatch. But is that what that means?
Yeah, let me describe just briefly how the calculation of those fish works. So the bycatch estimates I get are total bycatch estimates. For the commercial fishery, for the U26 component, we look at the ratio of fish. Actually, for the U32 component, we look at the ratio of fish that we see in the survey, and we use that to infer how many fish were captured by the fishery under the legal size limit that we would not see in port. We subset the survey data down to the top, the stations with the highest 33% of the catch rates, which pretty closely match the catch rates observed in the fishery. So they do seem to be a reasonable proxy. But because we don't actually have observations of the numbers or size or age distribution of those fish, we do use the survey information to infer that.
I just, if I might, I think the question you're getting at, Jim, is how is the bycatch accounted for in the U26 bycatch accounted for in the overall process? I think that's your question, isn't it? Yes. So the way it's accounted for, because we don't have sufficient information to determine the actual eventual area of impact of that bycatch, is that it's factored into the harvest rate. So the actual target harvest rate is lower than it would be if we were putting that stuff back into it. But because we don't have sufficient knowledge to talk about where the impact of, for example, bycatch in that area would actually be realized in terms of direct yield from the other area, it's put into the harvest rate calculation.
And that's where it's much easier to model that at the coastwide level, because we don't need to know how that interacts with migration and spatial processing.
Thank you. I recall now.
Okay. Oh, Ralph, one more for you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. One more. So if I understand things right, let's look at, say, 3A doesn't like their total of 9.24. They want 10.24. So that changes the 22.7 to 23.7. Then you go to the table and see what that does to your various risk factors. Is that kind of how this works in total?
Almost. What's important for the risk-based calculations is that the removals at a coastwide level. So if, in fact, you wanted to investigate a higher removals, and maybe this is exactly what you said. I'm sorry, I've been up here a while now. If you were to increase one of these numbers, you'd then want to add them all up to a total and see where that took you to the table. Okay. Okay. Then you've got it right on the mark.
Yeah, it would then be the total, which would be subject to the assessment figures. It will be. That is an important consideration if that ends up being a conversation. I would say, and I think we should end it now. Thank you very much, Ian, for a rather exhausting afternoon for you, I think, as well as challenging, but also very interesting for everybody else. I'm going to suggest, Bruce and Jim, that we come back tomorrow morning. We're supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and I'd like to carry on a little bit at that time on what was really the last section of this agenda for this afternoon, to give Ian some thoughts regarding how we might want to present this information at the annual meeting, and gives us a chance to think about it a bit more overnight as well. And I think one thing, for example, is if you're going to be doing a decision table with a series of options, then you should probably be doing an apportion results table with also those options. So we're not only looking at the blue line, for example, we're looking at some other ones, and we'll have to decide to what extent that makes sense or how that can work. But I think from a decision-making purpose, if we're looking at options, of which that is only one, the blue line, we should also be looking at the implications of other options for this respect in the context of apportionment, so that people have a full picture of that. Now, I'm not saying do that for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I think he thought I was thinking of suggesting that. Yeah. But that would be one of the things, and when we come back to what we need to see presented at the annual meeting, may be one of the things that need to be adjusted.
We do have some more detailed information in Bruce's talk that you'll see in the morning that I think will help that discussion considerably.
Okay, so we'll adjourn now for the evening, and we'll return at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And just the adjustment to the agenda will be that we'll start off with this closing discussion on this issue that we've been working on along the lines that I just described, and then carry on with the rest of the agenda as follows. Yes, I want to thank everyone that was online, and in particular for your participation this afternoon, and some very good questions that were asked. We look forward to having as many of you as possible back tomorrow morning. I think you would particularly be interested in our continuing discussion on this matter early in the morning, as early as it will be, and for other parts as well. And thanks to Steve and the staff here at the IPHC for facilitating the technological breakthrough of today, if I may call it that, and appreciate everyone's time, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
The organizer has ended the session, and this call will be disconnected. Goodbye. The organizer